Hello. Good morning. It's been a while since I've been up this early in the morning. Hoping you can hear me okay. I had a little trouble with sound, which was the delay. Hoping I have it resolved. I really want to get right to it. Thank you for joining me a little bit earlier. But after what I saw yesterday, I really wanted to talk to you more about the Murdaugh trial and what I saw in the opening statements, and then perhaps go right into the trial at 9:30 when they start. So good morning. Thank you always for being here, Tamar. Good morning, Sandy and Tiny Captain. And hey, Kyle. Oh, it's nice to see you. And Ganymede. Hello. Hello. And Clara. Nice to see you too. And Arlo. And T King. Okay. And for anyone else coming in. Well, right away, how many of you, just quickly, did you already see the opening statements of the state and the defense yesterday? Because if you already did and you don't have much to say, I can wait for a break to show you that. But there was I was blown away. I was definitely blown away. And on that, let's just go over. Nope. Okay, so some yes and some no. Okay, so let's because we have a little bit of time before the trial actually starts. Trial actually starts this morning at 9:30. So I started a little early. I got you guys here a little under false pretense of the earliness, just to talk about what they already did yesterday and to bring you up to date. If I continue to do this every day, it'll be closer to the time that they actually start so that we're not wasting time. But today, I just thought it was important to bring out some of the words, all the coverage that I saw yesterday. While the statements were going on, people were talking like over it. And the words were necessary to hear. They really were, because the whole tone of this trial is going to be based on the two different styles that I saw yesterday in regards to the opening statements. On that, let me just try to bring you some of the words. Okay. Let me know right away if you cannot hear. Okay, because let's just bring this up. Can you hear this, please?
At the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County. His son, Paul Murdaugh, was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alex Murdaugh, took a 12-shade shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder.
Okay.
Buckshot.
This is Creighton Waters.
It was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. He could survive that, but after that, another shot went up under his head, did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a .300 blackout ammunition, but an AR-style rifle. And the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property, picked up that .300 blackout rifle and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen in the leg and down. There were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that, again, did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. As the show is called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They They were shot at range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pockets, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before the phone was silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels. The cell phones are doing otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Creighton Waters. I'm with the Attorney General's office, and I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before. With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Gow, John Metters, Don Zelinka, John Conrad, and Johnny James. A lot of lawyers. This is a big case. It's a very complicated case, and that's why there's so many people working on it. Sitting back in the row, we have David Owen, who's the lead investigator. We have Lieutenant Charles Gent, who's one of the agents, Special Agent Ryan Kelly, and Special Agent Peter Rudolphy. Some of the agents that are working on the case, as well as Investigator Isaac Toledo, who's working on the case as well. There's some of the witnesses that you'll hear from as we go through this case. The judge talked to you a little bit about
255 on that list.
And he gives you the law. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the legal concepts before I turn back to those facts. Just remember, though, he's the judge of the law. So you take what he says, but I'm going to explain to you some of the legal issues from my perspective before we talk a little bit more about the evidence in the case. And the first thing is right before you went to lunch, y'all all took an oath. Everybody in this courtroom who's got involvement in this case takes an oath. You know, attorneys take an oath to become an attorney, take another oath to become a prosecutor, judge takes another oath to become a judge, witnesses take oath on the stands, law enforcement take oaths to become law enforcement, but y'all took an oath as well. And the reason why is that y'all have the most important job in this courtroom. Every one of you raised your hand and said that you would well and truly try this case. And it's the most important job here because, like the judge said, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. Y'all are going to listen to what comes from that witness stand and judge those facts. But you also have to be mindful of that oath. That oath requires you to do that hard job, to make that decision, to call the strike when you see it. It's the same oath. It's just as important as any other oath. This might be the most important in this court. The judge mentioned reasonable doubt, and he's exactly right. It's the state's burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is a cornerstone of our country. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a burden we welcome. It's what we want. It's a system that has been well tested and true, and we take that burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to remind everyone that the emphasis is on reasonable. Okay, it's not any doubt, it is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is often defined, and again, listen to the judge how he defines it, but reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. And when you hear the evidence coming from this stand about this particular case, I submit to you, you won't hesitate to act. Again, remember the emphasis is on reasonable doubt. The judge mentioned the charges, and there are 4 of them. First indictment accuses Alex Murdaugh, to which he's pled not guilty, but it accuses him of murdering Maggie Murdaugh. The second indictment accuses him of murdering Paul Murdaugh. The third indictment accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, that being the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. And the last one accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, and that being the murder of Paul Murdaugh. And what does that mean? What is murder? Well, the judge again is going to instruct you. It is the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. And what is malice? Malice is a mental state. That's ultimately going to be for y'all to determine as to what was going through Alex Murdaugh's mind when he committed these crimes. What is malice? Malice has often been defined as the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just or excuse. Is the inflict an injury under circumstances of evil intent. And when you look at the circumstances of the crime, when you look at what led up to this crime, the evidence is going to show that there was malice aforethought. Aforethought, what does that mean? It means it has to exist at the moment you commit that crime. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be planned for any long period of time. It just has to exist a split second before the crime is committed. But when you see this crime and you hear all the circumstances, the evidence is going to show that forethought existed for a while. It existed for a while in the mind of Alex Murdaugh. You're also going to hear about circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And what's the difference between the two? Direct evidence is supposedly about the storm out here, from what I'm told. Direct evidence is if it's sunny outside and a witness goes outside and it's sunny and they come in here and they get on that witness stand, and because they saw it raining, they sit on the stand and said, I was just outside and I saw it rain. I saw it rain. That's direct evidence. They actually saw it rain. But to give you an example of what circumstantial evidence is if a witness goes into a room where all the curtains are drawn, and when they go into that room, it's sunny outside and everything's dry. And while they're in that, they hear wind blowing on the roof, and then they open up the door, and it's not raining, but everything is wet. There's puddles in the driveway. There's puddles in the street. There's puddles in the yard. And then they come in here and say, yeah, it was raining. Didn't actually see it raining, but those circumstances are beyond any reasonable doubt that it was actually raining. Now, I guess it's possible that somebody could have been standing outside their window and beating a drum to sound like thunder and blowing a fan to make it seem like it was the wind and somehow got enough water to cover the entire neighborhood. But that's not reasonable. Everybody understand that? That's not reasonable. Another thing, and this is crucial, what you're going to do in this particular case, is determine credibility or the believability of witnesses. So it'll be your job to look at the evidence, the exhibits in the case, but also the witnesses, and decide if it's truthful, if you believe it, if you can rely on it. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can believe one witness against many or many witnesses against one. You can believe all the witnesses' testimony or part of the witnesses' testimony. It's up to you. First, is a product of your deliberations. And what you're required to do there is just to rely on that good old-fashioned common sense. Does it all fit together? Is it corroborated? Does it fit with what you would expect? Does it fit with what you expect how real people would act? Does it seem real? Does something seem a little off? Does something seem a little off? You're going to see video statements of Alex Murdaugh. You're going to see body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives. And hear what he says. And hear what he says about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement. And you're going to hear how things progress about what he says. What he says he did that night. Watch his expressions. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's not saying. Use that common sense. Does this seem right? Or does something seem a little off? Something seem a little off. I mentioned that Maggie was killed with a .300 blackout rifle, an AR-style rifle that chambered in .300 blackout ammunition. And you're going to hear evidence that back in Christmas of 2016, Alex Murdaugh over there bought 2 .300 blackout AR-style rifles. And then not long after that, One of them went missing from Paul's truck. And time went by, and in April of 2018, Alex Murdaugh replaced that rifle and bought another one. 3 total blackout rifles that they had. One of them went missing years ago, and a replacement was bought. You're going to hear evidence that Paul and his friend were using that replacement gun. They were standing right outside the side door to the gunroom of the house, and they were sighting it in, firing down into a field. And the cases were ejecting. The cases are the empty shell from a bullet, and they were ejecting out into the flower bed right there. And then there's a range across the street, and they shot it there, and there's cases ejected there as well. And they were shooting that third replacement gun just weeks prior to the murders, prior to June 7th, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were murdered. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that the cases that were found in that flower bed and the cases that across the street at that range were ejected out of the same weapon that fired all the cases that were around Maggie's dead body, that killed her. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie Murdaugh. And you're going to hear evidence that of those 3 blackouts that Alex Murdaugh purchased, when law enforcement arrives at the scene on June 7th, 2021, he can only account for one of them. He can only account for one of them. And that replacement gun is nowhere to be found. You're also going to hear evidence that the type of ammunition, the exact brand, the exact model of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie, S&B, 300 blackout ammunition, and 147 grain bullets, that exact ammunition, boxes, empty boxes of that ammunition, is found all over the property. The very same brand and model of ammunition that was used to kill her is found at multiple locations throughout the property. And you're also going to hear evidence, the same thing about the shotgun shells that killed Paul. That federal double-aught buckshot unfired rounds were found on the property, as well as Winchester #2 turkey bullets, the 2 rounds in the shotgun that killed Paul. Family weapon, same ammunition on the property. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alex Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph. And about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in, and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs, and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alex at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone network. Alex's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who were calling, who were texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. If you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information where you were when you did that stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off the cell towers, the location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day, and not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting, how they were interacting. This is going to be crucial evidence for me to consider. You're going to hear that particularly Alec and Paul, but also Maggie, were prolific cell phone users, to the point where Paul's friends even had a nickname for him, about his cell phone usage. Before I more about that, there's 3 family properties I need to talk about. Okay. The first one, Moselle in Colleton County. It's called Moselle. It's off of Moselle Road, but everybody refers to it as Moselle. It's large. It's a lot of acres. There's a main house on it, and there's a driveway that goes to that main house. But it used to be an airstrip, and there's an airstrip that goes down, and then down the way, just less than a mile away, just a 3-minute walk, 4-minute walk, 45-second drive, is the kennels and the shed that used to be a hangar where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So the main house is just less than a third of a mile away. You can see the kennels from the main house. You can see the main house from the kennels. The family also had a house in Edisto at the beach. And the evidence is going to show that that is where Maggie preferred to stay, particularly in the summer months. She liked the beach. She was not a hunter. She didn't want to be in Moselle. She didn't want to be at the lodge where it was hot and buggy. She liked being in Edisto. And then you're also, I've already mentioned, the house in Alameda, which is where his parents' home. On June 7th, 2021, you're going to hear evidence that his father went into the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And in fact, he died a few days later. His mother was in late-stage Alzheimer's, and that house being cared for by a caretaker. You're going to hear from that.
Mr. Waters, yes, sir. Let me pause for a moment. We'll be at ease in just a moment.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, on that, since there's not enough time actually to play Dick Harpootlian's defense opening statement, we will actually play that during one of the breaks during the trial, because the trial is going to start in 15 minutes. And I don't think it's fair to him to break up his opening statement. But so let's talk a little bit about that one. I, for one, was quite surprised to hear some more evidence that we have not heard put out there. I thought the way everyone was talking about everything to do with the Murdaugh trial, that we knew pretty much everything that was coming forward. But what I'm learning is that they've been really tight-lipped about what they actually have for evidence, and that this trial is going to be quite surprising as things start to unfold. For one, that witnessed it, 255 people are on that point witnessed it. I doubt that they're gonna bring them all forward, but 255. The the AG in this case, our state prosecutor, Creighton Waters for South Carolina here, he's quite prepared. He really is. And I truly enjoyed that opening statement. For me, being from the North, it's kind of like a little glimpse into something of a more romantic style. Arlo had mentioned My Cousin Vinny, which is a movie about some so-called northerners like myself visiting the south and getting into a little bit of mess and having to be in court and dealing with the system and the accents and just the way things were done. It was quite funny, but it does, the players do kind of remind me of some, but even more than that, a very just a well-loved John Grisham book, even, you know just the way that Creighton Waters was presenting himself really did remind me of quite a few of the prosecutors in those books that I do. It was a great movie. Okay. Mm. It definitely was. And hello, Never Darling. Thank you for joining us. And to everyone in the chat, I know it's early, and I know we haven't done this in a long time. Some of you I remember seeing every day during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial every morning. And so you'll be familiar with how I like to do it. I don't like to talk too much while they're talking. I think it's important for you to see the process, you to catch all the words so we can really talk about it, what we saw and what we heard. Um, if there are questions in the chat, you'll see that I'm joining you the whole time. I don't leave. Even though I may be muted, I'm right here with you, so you can ask questions right in the chat and we can talk back and forth. But I do believe that the audio is important, especially later if you want to play it back and catch some of the wording, and things like that, you know. Robski, I'm afraid I can't hold to claim that fame that the S for Claire S. Bear is for soprano. No, 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 no. No, not at all. I might be from Jersey, but I'm not that famous. I'm not even that tough. But that was a wonderful series. I did enjoy it, and I wish there was something like it still, to enjoy. No. Hello, the Turtle Moves. Thank you for joining us, and we won't tell anybody that you're supposed to be with. Shh. Yeah, we won't tell anybody. We won't. So, hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning. So, nope, it's not even for Sicilian. Everyone knows I'm not Italian. Like, come on, look at my avatar, and my avatar, does tell some truth here. Yeah, I do wear glasses, although not sunglasses all the time. I am partial to turtlenecks in the winter months, and I do have red hair and brown eyes, and the color of the hair is pretty much close to that. I'm very pale, just like the picture. Okay, but it's not. I'm not Italian at all, or Sicilian at all. No, no. We can start that rumor though, Russ. Be a new place for them to say that my so-called accent is from. The one I don't think I have. I mean, it's my voice. But anyway, um, okay, I'm gonna switch up. I mean, we're going to go back over statements if you'd like. We will give the defense their opening statement marked during one of the breaks, probably the longer one. If the trial goes like many of the live trials, we'll have a morning break, and then we'll have a lunch break and an afternoon break before they close for the day. A lot of the times they will break up for sidebars, and we will talk during that, and we can make comments during that. But like I said, if you haven't been here before, there will be a lot of silence from me. It's not that I'm ignoring you, it's that I'm letting the actual audio trial go through. Okay. Um, are you able to hear me good? I'm getting a little bit of a muted kind of symbol here back and forth um, on my audio, the lights going in and out. I just want to make sure you guys are hearing me clear enough. Because if not, I will definitely switch mics. But if you could just let me know, because that's going to be important in between. Thank you, Robski. Thank you. Mm. Kyle, Scandinavian? I don't know. Does the love of turtlenecks, does that go like with Scandinavian? I don't know. Um, that one would be new. That would be new. Mm. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Okay. So if you do hear anything with the mic or anything going on with the feed, please just go right ahead and let me know in the chat. These things happen. Oh yeah, thank you, Verillion. Hmm. It's coming and going. Okay, my mic is in one stationary position, so I'm trying to figure like that out. I don't see anything covering it. Um, but who knows? These things if it keeps happening, please let me know. There's other mics that I can put on that will use that might make it the sound a little different, but at least more consistent for you. Okay. All right. So you guys are kind of tore up between back and forth, which if it's the mic or all right. I'm going to get ready with the feed here. We've only got a few more minutes. Do you guys were you surprised with some of the evidence that he was talking about? Like for me, I did not know that there was gunshot residue in the in the vehicle. I did not know that they found clothing with gunshot residue on it. Um, for me, that was surprising. Quite surprising, actually. And it was one of the reasons that I was like, whoa, I became quite interested in covering the trial. And I do have the feed up, and as soon as they are going to get ready, they are bringing the courtroom is filling up currently. If you have the live feed going, some of you watch many channels at the same time. But no, actually, it was both. He said it was a raincoat that he thought was like a tarpon, Virillion. He said it was all wound up. They thought it was a tarp at the time, but it turned out to be a raincoat of some type. I believe that's what he said. We could play that back later. That's the great thing about the audio is we can go back later and listen to that exactly. Okay, and they did talk about it being inside the vehicle. Mhm. And yes, yes, T. King, it was a shock to me also, but it explains why the attorney mentioned that him and his son or friend had been shooting and why they were bringing up a couple of things of that nature. But still, it's quite curious because, as you also heard about there being video, a clip that the son sent to a friend. Okay, that's been talked about a lot, and I want to hear more about that because, remember that the defense and Alex Murdaugh did file an alibi and said that they weren't there in the beginning, that they showed up later and found them that way. But how could he have been there just the hour before? He like kind of forgot to tell them he was there, and then perhaps he left to go with his ailing father, and then he came all the way back again. The alibi kind of the way it was written, it doesn't really take all of that into consideration, does it? Mm. And that is what struck me like right away. I'm not, I don't say guilty or not guilty. I want to see the whole thing played out. But like you, I became immediately curious as to the discrepancy right there, the glaring discrepancy that a phone definitely documents time in place that something is sent. So the timing just didn't fit the alibi at all. The time frame just didn't really. And why would you not remember that you were just there the hour before? You can't be in two places at once. And I agree, Never Darling, the defense did a really good job of muddying the water. He's trying to use that actual especially with the audio recording, he's playing that up as you see he was there and everything was fine because you could hear that they're joking about the dog running around with the chicken in its mouth and that they're correcting the mom from what the statements have said in it that she said it was a guinea hen, and they both went out of their way, both Paul and Alex, to correct her that it was a chicken. Okay. And there was some like the statement was that the voices, which I hope we do hear in the playing of evidence. Well, it's another thing with the trial is that they've already put out a statement that's filed that says that the viewing of some evidence is not going to be open for everyone in the courtroom or the media. Okay, in some nature, that they're going to be keeping things, close to that um, courtroom for the jury, period. And they're not going to want a lot of interference and a lot of shading of it out here, so to speak. you know but they have said, those that have seen the video have remarked, and it is out there and being reported, that it does sound not necessarily like a jovial family, just getting around, but that it does identify all three parties as being there, and, about the dog and the with the chicken, in that it was disruptive. But it does seem like perhaps there's, eh, it's not as happy-go-lucky as the defense is portraying, but then again, there is no clear argument or discourse going on either. Okay, so it's kind of neutral, in a way. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Let me mute that. We don't want that going on back and forth, back and forth. That would be the announcements from everyone going live right now in regards to the trial. They are still sitting, everyone. There is some, if you're watching any of the other feeds, I don't have it up yet because it's really just going over the conversations that everyone is having with each other back and forth. There's still, the jury's not in, neither is the judge. Once they start actually with the proceedings, then I start streaming. Um, Anything else, maybe advertisements from the live feeds from other channels and things like that. And I'd rather not miss with any of that if you don't mind. But I am keeping a close eye on it down below. So don't worry, we won't miss anything. But there's been quite a lot of feeds going on. Um, there's been a lot of breakup during the channels. I mean, just to give you like over the next minute, the jury selection went on for 2 days. There were 700 summonses that went out to sit those 12 jurors and 8 alternates. They do have 8 alternates. It is expected to be a longer trial, and I did want to let you know that also Buster Murdaugh is attending the trial. He did show up yesterday. It is the first time he's been to any of the motions or anything that they made a lot of talk about. Buster has not spoke often about this trial. He did speak once last year and say that his silence should not be interpreted as support. That's all he's really said in regards to it. That doesn't mean he supports or doesn't support. He just doesn't want anyone talking about it, right? But I think he's in a unique position of pressure, having his father on trial for the murder of his brother and his mother. Um, yes, yes, thank you, Kim, for the reminder. The jury of 12 is composed of 8 women and 4 men. Okay. Um, yeah. And it was quite the questions. And one of the most remarkable parts in the beginning of this jury selection was one of the first questions. Um, I did not see where he sat on the first day. I couldn't locate him, but I did just see him walk into the room now. I did just see him walk in. But Buster, you mean Buster, yes, T King. But perhaps we will see him on film today, and we will see. Mhm. I haven't heard the age breakdown either yet, always, but I will be looking for it. Um, later, and we'll be able to talk about that later. But during that jury selection, the one thing that many people had DM'd me about was when the judge says, if anyone who hasn't who has anyone heard about this case, and the whole room stood up, like you could audibly hear everyone rising, you know, in answer to that. So actually knowing about anything about this trial didn't actually get them eliminated at the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a jury pool. But I thought that was of note because that is how far this has all been going, you know. Okay. I need one moment. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, it appears that they are either bringing in the jury or having a sidebar. The audio loop that I have does not have sound going right now. Does have a picture of the emblem up, so we're just waiting. We're still just waiting. But also I see Robsky, yes, a difficult situation for Buster Murdaugh, and for many people in the town. Think of all of the people who are associated with this family and how integrated this whole family was in the history of this area. Um, you know, just think of how it affects everyone. They either know the sons worked with the mother, either in some faction, some group, or some hobbies and activities. Just knowing the families. Yeah, that must have been something. Always is saying, let me just put that comment up. She says, I did see in a Twitter thread last evening that one person who asked, who is Murdaugh already? I bet you that was a popular person. Everybody probably just turned around and looked at them, right? It's you know what? It's hard to say never, darling. I kind of feel for Buster at this time. Just think of the pressure this young man is under. Because let's not forget that Alex Murdaugh, besides this indictment for 2 murders and for actually the possession of the weapons that were used in these crimes, I mean, he's got full charges on him here. Besides those, he's got like 99 other ones in 18 other indictments, all for financial offenses and lawyer misconduct. Um, his his inheritance, his way of life, his security with the future, all of this has changed for Buster Murdaugh. He also just did go through a settlement with the boating incident in the unfortunate death of Mallory Beach because of the accident that occurred on a Murdaugh family owned boat with both brothers there. The younger brother, Paul, being the driver, all of the members of the boat ride, all of the friends being quite intoxicated, many underage. Um, that case has just settled for everyone except for the convenience store that sold the alcohol and Alex Murdaugh. Okay, the they have settled with the estate of Maggie Murdaugh and Buster Murdaugh. They have decided not to prosecute or further put any more grief onto him, was the statement from the family that he's going through enough, and the settlement uh, would release him from anything else. But the rest of the civil case is going forward, and it stays as an indictment against Alex Murdaugh. Um, and the chain that owns the convenience store, where it is said that Paul Murdaugh, the younger son, uh the deceased, actually purchased the alcohol involved in this boating accident. For they are using his older brother's ID. um, both of them being freckled and redheaded and similar in statute, one taller than the other, one a little heavier than the other, but similar enough that I guess the ID did work. But still, regardless of whether you believe the ID or not, if it was false or not his, it still is that they sold an alcoholic beverage to a minor. So uh, there is some obligation there. Mm. Arlo says that Murdaugh's old partner Riggs could not believe this. He thought Murdaugh was too old for this. you know, if you'll remember some of the other shenanigans that go on, I thought he would be too old to pay someone to shoot him in the head too, to try to get away and get the heat off of him for some financial crimes. But hey, that happened, and that came up in other trials. He did have an addiction problem that he went to rehab for. Um, when it comes to this family, I don't think I'd be speaking out of turn when I say he might just be the black sheep. I mean, this kind of stuff just doesn't happen. Like, there's a lot going on with Alex Murdaugh. I mean, not just this murder trial. This is the big one, yes, but oh, there's so much. I mean, we're going to be hearing about him for a long, long time. I mean, there's 99 other charges. Yes, yes, Never Darling. They have sold the property. They have, and as part of the settlement. Everything that happens with the Murdaugh property, anything that Alex Murdaugh owns, any part of it all, is going to become part of settlements for many of the cases that are out there in regards to the financial harm that he caused while he was a lawyer with his partnership, which he's an ex-lawyer now. He's been debarred. He's been disbarred. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to check the audio again. Okay. I'm going to bring it up because the judge is sitting. Okay.
Good morning. An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson, who I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of my court order prohibiting the disclosure of the identity of jurors. Did not respond to the email, and I'll make the email part of the record in the case. If counsel can look at it if you like.
You will hear the sound from the court itself go in and out because yesterday they did discuss the placement of that main microphone on his desk that points there, that whenever they're in conference like this, there's a button that gets pushed that they're muting. So we don't pick up the actual private conversations of the attorneys with their client or amongst each other. That's not to be part of the permanent record. That was part of the discussion at the end of the day yesterday, just to clarify. It is not actually anything wrong with the feed. It is being done purposely. You will see them in conference, but we are not allowed to hear what they're saying. Rightly so. That's part of the process. Yes, Brilliant. He's already getting emails. Can you imagine? But I hope they're not from Alex. Okay, look, the Alex. Alex is dressed today. He's not as casually dressed as he was yesterday. He's wearing the white suit. Alex often arrives in the big black vehicle from the prison. Remember, he is still remanded into custody, and he often walks in with a jacket over his handcuffs. Once he arrives, he is allowed to sit in the courtroom without his handcuffs on, as to not prejudice the jury unfairly against him. He also does not have to walk in shackles. That has all been negotiated.
The court's exhibit number 2. No, I don't need it. You can keep it. Any comment by the state or the defense?
No, Your Honor, none from Mr. Murdaugh.
None from the state, Your Honor.
No. Anything before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the video he is about to show has, I believe, and I believe he agrees, images which are under the order signed by you. And so as they're being proposed to be shown, if I have something or he has something, we're going to, obviously under that order, we have to disclose that to you. And if you approve the showing, we've got some logistical issues. If you give me just a minute, these monitors are, that one is not working, but this monitor is viewable from the audience, and we'd like to cover it up with some MacGyver-like device that's been developed by Mr. Waters, where you tape paper, we can flip back and forth. So if somebody has some tape, I'd like to do that before we begin so that nothing's shown back there. If I can inadvertently. And you got paper too? I'm sorry. That's a MacGyver thing. Is that a compliment?
Okay, so as you can see, as they're going over, they were talking yesterday about starting with this video, and there was some problems with the equipment, so that's why they adjourned a little bit earlier. They did not have enough time to play it all. The first motion put forward by the defense was that the prosecution should not be allowed to play said video in pieces or just to extrapolate. The defense is insisting that it be played from start to finish all the way through, as to not prejudice or to lean it one way or the other. So they have the jury gets all of the information. But now what they're saying is based on what the judge has put forward previously in regards to anything in regards to identifying third parties and the visuals in regards to this, that if anyone has a motion or anything to say about it, they have to bring it forth ahead of time. It sounds like the defense is saying that's not going to be possible, that they have to do it like during, and it's going to be, they have to decide amongst themselves what's going to happen so they can tell the judge first.
You may bring the jury.
We all know that once the jury comes in, they're not going to let us see the jury, and rightly so. They should be allowed to keep what anonymity they can so that they are not approached in any way and that they don't get any interference in regards to how they feel about everything. Often you'll find they go up to the clock when all of this is happening, okay, or when there's a sidebar. So we will see a lot of that. Okay. I will let you know that my particular feed is coming from a local area news organization. I'm trying to support the locals there that are actually participating in this process and doing the best they can to get all the information out. There is a small organization there by the name of Fitz News. They have a YouTube channel. They also have a blog. Okay, that all of their reporters are doing pieces on it. They're doing some extensive coverage, and you should check them out. Fitz News is where I've been looking for some of the insider local information. They're there in the area. They have ties in the area. Okay, and so some of the information they get is right there from the prosecution and the defense. But what I did admire the most about them, and this is important for me, that you will all understand this about me, I talk about it often, is that they are very respectful of the process. There was conversation that they had full access to the video that was on Paul's phone, in that some of the news media had seen some of that, but were requested not to show it or to speak in too great a detail about it. And they honored that. They were given permission to show one snapshot in order to do their article, and they did, but they respected the process as to not taint everything out here and to let everything be heard first through and presented to the jury first, as it should be. It's okay to share the information afterwards, but it should go to the jury first, untainted. That's how the process is set up to be, so that it's fair. And I kind of agree. And I give him great respect for that. That is why that is one of the only news organizations I'll be mentioning in regards to this trial, at least right now. They were the only one to do that so far, in my eyes. When we can't hear audio from the trial itself,
Good morning.
Oh,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for day number, I guess, day number 4 of this session of court. Day number 2. As I instructed you prior to dispensing yesterday with the opening statements. You're not to um, listen, watch, or read any news accounts of this case or discuss it with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Has that occurred as to any jurors? All right, very good. It's very important that you keep that, follow that instruction. I know that many of you are not accustomed to sitting for long periods of time and things like this. But if at any time you need a break, notify the bailiff, who will bring it to my attention, or raise your hand so that I could see, and we'll take a break at any time any juror would need a break, or any court participant for that matter. We're ready to...
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would call Sgt Daniel Greene.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Adjust that microphone so that it fits you comfortably. And if you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Daniel Greene. My last name Greene.
Sergeant Greene, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right.
I work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And your rank is sergeant, obviously. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us just a little bit about yourself. Just give us just a little bit of your background that led you to your career in law enforcement, if you would, please.
Sure. I went to school here, grew up here, went to college at Charleston Southern University. I got a degree in social studies education, taught for a little while, and then got into law enforcement. Just kind of fell into it and liked it. And I've been here since 2014.
You started with the Sheriff's Department in 2014?
That's correct.
All right. And what was your first job that you did, or how does your career progress?
I started at the jail. I worked there for just over a year, and then I was moved to the road patrol. I was on road patrol for several years, moved up the ranks to sergeant, where I was a road patrol supervisor, and now I'm a detective.
Okay. When did you become detective?
Earlier last year. It would have been June of last year.
Back in June of 2021, what was your job at that particular time with the Sheriff's Department?
In June of 2021, I was a road patrol sergeant supervisor.
All right, and explain how that works. What's your exact role as a sergeant and a road patrol supervisor?
So for the most part, I'm assigned a team consisting of 3 to 4 deputies, just depends, that include a corporal as well as several other deputies. My job primarily is to supervise them in their in a 12-hour shift. We answer calls for service. Sometimes I'll go with other deputies to calls that require more than one officer to be present. But the majority of my job is supervising what they do.
And during June of 2021, were you working day shift or night shift, or how did that work?
I was on night shift at that point.
And what are the hours of the night shift?
So we swap every 2 months. So 2 months you'll be on days, 2 months you'll be on nights. For those hours, it's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. And let me take you to the evening of June 7th, 2021. Were you working that particular evening?
I was.
And what shift were you working that day?
We were on night shift,
So what hours would that be?
working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So you went on duty at 6 p.m. Is that
I did.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you're the sergeant. What was do you have a squad that you're supervising that are out during that shift? Explain that to the jury, if you would, please.
So that shift consisted of myself being the sergeant. I had a corporal and 2 deputies working as well. And at that point, I had a lieutenant who was my immediate supervisor. He was working.
Can you tell me who?
Sure. So my corporal was Corporal Janicki, and the 2 deputies working with me were Deputy William Pruitt and Deputy Chad McDowell.
Lieutenant was who?
Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
Did you, on the evening of June 7th, 2021, get a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
You remember approximately what time that was?
later in the evening, several hours into my shift.
And did you ultimately respond to that location?
I did.
What was reported to you that led to the call for service from the dispatch?
That there was a caller who stated he had found his wife and son shot.
And so tell me what happens then. You get that report. What do you do?
So I get that call for service. Obviously, we immediately respond. In situations like that, we would respond with lights and sirens to get there as quickly as possible.
You're driving fast to get there?
Yes.
The lights are on?
Lights were on, siren was on. I think it still took me close to 20 minutes to actually get to the scene from where I was. But
You have to ask dispatch to clarify the address?
I did, once I got out there. It's a very dark area, very rural area on Moselle Road. There were not a whole lot of residences in the area, and I did need clarification once I got out there to confirm the address. Then I located the address on a mailbox across the street from a driveway.
So you saw the mailbox in the driveway you entered, is that correct?
That's correct.
The driveway that you entered that had this mailbox, where did it ultimately lead? What structures were there as you pulled up to the scene?
As I pulled down the long driveway, when I got to the end of it, there was a dog kennel area on the left as well as a shed area on the right.
And that was the driveway with the mailbox, correct?
That was,
Is this location where the scene was, is it in Colleton County?
it is.
Tell me just a little bit before we get into more specifics. What was the, you said it was dark. What was the weather like? What was the conditions of the scene or the weather in the scene like?
So quite normal for June around here. It's rather hot. It had been raining a little bit off and on that evening. It was not raining at the time that I actually responded to the scene.
Were you the first law enforcement officer or first responder on the scene?
I was.
Were there others, other first responders following close behind?
The additional first responder that was directly behind me worked for Colleton County Fire Rescue. He pulled in almost the same time I did.
When you would arrive at the scene, before we talk about what you actually experienced at this scene, what is your main job at a scene like this? What are you there to do as a first responder, the first officer on the scene?
Yeah, so a major crime scene like that, my job is to get there, secure the scene, and what I mean by secure the scene is ensure individuals there that would potentially cause harm to additional hunters coming there or any witnesses or victims that are already on scene, preserve any evidence that might be there, and then wait for investigators to arrive as I gather information from anybody else that is already on scene.
Okay. So you're gather basic information, but your job's not to investigate it in great detail.
That's correct.
Okay. As you arrived at this scene, again, what had been reported to you by dispatch?
That a male caller had called and said he found his wife and son shot.
And from that report to you, about how long did it take you to ultimately make it onto the scene?
It was roughly about 20 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, when you said one of the things that you do is secure the scene, were you at all concerned about any perpetrators still being there at that point in time?
When I arrived, not necessarily, just because he had already been there for quite a while. Whenever he called, it seemed the way the call came in that he discovered them like that and that there was nobody else than him and the wife and son.
So you're the first officer on scene, but you're not thinking the perpetrators are still there.
It's something you have to keep in the back of your mind, but not necessarily at the forefront.
Okay. All right. You didn't come in hot with guns drawn or anything like that?
No.
When you arrived at the scene and you walked and got out of your car, what did you see?
So as soon as I got out of my vehicle, I was walking down the rest of the driveway, which went between the dog kennel and the shed. As I could see Mr. Murdaugh down at the end of the driveway. As I approached toward him, I could see the male victim laying on the ground to my left, as well as the female victim on the ground to my right. The male victim was close to a small shed in the dog kennel on the left. There was a large deal of blood that had pooled around his body. Same thing for the female victim on the right. Also a large amount of blood around her body.
As you approached and at first saw the male victim and the female victim, what was your assessment? Was there any possible signs of life from your?
My initial assessment was that there was not. There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them, as well as brain matter.
Did you ultimately have a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh when you were out there?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today, the person that you talked to?
I do.
And can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. He's right there wearing a dark blue or black jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
When you ultimately approached Mr. Murdaugh, what's the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was ensure that he did not have any weapons on him. That's standard procedure for arriving on a scene. Like any kind of weapons that are anywhere on the scene, I want to be aware of just so I can know whether they're there or not, and if they are there, who has access to them at any point. And that's my safety, the responding officers, and for anyone else that's on scene.
Did Mr. Murdaugh give you any possible explanation for this when you approached him?
His immediate reaction was to start telling me about an incident that had happened with his son with a boating accident.
With the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Had you asked him anything about that?
I did not.
You ultimately, were you wearing a body worn camera that particular
I
day?
was.
You ultimately had a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh for a fairly extended period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever see any tears in your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh?
He did not appear to be crying. He was upset, but I did not see any visible tears.
Did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that he had any sort of firearm?
He did. He stated that he had left from that scene, went to the residence, grabbed a shotgun from that residence, and then brought it back because he felt like he needed to have it just in case something else were to happen.
He told you he had gone back to the residence after finding the victims to get that gun.
He did.
What if anything, did you do once he told you that he had gotten the gun?
First, he pointed out where the gun was. It was leaning against the vehicle that he was driving at the time. I could see that it was a camouflage shotgun. I spoke with him for a few more minutes, and just based off of how nervous he was acting and anxious and upset, I decided it was in everyone's best interest to get that shotgun and secure it in my vehicle so that no one else had access to it.
So you put that shotgun in your vehicle, is that correct?
I did.
What did you ultimately do with that shotgun? Did you later turn it over to additional enforcement?
Yes, after it was secured in my vehicle, once SLED are on scene to do their further investigation, it was then turned over to SLED.
Bear with me 1 second.
It's admitted without objection.
May I ask that we have the Elmo working, please? Judge, do you want to see it first? I believe it's submitted without objection. It's not a graphic image. Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put what's been marked as. I'm going to put what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3 up on the screen and see if I can get it the right way. All right. You can't see it. Can you see that? You probably can't.
I can.
You can? All right. And do you recognize the what's in that particular image?
I do.
All right. And tell me what that is, please.
That's the shotgun that I secured in my vehicle on the scene.
Okay. See,
Proceed, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
It's difficult to decide whether I should weigh in. Like, I think he's going to speak at any moment. But, yep.
Sergeant Greene, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification at this time. And see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir. That would be the shotgun that I secured.
All right. Your Honor, this time we would move Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Objection. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted.
May I have Sergeant Greene show this firearm to the jury?
Yes.
I'll be sure not to point at anybody, of course. You know what gauge that firearm is?
Lethal 12 gauge.
Thank All right, Sergeant Greene, document before we move on to some other matters. All right, Your Honor, I believe I'd move to admit that State's Exhibit 2 without objection.
And no objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show this exhibit to you real quick and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir. That would be the chain of custody for the shotgun.
All right, is there a signature on that document?
It is.
All right, and what does this chain document reflect? Can you just generally explain what this means to the jury, please?
That I originally took possession of that weapon and then turned it over to SLED investigators.
May I publish this exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
So up here it lists that there was a Vanelli Super Black Eagle. Did you unload this particular shotgun?
I did not.
Okay. But you ultimately turned the shotgun in its loaded state over to the agent listed here, is that
I
correct?
did. I did.
Did you alter or change the weapon in any way between the time you took it and the time you took it over to SLED?
No, I didn't manipulate it in any way.
Sergeant Greene, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification at this time as State's Exhibit number 1, see if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what this is on this desk right here?
That would be the body camera footage from that incident.
From your arrival at Moselle Road and through the investigation until at some point you turned it off after it no longer needed to be on, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'll move to admit State's Exhibit number 1.
That clarification, that is this officer's body cam, which is a camera that's mounted on his body. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's mounted on. Yeah.
So admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to the jury. I'll need the. Your Honor, I would point out that there are graphic images on this, so everybody needs to cover up their monitors, please.
Parties to control what is presented and published in accordance with the court's order. The parties to police that yourselves.
We
We intend on covering the screen up when he gets to the graphic images and then uncovering it.
Well, they come pretty quickly, as you.
I remember. So Mr. Griffin's ready.
To the hospital.
Yeah, stay in town. I'm heading out there.
Advise a female shot in the head. The son is shot also. Not breathing. Stand by further.
717 around Moselle.
Sergeant Greene, this is your body cam video, is that correct?
That's correct.
The first 15 minutes or so of this video are you running code, running at full speed or at least reasonable speed to get to this scene as fast as you can, is that correct?
Yes, sir. My lights and siren were activated so I can get there quickly.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to fast forward it until he arrives, I believe without objection from the defense.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Central on Bay 1 is going to be stationed at Moselle on Cross Swamp.
Okay, buddy.
Central Battalion 1 to here, waiting team.
Past the driveway that I was supposed to have turned down. Like I said, everything's kind of dark out there. It wasn't clearly indicated, so.
Central, that was 4147 or 57?
4147. Should be a vehicle in the driveway with the flashes on. That's going to be the caller.
Copy, I'm going on scene. It's got a long driveway, but the mailbox out front is labeled. It's not at the end of the driveway. He might be by the house.
The correct number for 4147 Moselle?
It is.
And is that the incident location where you discovered the victims?
That's correct.
Copy.
I'm getting out. Let's call her now.
Copy. Colleton, going. Sheriff attached.
Right there to the left of the screen, what did you see right there?
To the left was Paul's body. He was laying face down on the ground, large pool of blood around him, as well as a great deal of water that was immediately around his body.
That water, was it just around, was it down the entire kennel concrete pad, or was it mostly just?
No, you could see walking down the kennel as I got out. The closer I got to Paul's body, the more water there was.
Had it been raining enough at this point in time to wet the entire, to cause that amount of water?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Objection overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I don't recall if it had been raining a whole lot that evening, but given where the water was, it did not appear that rain had caused that water.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an objection. If I sustain the objection, you are to then disregard the question and any responses. If I overrule the objection, then you may consider the responses and the question is deemed appropriate. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit, apparently too far, so I'm just gonna roll from here.
Central 717 scene is secure. Have a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike.
What are we seeing to the right of this image?
So on the right would be Maggie's body, also laying face down on the ground. A large pool of blood around her head.
And we see an individual standing. Who is that?
The individual standing in the background would be Mr. Murdaugh.
The person you previously identified in this courtroom?
That's correct.
Both gunshot wounds to the head.
And just to be clear, this location that you're standing right now is in Colleton County. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
As you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it
Okay,
down here.
it's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir, it's leaning up against the side of my car.
You're fine, man, you're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay, yes, sir, I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son? Okay.
I noticed you shined your flashlight just a few seconds ago on the black vehicle. Just then.
You could see the shotgun leaning up against the side of that vehicle.
Were the flashers on the vehicle right there in the image?
I believe so,
recall?
yes.
It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Sir, yes, sir. I went get, this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did,
Was that when you previously testified that he mentioned the boat case or the boat wreck?
That's correct. Prior to me asking him anything about it, he did mention it.
did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left, I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are, that's what they're gonna do, okay?
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are, yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here on the battalion chiefs, okay?
Right before that discussion, did Mr. Murdaugh offer to go on his phone and check?
He
What
did.
time?
He did. He wanted to verify exactly the timing of his arrival.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call
Okay,
and then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one? Is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
So you're putting something on your hands. What are you doing right there?
Those are just gloves put on my hand to limit the contamination of any evidence.
You put those on before you handle the fire. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
Copy.
What are you doing right now?
At this point, I'm walking back to my vehicle to secure that shotgun inside my vehicle.
We can actually see you holding it to the left of the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's me holding the barrel of that shotgun.
Explain to us real quick a body worn camera. Where is that located and where are these images coming from?
I would have put it, I generally put it right here on my chest, dead center in my chest.
And how is it activated? How is it turned off? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit? as well?
So most of these cameras are activated in the patrol vehicles that deputies on patrol have. They're activated whenever you activate your blue lights. So as soon as I turn my blue lights on, it activates my dash camera as well as my body worn camera.
And then how do you ultimately turn it off?
It's got a button on the front of it that you can press. If it did not originally activate it, you would press that button to turn it on, to start the recording. And then whenever you're done recording, you press that same button to stop the recording.
In this particular instance, how did it get activated? Was it when you turned on your blue lights to run code to the scene?
That's correct. It was activated with my blue lights.
And I've just run code. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Running code is just whenever you turn your lights on as well as your siren to get wherever you need to get fast.
When you're moving quickly to respond to an emergency situation.
That's correct.
653 on Snowden. Go ahead, sir. That's why I've already spoken with Captain DOD.
Right there, you laid the shotgun inside your vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct. I laid it in front of the passenger seat in the front.
Did it remain there until it was turned over to SLED?
It did.
Go ahead, sir.
To the left of the screen, again, that's where the ball was, is that correct?
That's correct. That's Paul laying on the ground.
And is that where you saw the water that you
It is.
described earlier?
It is.
Well, I've already spoken with Captain DOD. Got crime scene contact with them. He's also got give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that. No, they been out.
They are dead, aren't
I
they?
just turned all those up.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy. I can call her Jan. Where are you now?
What is Mr. Murdaugh doing at this particular time?
He's on the phone pacing around talking to someone. I'm not sure who he was talking to at that point.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
Did you ever see him approach the bodies?
I did not see him approach them. No.
Did you observe any visible blood on him?
There was no blood on him that I could see.
The bodies, as you saw them, was there a lot of blood around them, given the injuries they had suffered?
Yes, there was a pool of blood around each of the bodies that extended out from the body.
All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now.
Affirmative.
That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody go to check him.
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check him.
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
You observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm very sorry. Call her. Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name's Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
Pause it right there. What did the defendant just say? Let me back it up.
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What did the defendant say right there?
So while I'm in the process of gathering information about the two victims from Mr. Murdaugh, somebody walks by behind me and he pauses what he's telling me to say, "Hey, how you doing?"
How you doing?
Yeah.
And who was that he said that to?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe it was a fire rescue individual.
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
Jason, do you have anybody
4.
coming through town that could stop and pick up that tent? I see lights off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
Actually, tried to be Delta 8 because he's gonna be the only one that's got access.
What's Paul's
to where it is
birthday?
right now.
Copy.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir,
He was born in 99?
he was born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Let me ask you this. In your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh, was he able to understand your questions and respond appropriately to what you were asking?
Yes.
Was he catatonic in any way?
No, he was able to answer all the questions that I asked.
Panicking in any way?
He seemed upset, but I wouldn't say panicky.
Did you notice any labored breathing or anything like that from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah, he was breathing heavily. Never once did he complain about not being able to breathe. I mean, there were fire rescue guys out there. He didn't ask for any kind of medical attention or anything like that due to not being able to breathe.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
You familiar with the location?
No.
Sure.
Hey, Cody,
It's what I'm thinking.
come around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then,
There's a set of prints also behind the trailer there.
yes.
I don't know if it's from
What's that?
ours or not. There's a set of footprints behind the trailer there too.
Who's that individual right there?
I'm not sure of his name. I just know that he works for Colleton County Fire Rescue. Colleton County Fire Rescue.
That's all the kind of stuff I said. I just showed you, so we can step over and let him.
In the back of the screen, it looks like somebody's doing something with some yellow tape. Can you explain what that is to the jury, please?
That's correct. That's Deputy Pruitt, one of the deputies that I supervise. Instructed him to put up crime scene tape to include that vehicle. We put up crime scene tape to try to keep people out of the immediate crime scene area, preserve any possible evidence that's there.
At this point in time, had you noticed any evidence of firearms such as casings or spent shells or anything like that?
Yeah, as I was walking through, you can't necessarily see it on my body camera, but as I was walking through, I could see shell casings, particularly around Maggie's body.
All right. And a shell casing, would they be for like a rifle round or a pistol round?
They
or-
appear to be rifle rounds.
And could you tell just from walking by what type of ammunition at that point in time?
I couldn't tell what type. I could tell that they appear to be rifle, and that's about it.
And again, you weren't stopping to collect those. You were managing the scene as you described before.
That's
So-
correct.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first, whether or not we're gonna handle that part or not.
What are you shining your light on right there?
So there in the background behind where Mr. Murdaugh is standing, you can see several sets of tire tracks. The grass was really wet that night, so those tracks appeared to be really fresh. So it caught my eye.
All right. And why did it catch your eye?
It just seemed odd that it appeared to be that many sets of tire tracks since he pulled up, went to the house and came back. It just appeared that there were more than just that.
It appeared that there were more tracks than just that.
That's correct.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
The rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Well, that's right.
Hey, stay. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
No, if I try to get to the door, we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks anymore.
We'll go back around the other way we just came.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. You have names, anything for them? Yes. Okay, get that a little bit. Then.
Okay.
Whose vehicle are you approaching right now?
That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh said that he had approached that scene in.
Was that a black Suburban to your recollection?
It is.
What unit's 23 on those I was 7 unit on scene. Are you behind the house?
There's several of us out here. There's
Right there, that would be Maggie's body right in front of that shed. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's covered up by a sheet at this point.
a long dirt driveway right next to the mailbox that says 4147, and you'll see all our lights down here at this shed thing.
You didn't come through Brick Hollow.
Negative.
Delta 89 on duty, going out to Moselle.
Who's that standing way off in the distance there?
That would be Mr. Murdaugh.
Where did he spend the majority of his time while you were there after your initial interaction with him?
From this point on, his general time was spent in that area he's currently standing.
Pretty far away from the scene?
That's correct.
Delta 653. Temple City.
What was occurring right there? With the
So what
other
was
deputy?
occurring right there?
Yeah.
So both of those deputies, or Deputy Pruitt would be on the left and Deputy McDowell would be on the right. Deputy McDowell was taking small pieces of crime scene tape and just setting them by shell casings, I believe. As road patrol officers, we don't generally have those little placards that you'll a lot of times see in crime scene photos. But to prevent somebody from accidentally stepping on them due to it being so dark out there, we tend to take something small like a piece of paper, a piece of crime scene tape, set it next to it just to indicate it a little bit better.
Again, part of the job of a first responder to sort of protect the scene until the crime scene investigators get there.
That's correct.
Both these individuals, were you supervising them that night?
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Looking at this perspective right here, to the left of the screen is whose body?
To the left right there in the forefront would be Maggie, and in the further back, you can also see where Paul is laying.
Okay. Was Paul next to or in the kennel area?
Yes.
I think his brother. He said he was calling somebody. He said he was calling somebody. Yeah, sure he was. There's a couple of shell casings right there.
Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple of them where in the ground it might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until he told me. Last evening.
Did you know this family prior to this?
I did not.
I don't think it's gonna be anything.
said for Evo to do? Yes. Hey,
Who was Evo?
Evo would be Deputy McDowell's K9.
hey, watch your step. Huh? Okay.
Who is that approaching right now?
That would be my immediate supervisor at the time, Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her, father of him. That is Paul Murdaugh. That's his mother. Paul Murdaugh was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, if you remember.
Yeah.
Just then, were you describing the boat wreck?
Yes, it had been in local news previously, so.
And it was your understanding that Paul was involved in that?
In some way, I had no idea about the actual details of the case to know what his involvement was, honestly.
Most likely. He did have a firearm whenever I pulled up. It's a shotgun. It's been secured in my vehicle.
When you get a chance, can you give dispatch a phone call?
You will have to give me just a few minutes, but yes, I will.
That dispatch call, was that related to the case in any way?
I don't believe it was. I don't remember what that phone call ended up being about. As a supervisor, if a lot of us are tied up at one time, they will tend to give me that a certain call is pending or something else is going on. Just to help keep the radio traffic free, they'll call me on my cell phone instead.
Did your entire squad respond to this particular call, or did somebody
There was one deputy that remained in service.
did not respond here, but remained on the road?
Correct.
653.
Who can start a log? Who's the most expendable that can start a log? Let's put it that way.
This is, can you start a crime scene log, please?
A log started. Sled's on the way. Let's push. Can we run the tape
2007, ready for
there to there?
Yeah.
Yes.
From that last pole right
Start
there
a log.
to that last
Get a
pole?
piece of paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper?
Who's that individual right there in the center of the screen?
To the right. Detective to the right.
Yes.
That would be Deputy Pruitt.
And what did you just ask him to do?
Start a crime scene log.
And tell the jury what that is.
Sure. So a crime scene log is established as soon as additional people start to arrive on scene. We document exactly who comes into the actual crime scene, as well as the exact time that they come into the crime scene.
Here, borrow that.
We can push it from that pole to that pole.
Yep. Sure. I do see some.
We must keep watching Alex Murdaugh as the prosecution asked us to do. It is important to see his reaction.
So I'm securing it to the corner of that part of the shed to run it along to a shed on the opposite side of that area. We just expanded the crime scene out a little bit further.
To protect a larger area?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to speak more directly into the mic, or can you increase the volume, Madam Clerk, of that mic? Just a little.
This one's working?
I'm speaking with the witness.
Oh, sorry.
Increase his volume or? Thank you. First,
Yes, sir. I usually don't have a problem being too quiet, but speak up for us if you would, please. All right, so you're securing the crime scene tape. Let's proceed.
I'll just hold the light for you. Go away to that there. Yeah, I think we got it.
Three all the responding units to Moselle Road stopped at the road. No one else come down the dirt road. Stop at the road. I'll be doing that 66 on 95. Copy.
What's the other way up here?
From back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
Okay. Must-
You referring to the Whiskey Mike, last one with a key? Affirmative.
We've heard on this video the term Whiskey Mike. Can you tell me what that term refers to?
Yeah, when we say whiskey Mike, we're referring to a white male. A whiskey fox or a whiskey foxtrot would be a white female.
And in the context of this particular scene, who's the Whiskey Mike and who's the Whiskey Fox or Whiskey Foxtrot?
As I was approaching, you could hear me say to dispatch to my radio that there was a whiskey Mike, the whiskey Mike referring to Paul, whiskey fox referring to Maggie.
Do we have anything else? Negative. Copy.
To the very right of the screen, well, strike that. I'll wait.
Correct.
Like I was trying to say, I have a notepad, it's just I'm
Yes.
using the back side of all the paper, so all the front side of the paper has names and information on it.
Well, you can borrow mine for a minute. It's perfectly fine, Cody.
Wait a minute. I just didn't want you to be like, "We're doing lots of fucking paper. I have paper for calls."
Do you not have any crime scene log sheets? Hey, it's 717. I was asked to give you guys a call.
Have it in the-
Hi. Okay. Okay. I will inquire and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I do realize it's difficult to break up, but
Okay.
Yeah. That's all right, I'm gonna grab.
Here, do you recognize those individuals?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are?
On the far left would be Detective Tyndall. In the forefront toward the center would be Captain Chapman. And on the other side of him, in the lighter colored shirt with the black vest, was Barry McRoy, worked for Fire Rescue.
Okay. Did the sheriff respond to this particular incident, to your recollection?
Yes, he did.
But as far as who was the senior officer actually working the scene, at this point in time until SLED arrives, who was it at this point?
That would be Chapman.
Captain Chapman.
I got some right here, Judge. Hey, you want us to close that in? Was that? You want us to close it in? Yeah.
There's a guy, I don't know if you want me to what the other guy is, whoever Eric is, or Mr. Caller. There's a guy over here that just wanted to talk to him.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know an Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted me to tell him that, or if you wanted me to just chill for a minute, or if you wanted me to escort him over.
He does not need to walk over there.
No, I mean a long way.
He does not need to go over there.
So you can stay there. Then.
He can't.
Let me ask you this. Before you had referred to a brother arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that a brother? Was he allowed to talk to Alec and go over to Alec?
I believe he did. I don't recall. I never actually interacted with him at all.
And then this discussion right here with Deputy Pruitt, what was going on right there?
Lewis that arrived on scene and wanted to go and speak with Mr. Murdaugh. I told him to just wait a minute on allowing him over there so we could determine the best way to allow them to talk, simply because the crime scene was so large and we did not want to contaminate anything that didn't need to be.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that individual, whoever it was, allowed to interact with Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe so. He was eventually, yes.
People that arrived were allowed to go see Mr. Murdaugh?
That's correct.
He was not in custody at any time, is that correct?
No.
I don't have the caller and the caller's brother's name in here, because I don't know their names yet, but I can get it.
I already wrote it in there.
All right. I don't know where you were at. I just found the first empty page I can find.
Female victim, male caller.
And then the other guy, though, I mean, he hasn't came inside the tape
Then
yet.
don't have to worry about him. Just make sure you get the, here.
So we need you and all of us out here.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're about to say?
Yes.
What are you doing on the computer right here? Do you recall?
Yeah, so on those computers, they're mounted in our patrol vehicles. We can see details of the call for service or other calls for service. In this case, I was looking at the information for the incident on Moselle to determine what units had been dispatched, what units arrived due to Deputy Pruitt trying to establish the crime scene log.
And you use the term call for service, which is a police term, but that essentially means responding to any emergency or
Any type of call, any citizen that would call our dispatch center to request law enforcement assistance or fire rescue assistance, it's called, we just refer to it as a call for service.
I came on scene at 22:26.
22, 26?
Yes.
you say you came on scene at 22:26.
That's correct.
For those of us who don't know military time, can you tell us what that is?
That would be 10:26 p.m.
And that's 2020?
That's correct.
And whoever U21 is with fire rescue, just write U21, fire rescue U21. And then
That was the same time as you?
he came on scene, yeah, same time as me, it's fine. Medic 18 at 22:27.
And It started to rain more at this point.
Yeah, it had started raining at this point, yes.
(758) on scene 22:30. Same time as you. (653) on scene at 22:39. Yep.
Those numbers that you're referring to, what do those represent?
So the numbers would be the badge numbers of individuals arriving on scene.
You're just recording when people arrived in the computer.
They're recorded in the computer. So when we arrive on scene, we let dispatch know our number and that we're on scene. They log it into the computer, and then we can then put it on our crime scene log.
That's all I have as far as times on this goes.
Central. Copy. When you're clear, I have a call on Majestic of the suspicious vehicle. Copy. Where's that located? 223 Majestic Oak Way in Titusville. 10-4. There's a Cottersville unit that can assist. That'd be great.
Pretty sure Majestic Oaks is their jurisdiction anyway.
Central 505. I believe that's in our jurisdiction anyway. I'll take care of that.
Copy.
Twenty-three Majestic Oak.
That individual walking off to the left of the screen, who was that?
The one walking away from the screen or that just approached?
Walking away.
That was Deputy McDowell.
All right, and then the center of the screen, who was that?
The one that just walked up and is in center screen now would be Captain Kraus.
All right, and then next to him, facing the body camera.
That would be Captain Chapman.
All right, and then to the far right.
Detective Tyndall.
Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle she had.
Were there dogs in those kennels to your recollection?
There were a couple of dogs. I don't remember the exact number, but I do remember seeing some.
And the police in her yard that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail lights of the vehicle. She is also currently using her phone. It happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, I'm in there. If you can, let's put the bill down possibly.
Copy.
Yes, sir. We're going to discuss it later and find out.
Okay, just I'll make sure I didn't miss something.
That discussion right there, did that have anything to do with the crime scene or anything like that?
No, it was not related at all.
What'd you just put on your hands then?
Those would be latex gloves.
And the gloves you put on that you described earlier to the jury, what were those gloves?
Those are more tactical gloves. They're not necessarily ideal for handling any kind of evidence, but due to me already being out there next to the shotgun, I did not have any latex gloves on my person, so I used what was available.
And why are you putting on latex gloves right now?
They were wanting to look under the sheet where Paul was, so just to prevent any kind of contamination of any possible evidence at all, we would just always put gloves on.
Except one, I went.
This side of it. You got one here, but opposite one. Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. Some people just won't do it.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right. It shouldn't be about 550 law enforcement.
There is his law enforcement.
I don't think you're gonna fit it in 300 blackout under there. Not unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made.
I don't think he put that phone back.
What is that discussion about right there?
So the whole purpose for even trying to look up under him was to determine if there was an additional firearm on scene already, possibly under Paul. There was 300 blackout casings found near Maggie. They were trying to determine if there was possibly a 300 blackout rifle under Paul.
And were y'all concerned that there may be one under Paul?
We just trying to rule it out as a possibility
And what was that possibility then?
that he could have shot Maggie,
And then did what?
shot himself.
So you're looking to see if there's a gun underneath if he had shot himself and then fallen on top of it.
That's correct.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses.
Did you see a phone near Paul when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, there was a phone laying on top of him near his back pockets of his shorts.
Back up just a little bit. Is that it right down there at the bottom?
That's it.
I don't think you're gonna fit it in 300 blackout under there. Not unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made.
I don't think he put that phone back. I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he may have done.
He had a shotgun.
He did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but it's an upward shot. Here's his one over the ceiling. Yeah, but that's right. Yeah, but that's.
Yep. So I got multiple gunshots out of that window too.
Do we see a shell?
At least 3.
A shell.
Got it.
Right to the left of the screen, there appears to be, what does that appear to be? To the very left of the screen.
There's some dog crates over there. On top of one of the dog crates is actually a dead chicken.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
A dead chicken.
Okay.
On the far left-hand side of the screen.
Could you, Your Honor, with your permission, could you step down to the screen and point what we're talking about to the jury?
Okay.
It's difficult to see, but right here on top of that small dog crate was what appeared to be a dead chicken. I'm sure I could do that. I couldn't see it. Could you do that?
Do it again, please.
This area right here. Right, thank you.
Yes.
Do you need in and out times or just times arrive? Like if they exit multiple times and come back in?
You don't need to keep doing all that.
Okay. I wanted to make sure before.
Yeah.
Is that it, that your light's on right there?
That's correct. That's when I was really noticing the chicken.
Just so you know, I've got at least 5 holes in the window in the back of that shed where rounds are exiting out back that way.
Which is gonna be what, because of the warden on the day. He was carrying a shotgun on the guy.
It is currently in my vehicle.
Yep.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, let's stand for a moment. All right, we'll be seated. You may proceed.
That's the extent of the state will publish at this time, Your Honor.
Let me ask you a few other questions if I could. Deputy, Sgt Greene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 5 to your testimony and see if you recognize this image.
Yes, sir. That would be an image from my body camera when I was looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 5, I believe, without objection.
Any objection to State's Exhibit number 5? It's admitted without objection. Yes. Publish any exhibit that has been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, it doesn't show up on the screen that great, but who is that person in the image right there?
That would be Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, and then just kind of in this area, it's more clear on the video, but that would be the tire
Yeah.
tracks you described earlier.
Yes, where I'm shining my flashlight at that point is where the tire tracks were.
We cut the video off after playing sort of the relevant parts, but what did you do for the remainder of this scene as the evening continued?
So the remaining part of my role would have just been making sure the crime scene stayed secure, people stayed out of where they weren't supposed to be. Investigators were handling the remainder of the investigation.
Did eventually anyone from the SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division, show up?
They did. I don't believe that would have been captured on my body camera, but they did, yes.
At some point, did you like to turn your body camera off?
I did. I cleared it with my supervisor, Captain Kraus, to ensure that I would not be needed for any additional investigative purposes, talking to Mr. Murdaugh or handling any additional evidence. And once that was okayed, I turned it off.
And so that was consistent with standard police procedures and practices and when to turn the body camera off?
That's correct.
You just didn't decide to do it willy-nilly or anything?
That's correct.
At what point, just roughly, do you remember to clear the scene or leave the scene?
I don't think I left the scene until several hours later.
Were you still there when SLED crime scene arrived?
Yes.
Did you remain the entire time they were there, or did you leave at some point?
I would have left prior to the end of my shift. I couldn't tell you the exact time that it was, but they were multiple units, including SLED and Colleton County investigators, still on scene when I left.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Set up some of the audio visual stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so it does seem that they're going to be on break for a little bit. They're dismissing the jury. So if we have a chance to talk about some very interesting things we just saw. How are you all liking the presentation of that first witness, the officer first on the scene? Yep. I'm thinking that the prosecution is doing a very good job of laying out why he is saying what he's saying and explaining everything that they're seeing. He's very calm and collected. There's no like over emotion. What you can see his process there into what was actually starting to make him curious. The tire tracks, for one, was a very good catch, and they did slide that in there nicely about multiple tire tracks from the same vehicle, although Alex Murdaugh says he just came in once and then backed out. But there's multiple tire tracks there, meaning looks like perhaps more than one trip. Okay. Some of you have noted that yes, the defense did motion yesterday at the end of the day that when they played this body cam footage, that number one, the extenuating visuals of the bodies and etc., because it does all of that visual is part of evidence that's going to come in later and stuff that gets talked about back and forth, that it will not be there for the press or for those in the courtroom, only for the lawyers, the representative parties, the accused and the state, and also for the jury and the judge. No. So that is why you see them putting up a block in front. But as some of you noticed, you could see also members of the press trying to look around and getting some imagery, that they're not entitled to. Like, they should be more respectful. I wish they would, but I understand they got a tough job to do too. Yeah, how many different kinds, but it is the same car. Yes, tomorrow, kiddo. It does believe that it is the same type of tire track from what he is saying, that is from the same vehicle. Always, I agree. I'm going to actually put yours up because I agree with this. He is very composed and professional, a very observant officer. He also made sure to note the respect to the entire scene. Yes, he did. He seems very astute that way and very cautious, and he's not being biased. He's being very pragmatic and very direct and answering the questions with only the information. Like, he actually only gives the information that's being asked of him. He's letting the prosecution lay out the case adequately, actually quite professionally. I'm actually very professional. I wish all witnesses were that composed. Yes, tomorrow, kid, the lady with the purple is going to get a sore neck from all that craning she was doing. I saw several people mention that. Yeah, that was something. Yeah. Nope, it doesn't seem to be, although this is the prosecution state, he is supposed to just lay everything out, and that's what they'll be doing. Just laying it out the best that they can, all the evidence, and they've done a good job of keeping that out of the media for now. As big as case that this was, After all, Alex Murdaugh, he's quite a few indictments, other indictments for financial crimes against him. So he's been in the papers and on the media, social media for every day since this happened back in back in June 7th of 2021, I believe. So it's been a while, you know, and it's been quite a roller coaster. There have been other trials. There are other people involved. There was an incident to where Alex Murdaugh was shot in the head, and it came out that perhaps he asked that person to shoot him in the head to try to distract from some other financial messes that he was in at the time. Alex Murdaugh has been in and out of rehab. He has settled several of the cases involved in some mishandling of funds, well, in the death of his housekeeper, where he represented the family against the insurance company and got a huge settlement and then did not turn over the money. Um, that's all been settled. There are quite a few indictments still to be done. And we're going to be hearing this name for quite a while. But the most heinous of them all is actually the murders here. hmm he was back. Yes, he was pretty much. The financial stuff was all going on around that time, Tamaro Kiddo. If you look at the link, I'll drop it again. There's a link to a good news site that can give you some background, and they've got some articles and stuff. Oops, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna have to pull it up again. No, that was the picture of Buster. Hold on. Try to get that erased. And get the other link for you. That website for Fitz News has some lovely articles. And also, I've been covering it for a while. If you look at my true crime playlist on the channel, and if you just search in YouTube under the name, won't you pull up the playlist? If you search the word Murdaugh, you should be able to come up with just those videos. I will be adding them all to the Murdaugh list for you so that you can find them easier. And are you on Twitter or Instagram tomorrow, kiddo? If you are, hit me up and I'll send you some links if you'd like. And that goes for anyone. Hello, Mrs. Cassandra. It does believe that they're on their first break. So we're going to, if you don't do you have questions? I mean, what do you guys want to talk about? Like, we take our time until they come back. The breaks are usually around 15 minutes or so, but I do see on the site that I'm using that they have the we will be back sign up, which means the break is usually more than 5 minutes. So it's probably like 10 or 15 at this point. Oh, thanks for the orders, Mrs. Cassandra. Don't forget to bring me some coffee. If you could, right? You're kind of far away, but if you could. Yeah, I definitely need some more coffee. Good morning, Mandy. I am also intrigued about the multiple tire tracks. I wonder if pics were taken to see if they are all the same trade. There was some talk about that. He said that they do believe to be all the same vehicle. I'm sure that's going to come up. I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. Don't forget, Cross has to still go for this witness. And also the CSI. This is only the testimony of the officer first on the scene. So he's not going to go into details of what the evidence actually was, just in his observations of what he saw. Actually, and he's doing a really good job, actually, so far. But he did say that he did believe it looked like they were also in the same vehicle, and especially the way they were there. And I'm sure that's all going to come up. Autistic says, what about the other suspicious murders, deaths, and the corruption involved with Alex Murdaugh? Well, the financial corruption has been evident and has been indicted over and over again. We have 99 charges in regards to 18 separate indictments on Alex Murdaugh. All right, there is the actual the boating incident being most prominent right now, so as there was a recent settlement in that case to where Buster Murdaugh has been released from the filing, and several others. The only ones still left are Alex Murdaugh, and also the company that owns and the people that own the convenience store, as to where the alcohol was purchased by Paul Murdaugh, for the members of that boating trip. There's also the partnerships of absconding of money. There's some lawsuits there. There was the other man that he was involved with some drug trafficking, and also the shooting of Alex Murdaugh by that partner. There are several people involved in the banking as far as fraud in loans and the moving of the money around that have been named, and he is also named in quite a few of those charges. There's also the death of a young man named Stephen Smith that was never solved, that happened near their property, and both the brothers, both Buster and Paul, were friends with him, same friend group. And there seems to be linking that somehow. I've seen articles trying to link that in, although nothing ever came as far as charges or anything against Alex Murdaugh or either of the sons. But that is another suspicious death. Of course, the death of the housekeeper at his home, falling down a flight of stairs, apparently pushed by the dog or tripped over the dog. Somehow the dog was was responsible, and there was the misappropriation of the funds when he actually represented the family. I think that's kind of a conflict there, as it was done at his house, and that's his housekeeper. And then, as a lawyer, he represented the family with the insurance company, and then he did not give the sons the money, and they had to actually fight him in court for it, and that is settled also. Um, yeah, Ricker says, always saying he's got 99 problems. He's got quite a few. he's got 99 charges besides this one on him, although murder is not funny. Neither are the financial crimes, but your joke is. Yeah, I hope they all get the humor. Oh, but anyway. Going at 1.5 speed to catch up at work. We'll be here all day. Thank you, Mandy. As always, I love having you around. We'll be taking the breaks in between. As usual, I won't be talking while the court is in session. I want you to hear what I hear so we can all talk about it. I want you to hear those little nuances. I will answer questions in the chat as we go. I'll be here the whole time. Mrs. Cassandra, how long does teleporting take? You know? Yeah. How long does teleporting take? I'm still waiting for some more coffee. For here. And they do keep remarking, Mandy and Tony, you both are talking about the tire tracks, and I agree. We are hoping that they did get plasters, but several times on the audio, could you not hear that it started to rain harder? And you can also hear that the prosecutor, Creighton Waters, was saying, and at this point, did it start to rain harder? And he is. And remember, we don't hear CSI. We hear people coming, but we don't know how many are there yet and what they're able to do, and whether CSI was able, because of this rain, to get those tracks. But his observation is in the record now, and that is part of the evidence. Okay, so it'll be very interesting, very, very interesting to see how the cross-examination goes when Dick Harpootlian gets his chance soon, when they come back from break. Verillion asks, will you be covering the whole case live? As long as I can get a feed, yes, I will. As long as there's interest in talking about it as it goes, like before with Johnny Depp. If you guys want to be here and talk about it, then yes, I will, because I think the process is intriguing. This particular courtroom setup is great. And I'm going to bring it back up so we don't miss them. Oh, nope, they just went mute again. I'm sorry. They showed the clock. I got excited. And then they went and showed the screen again. So no, they're not back. Sorry about that. Eh, mm, The teleport machine broke. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Cassandra. I was looking forward to some coffee from on the other side of the country. That would be nice. Okay. Always Grateful says there is also the suspicious death of another gentleman and the misappropriation of the funds for that family. Yes. Yes. Besides Stephen Smith, I'm trying to think of that name. Always Crayfield. It's escaping me at the moment, but I'll do some more research and we could talk about that more later on. Um, hmm. And in regards to the whole case, they are saying this case should be at least 2 weeks, if not more. 255 witnesses listed. I doubt that they will be showing them all. But they have to have them on there if they're going to call them in, and I guess they wanted to make sure they covered all of the bases. And thank you for the name. It was Hakeem Pickney. Yes. Okay, I do remember on the final. I wonder if they settled on that. Hello, Mr. Marriott. Nice to see you, fitness friend. And hey, Hawkskill, always lovely to see you. Thanks for all the love in the chat. It's nice to know you were listening. It's an interesting case. I look forward to talking to everyone about it. This is how I have my fun, reading legal briefs and getting to talk to you guys about what we're seeing. It's different to actually have a live case, a live court case going on, and to be able to get a little peek in there as to everything that's happening, you know. I enjoy it, and it seems a lot of you do too. In the popularity out there with the number of legal channels and true crime channels that are covering it says that a lot of people do, you know. I just wanted to give you a quieter place to talk about it and hear everything that's going on. I got a lot of DMs that were complaining about some of the coverage, that there was too much talking going on in commercials and they weren't catching all the small nuances. And they kind of remembered back on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And so I'm trying to answer that request from several of you in my DMs. And as long as you want it, then yes, Verillion, the answer is yes, I will cover it. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions that I didn't see. All right, we talked about the tire tracks. That was interesting. But were you guys surprised about the clothing? Okay, you know? Hmm. Hmm.
Please proceed.
Oh. We are back, so I will be muting.
You may bring the jury.
Oh, they're bringing the jury in now. We're almost all the way back. Now the defense, Attorney Harpootlian, he will get his chance to cross-examine the witness. To answer you, yes, Sheila, I did. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Huh? Oh, I do like Judge Newman's quiet presence, but when he speaks, it's with quite the authority.
You may proceed.
Your Honor. Deputy Greene, for my own edification, I'm curious. I've called over several weeks left you voicemails for you to call me back and talk. Have I not?
I haven't received any voicemails.
You don't check your voicemail?
Did you call my cell phone?
No, I called your office.
Okay.
I don't have your cell.
Okay. It's possible they sent you to the wrong one. I don't know.
But you've spent an extensive amount of time talking to Mr. Waters about your testimony, have you not?
I've spoken with him a few times, yes.
How many times?
3 or 4, maybe at least.
And has he reviewed with you the points he was trying to make?
We've discussed the body camera footage extensively.
Right. Let me go to a specific piece of video. I apologize, Your Honor, the AV situation requires me to have my AV guy come up and work from there. Did you get that list? So, as he's preparing this, you indicated you were asked by Mr. Waters, said there was water on the ground, right? It hadn't been raining and you saw water, right?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, and we're going to look at the video in a minute, that water was primarily, at least what we see in your video, on the concrete area around the dog pens, correct?
That's what it appeared, yes.
Okay. And let's go to that first.
Colleton, Sheriff.
Sorry, Your Honor, the technology is difficult.
Glad to help. Glad to help.
Colleton, Sheriff.
Go ahead, a little bit further. Okay, back it up just a little bit, could you? Just back it up a little bit. Okay, yeah, now start right there. I think I just stopped for just a second.
Sheriff.
Okay, stop it. Now, you're walking down in front of the dog pens. Is this the water you're referring to?
Yes.
And you have dogs?
I have 1 dog.
You don't keep them in a pen?
No, he stays in the house.
Okay. But if you had hunting dogs and you had this line of, how many pens do you think there were?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, there's a lot.
8, 9, 10?
Sure.
And are you familiar with the concept of washing a pen out after a dog defecates in the pen?
I've never personally done it, but I'm sure that's what you would do to clean out a pen.
Okay. In the pen, I mean, there's water inside the pens and outside the pens, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Go ahead. Again, looking at the dog pen, and the water appears to be outside the pen on the concrete.
I would object. I think that the video needs to be stopped for counsel to ask this question and for the witness to respond.
You're posing a question while playing a video
I'm sorry, Aaron.
or making a statement while playing the video.
I'm sorry, the technology again is beyond my. Okay, so again, this shows the same area, shows water on the concrete outside these dog pens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next one, please.
You don't need to see any of that. Yeah.
So again, this shows, and actually there's a light shining and you see a couple dogs. So those pens are occupied by dogs. There's water outside the pen and inside the pen as if somebody attempted to wash something out of the pens, correct?
There is water both inside and outside of the pen, yes.
Again, I apologize, Your Honor, but the technology is more complicated than. Okay. So let's proceed on. Let's see if I can clarify a couple matters. Let's talk about this shotgun. This is the shotgun that Mr. Murdaugh was carrying or had leaning up against a car when you got there. Is that correct?
It was leaning up against that vehicle, yes.
And according to what you testified to just a moment ago, these are the shells, the chain of custody on the shotgun and the shell. They went together.
Whenever I released the shotgun to the SLED agent who took possession of it, I was unaware of any shells that may have been inside of it at the time that it was handed. That was what was discovered inside the gun, is my understanding.
Okay. Where's that chain of evidence document? Okay, would you publish this to the jury, please?
You would like me to read it?
Yes, please.
The Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shotgun, serial number U573210E17, one unfired shot shell 12-gauge Federal, one unfired shot shell Winchester 16-gauge.
Okay, so there's a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell.
Yes.
12-gauge shotgun.
Yes.
Maybe way beyond your experience, but can you fire a 16-gauge shotgun shell from a 12-gauge shotgun?
I wouldn't recommend trying it.
You recommend what?
I would not recommend trying it. I don't know that it would actually work or not.
Could it result in damage to the person trying to fire the shotgun?
More than likely.
Jack, he's already said he doesn't have an answer to that.
Objection is overruled.
So you would not, you can actually harm yourself if you blow up if you pull the trigger on a 16-gauge and a 12-gauge shotgun.
I've never tried it nor seen it tried, so I don't
And the
know.
reason you don't do that is because you could have personal harm from doing it, right?
It's possible.
So this shotgun, according to the chain of evidence you just read, had a 16-gauge and a 12-gauge in it.
Correct.
And it was leaning up against the car.
It was. The shotgun was.
Now, I'm sort of interested as to.
Sure.
I'm sort of interested as to why. Well, let me just cut to the chase on this. There's discussion on this tape, or maybe that there was a theory that Paul had shot his mother and then shot himself. Is that correct? That's out on the scene.
Yes.
She had been shot multiple times, and he had been shot with a shotgun. At least one of the shots, we all believe was upward. His brains were all over the ceiling.
That part, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of it.
At the scene.
I did not discuss anything being shot upward. I don't recall saying that.
Did you hear discussions to that of your fellow officers?
Of a shot being fired upward? That's what it looked like they were saying, yes.
Okay. And further, I think in front of you, one of the officers saying that brains are on the ceiling, there's blood all over the place, correct?
I don't recall them saying brain was upward. I don't recall.
Okay. And further, you, as you're discussing this with them, indicate, let me make sure I get this correct. you indicate there are multiple, or someone indicates to you there are multiple blackout rounds around Maggie's body in the vicinity, correct?
Not rounds, but shell casings.
Sorry, shell casings. Now, let me ask you this. When you got there, didn't the fire chief and the fire department arrive before you did?
No, sir, I was first on scene.
Okay, did they arrive while you were there?
One of the fire rescue workers, I believe it was Barry McRoy.
And when you got there, we hear unidentified person, and in your notes, you indicate it was the fire chief, I believe, that indicated to you, pointed out to you tire tracks, and you went over and looked at those tire tracks, and there were multiple tire tracks coming and going, correct?
I don't know that someone indicated them to me. I believe I just saw them.
Okay. And what did you do to preserve those?
The tire tracks, nothing.
And you certainly are not an expert in tire tracks.
I'm not.
So you couldn't tell what was multiple vehicles or one vehicle.
No,
And it may have been multiple vehicles.
may have been.
Did you take pictures of the tracks?
I did not take any pictures of the scene.
Brought them to take pictures of the tracks.
No, it's my job.
When SLED arrived, did you tell them about the tracks?
No, sir, not my job.
Do you regret not doing that?
It's not part of my job.
So what's your job to even tell them there were multiple tire tracks?
If it had come up, if I had been asked, yes.
And in addition to that, since they were not secured in any way, multiple vehicles, law enforcement vehicles and others, drove over the track.
That's possible. I wasn't over there the whole time to know what kind of vehicles were driving the area.
Well, by the time SLED got there, did you strike that? You never took SLED over and pointed out tire tracks.
Not to my recollection, I did not.
Was there somebody there with your department that should have done that?
I have no idea what they do with their job descriptions as far as what they point out to additional investigators.
Did somebody from Fire and Rescue point out footprints?
I believe on my body camera, there is a fire rescue individual pointing out some footprints.
Okay. Did you take pictures of those?
I did not.
Did you tell SLED about them?
I did not.
So nobody attempted to determine whether those were Maggie's footprints, Paul's footprints, or at least that night, there was no effort by you or your department to preserve those.
By me, no, I cannot speak for everyone else.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How about go to 4439, please? And let's watch 10, at least 10, if not 15 seconds of that.
I will note that this technique of the defense is quite intriguing to me. It looks like he's trying to establish prosecutorial bias right away with the jury, which is interesting, very interesting.
Okay, if you go to page 17, line 10.
Your Honor, I'd object. They're putting a transcript has not been.
No, we're going to play the video.
It's up on the screen.
It's up on the screen. I apologize.
Can you take it down, please?
We have to prepare the transcript. It's synced with the video.
Okay, well, I object to that. Your Honor, I object. This transcript's not been provided. There's no need for a transcript. The officer is here. They can play the video and he can comment.
The transcript being offered. You have questions for the witness, questions for your IT guy, you're just reading, ready to proceed? I understand. We're waiting for you. Okay.
Yep. I'm ready. What was the time? 17?
It's, page 17. Line, start of line 8. Let me, rather than having to play this, let me just cut to the chase. It's taking too much time. On this transcript, on this tape, fire rescue person says to you, I believe you agreed with me, set of prints behind the trailer. You were told there's. I'm not publishing, I'm asking.
Your Honor,
Did you?
I object.
I haven't heard a question yet.
I'd like to make one. Were you told by fire and rescue there's a set of prints behind the trailer?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that they attempted to not disturb those footprints in any way?
I don't recall exactly what said.
Let me further ask you. You asked Mr. Murdaugh, we heard this on the tape, you talked about the tire tracks coming and going, and he told you those weren't his tire tracks, correct?
He did say that they were not.
Okay. And further, he indicated to you, Mr. Murdaugh did, that he felt this was related to the boat case. You indicated you knew about the boat case. You read about the boat case.
That's correct.
And in the boat case, Paul had been charged with 3 counts of felony DUI, killing a young girl and wounding 2 others, correct?
I don't know much details about that case. I really don't.
Okay. But Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you that the threats made against Paul.
He did.
And that he even got in a fight once about it.
I believe he said punched.
Punched, okay. And so on the scene, he believed that Paul's death was connected to someone angry about the boat case, correct?
Object to that, Your Honor, as to what he believed. Asking
What?
the witness what another person believed.
So,
Thank you. On the scene, Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you he thought the death of his son was related to his son's involvement in the death of the young lady and the injury of 2 others in the boat case, correct?
It appeared that that's what he was getting at, yes.
That's on the tape. Now, let's talk a little bit about the preservation of the crime scene. What did you do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
That is about the extent of my job, is to put up the tape and make sure people that don't need to cross it don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see any lights other than maybe a flashlight. Were there any, put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they weren't stepping on something in the dark?
At that point, there was no light, no additional lighting that had been put up. No.
But you and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually walk, I mean, the feed room, and let me, maybe this is the best way to do this.
How? Pictures, please.
I'd like to use the Elmo. John, I have two photographs. I'm going to use the Elmo in just a moment to show this witness. I'm going to offer these into evidence without objection by the state, as I understand it.
Once they're marked, I have no objection. I would note they're graphic and they need to be shielded from view.
Elmo ready?
They can be marked. What would the exhibit numbers be for the defense? Defense 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
Okay. So, thank you. I'm going to first show you the picture. See if you can identify it, please.
That would be a picture of Paul,
And the second one, which would be exhibit number 2.
picture of Maggie.
When you say picture of Paul and picture of Maggie, these are crime scene photos, correct?
They appear to be, yes.
Is this what you saw that night?
Yes.
Both of these pictures
Yes.
accurately depict what you saw that night.
Yes.
Got the screen right there.
So as you look at this, I want to make sure I understand. One of Paul's feet is still inside this room behind him, correct?
Yes.
And this is his head, lots of blood, and this would be a part of his brain lying next to him, correct?
I don't know if that's part of his brain or not.
All right, so it's fair to say you didn't know whether that was part of his brain. When you first saw him, you didn't know whether his injuries were catastrophic and he was dead, or did you?
It was very clear that it was catastrophic.
Okay. That's fair. Now, when you came upon the scene, clearly this feed room was part of the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're taught to keep the crime scene pristine, correct?
As pristine as possible, yes.
There was no reason for you to go in there, was there?
Me at the time, no.
Okay. Was there any reason for the police, before the sled crime folks showed up, was there any reason for you all to go in there?
There was no reason for me to go in there. I cannot speak if there was a reason for another officer to have gone in there.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you all have any sort of crime scene expert with you that night, someone that processes crime scenes?
Investigators do process crime scenes.
Okay. Do you remember going in that feed room?
I don't remember if I did specifically or
But
not.
you shouldn't have if you did, correct?
It's not to say that I shouldn't have. If there was something that needed to be done in there, then yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think one of the, and you would agree with me, one of the cardinal rules of a crime scene is keep it pristine. Don't walk over things. Try to preserve tire tracks, get pictures of them, footprints, all those sorts of things. Was somebody with the officers with you? Were you charged with them?
I was in charge of the deputies that were under my immediate supervision until someone higher than me had arrived on scene.
And were those deputies directed by you or anyone to do something to preserve the tire tracks, pictures, cordon them off, cover them up?
I did not give anyone that instruction, no.
So you didn't do that. In terms of Paul, where Paul was laying, was anybody instructed, put a cordon around him? There's no reason to go into the feed room. There's no reason to do anything obtrusive until the sled crime scene process. They're on the way at this point, right?
I believe they were, yes.
And so if okay, so let's put the other one up. And identify this for me, please.
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Your Honor, may we approach here briefly?
As they confer, like that did strike me. Why is the defense drawing into the drama of what the body looks like? This not only in the opening statements that I'll play for you later from the defense, he also had to emphatically talk about, brain matter here and this and that and the condition of the bodies. Very, very dramatic. The prosecution did not go that light. It was a bit more respectful. I'm only talking while they confer here. Welcome back, Godless. Yes, Godless Granny. Yes, same witness, the first responder officer, speaking on the scene, and being challenged by the defense as to the quality of the evidence, even though he's not CSI nor the experts yet. So it's going to be interesting as all those experts come forward, who are all on the list of 255 witnesses. Remember, this is just the first just the first witness, and this is the first responder to the case, and it was important to know how he was acting. Okay.
concern. And can you identify this for the jury, please?
That picture?
Yeah.
It's Maggie Murdaugh.
After she's been killed.
That's correct.
And by the way, when you saw her was it apparent that she was deceased? You believe, but have you ever seen a dead body before?
I have seen multiple, yes.
Many, right?
Yes.
So you're sort of an expert in this area, who's dead, who's not, who ought to get EMS there to check them out or not, correct? You make that call often.
Yes.
Okay. But you could understand, obviously, Alex Murdaugh's concern that they might be alive, that maybe, you're not saying that he's concerned that somebody check out both Maggie and Paul to make sure they were dead, right?
He was very concerned about that, yes.
Okay. Now, as to Maggie Murdaugh, we see these numbers. Did y'all do these numbers, or were they done after y'all were there?
I don't know when those numbers were done. They were not placed by myself.
Or your team?
I can't say that for sure, certain.
We see that in the video that they're putting down yellow tape. They're not putting these down, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also, according to the video we saw, a number of your officers are walking around marking where cartridges are, right?
They were.
Did they pick any of them up?
No, to my knowledge.
Well, later on, we see them talking to you and others on the video where they're saying these rounds came from a blackout. They're blackout rounds. Blackout.
300 blackout, yes, sir.
Right. Did they get down on their hands and knees? Or, did they?
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they did to know that they were 300 blackout rounds.
Well, who were those officers that were walking around her without a light on, perhaps stepping on evidence, correct? Who were those officers?
Deputy McDowell and Deputy Pruitt were both in that area.
Were they doing that pursuant to your instruction?
They were not specifically instructed to do it. They were just took the initiative to do it.
Okay, I want to play. You ready? Do I have to turn the Elmo off?
Are we good? Yep, we're good.
Well, the desk over there. Actually, hold on.
Okay, so this is, your officer is putting a sheet on Paul's body?
Not putting a sheet on. The sheet was already there.
Already there, okay, continue.
Some people just won't really. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be in
There is more.
Who's that standing inside the feed room?
Just inside that doorway was
Yeah.
Deputy McDowell.
Okay, were you the president? Oh, is that your body cam? So you're watching them do it, right?
That's correct.
Should he have done that?
Stand where he's standing.
Standing inside the feed room?
It's part of the crime scene. We're all standing inside of the crime scene.
Inside what?
The crime scene. We are all standing in the same crime scene.
I understand the same crime scene, but clearly you believe, based on discussion, and everyone in your unit believed that the fatal shot was made where he's basically standing, correct? That in that area?
Where we are all standing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that procedure to walk around on top of an area where shots have been fired? That perhaps, and I think even in this, they're talking about tissue or brain matter laying there. Aren't you supposed to, you don't put anything on your feet?
Question, there's not a question in that statement.
Mr. Stain, you must pose questions.
Did you in any way have your men or women put protective gear on their feet? I saw you put gloves on, but did they put anything to insulate themselves from contaminating the scene?
On their feet, no.
In many instances, departments around the country have people dress in a gown to keep their DNA, their hair from contaminating the scene. Did you do that?
We do not on road patrol with Colleton County as standard practice, no.
You do not do that.
Not a standard practice, no.
Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Have you ever had something covering your feet when you're walking on a crime scene?
I couldn't tell you that for sure.
Now, if we later on find, and did you notice bloody footprints? Well, first of all, did you notice bloody footprints inside the feed room?
I don't remember seeing any.
Sorry?
I don't remember seeing any bloody footprints.
Okay. If there were bloody footprints in the feed room, could they have been created by you or your men?
They could have been created by anyone walking in that area, sure.
And you're walking in there, or your men are walking in there, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you think that's standard operating procedure?
Well, you do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best?
What you're looking at right now is standard procedure.
To walk in an area where there's brain matter, where there's, and I believe there's wadding laying on the floor?
I don't recall.
But you would agree with me that you have these procedures so that you don't contaminate the crime scene, so that you don't destroy evidence like those tire tracks or those footprints, or leave your DNA, or in some way alter the scene so that if, I mean, you would agree with me, so that, let me finish the question, so that if there is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence that would help you find the perpetrator and prosecute him, or evidence that would clear somebody, that was destroyed. Some of that was destroyed that night because your department, and maybe even SWAT, didn't preserve that evidence. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
The question is this: if you are exfoliating, your men are standing in the spot, and there was evidence there, or the tire tracks that weren't preserved, or the footprints that weren't preserved, that evidence could either incriminate somebody or exculpate somebody. Could, correct?
Could, yes.
That's why you don't do this, right?
That's why you don't contaminate the evidence, correct?
This is very interesting. Like, I'm quite surprised. The remarkableness of the difference in styles is fascinating me right now. And bearded, I can't unhear now. I can't unhear.
We put it around the whole area.
Did you put it so that folks couldn't drive in and out?
They were not to go past where my vehicle was parked. I believe that was the extent of the yellow tape.
But between your vehicle and the entrance, there was none of those tire tracks were preserved.
Entrance of
The property. That if somebody into the property
You mean from the main road of Moselle
from
Road?
the main road,
All the vehicles were coming in on that driveway.
right? So if somebody had come in and left, who committed the murders, whatever tire tracks that were left were obliterated by your men. Is that right?
It's possible.
Were you there when the coroner arrived?
Given my extent of the time there, I would assume so, but I don't remember
But you don't remember
specifically.
seeing the coroner.
I may have. I don't remember specifically.
Apparently, according to body cam, you didn't talk to him.
Not on my body camera, but it could have been after the body camera was turned. I don't know.
Why'd you turn it off?
Why was the body camera turned off?
Yes.
Once my specific job of doing any primary investigation after my initial arrival is completed, and I'm not going to be doing anything further to investigate, it's no longer needed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. You were asked a series of questions about contaminating evidence. Are you aware that any evidence was contaminated in this case?
I'm not.
Did you engage in
everything you could with contaminating evidence?
Yes,
Did you in fact instruct your deputies, set up a crime scene and instruct them to avoid areas where evidence might be contaminated?
we did everything we possibly could to avoid contaminating.
Your officers all have basic training in trying to avoid contamination of evidence?
Yes,
Are you also, though, as first responders in a fluid situation, doing the best you can to assess what's going on?
correct.
It's not your job to do the actual crime scene investigation work, is that correct?
Not at all.
You were asked about whether or not you'd had any meetings with prosecutors. Is it common for law enforcement witnesses or any witnesses to meet with the prosecutors prior to a trial?
Very common.
Did anybody ask you to do anything but express your accurate and honest opinions and observations about what you observed at this scene?
No.
You were asked about this particular shotgun right here. This 12-gauge shotgun. This is the shotgun that Alex Murdaugh had when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about the shells right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you unload this weapon?
I did.
Was it unloaded by somebody else after you turned it over to them?
Yes.
You asked a little bit about the 300 blackout casings or cases that were at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just real quick, explain to the jury what a casing or a case is, please.
So a casing would be what would be left after the projectile has been fired through a weapon.
After it had been fired, the shell that comes out of the gun and lands on the ground near the victim. Is that
That's
correct?
That's correct.
So it's the remnants of a fired round. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were multiple ones of those blackouts surrounding Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked a lot about the tire tracks, and you just have those over behind the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we had a still image put into evidence, exhibit number 5. This is it right here, which is the still image. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the still image doesn't reflect as good as what the video does. Is that right? You can see it
The
clearly.
video shows it much better.
Much better. All right. Were these like tracks in the dirt, or were these just impressions in the grass, in the dewy grass?
They appear to be impressions on the dewy
Okay.
grass.
They weren't like tracks in the dirt that you saw, correct?
No.
All right. I'm going to go back to the video. I'm playing it at approximately 25 minutes, 11 seconds.
From earlier, but only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Village, right?
For me back.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first, whether or not we can handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time, then I came back. The rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way?
So the images that we just saw, those were the dewy impressions in the grass that you were just talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant said 2 of them were mine and the rest of them may have been from earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the boat case. Did you have any detailed knowledge or understanding of the boat case when you arrived at the scene?
No.
You just knew very generally that there was some boat case. Is that right?
Yes, it had been in the news.
Did you even realize that this was that Paul Murdaugh when you arrived on the scene?
Not until he had brought up the boat incident.
And who brought up the boat incident?
Mr. Murdaugh did.
And within a few minutes of you arriving, he's the one that brought up the boat incident. Is
He
that
did.
correct? And he offered that right out of the gate as a possible explanation for what happened here. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Your Honor. Did you find it unreasonable for him to say that his son, who'd been involved in this incident, who'd been threatened on numerous occasions, been punched? He told you he'd been punched, right?
He did.
Okay. That was a possible explanation, not implausible for somebody killing Paul. You didn't bite back on him, did you?
No.
And it was, in his mind, apparently the only reasonable explanation that occurred, right?
I don't know what was in his
Well, I
mind.
mean, that's what he told you. That's what he believed.
That was the statement that he made, yes.
Okay. And just one other follow-up question. You were asked if there was any evidence, the Dewey tire tracks. This was at 10 o'clock at night. Was there dew on the ground already?
It was pretty humid out. There was a lot of
It was
dew.
humid.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the morning.
This was not morning time.
So, and are you telling me no one could have looked, no expert could have looked and said, you know, that's a Suburban, that's a pickup truck, no one could do that? Or
I'm not going to pretend to know what an expert in that kind of stuff can and can't do.
But you're not an expert. Did you believe those tire tracks would last until SLED got there?
Yes, it appeared that they probably would.
Did you point them out to SLED?
Did I do what?
Did you point them out to SLED?
I did not.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Corporal McDowell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat and adjust that microphone, make sure you speak into that microphone. State your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Chad McDowell. The last name is spelled McDowell.
Corporal McDowell, how you doing today?
Good.
Tell the jury where you work, please.
I work for Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the road patrol as a K-9 handler.
Okay, and can you just give us a quick background of who you are, where you grew up, and how you ended up in your career in law enforcement?
Sure. I grew up in Colleton County, went to Colleton County High School, went to college at Tri-County Technical College, where I studied criminal justice. Once I reached age, I came home, was hired by Colleton County Sheriff's Office. Left for a couple of years to go work for Jasper County, and then came back to Colleton. I've been assigned to road patrol at Colleton.
All right. And what year did you first start working for Colleton County Sheriff's Department, or began your law enforcement career?
2016.
And what's your current, you said you're a corporal now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your current assignment? What are your duties?
I'm still assigned to road patrol. I'm a K-9 handler.
All right. You say K-9. Explain to the jury what that is.
So I have a K-9 that is assigned to me. We respond to certain calls, or if we're requested by another deputy for narcotics searches for suspects, things of that matter.
All right. And K-9 is a dog, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What's your dog's name?
Evo.
Evo? What kind of dog is Evo?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
Malinois?
Yep.
Is that kind of like a German Shepherd?
Kind of short-haired, pointy ears.
I got you. Short hair, pointy ears. Is Evo typically with you when you're out on patrol?
Yes, sir.
Was Evo with you the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you a corporal then at that time?
No, sir. I was a deputy.
All right. And who was on the squad that you were on?
Sgt Daniel Greene, Corporal Elise Janicki, myself, and Deputy Pruitt, Cody Pruitt.
All right. And so who was your immediate supervisor?
It would have been Corporal Janicki.
Okay. And then above that is?
Sergeant Greene.
All right. And then above that?
Lieutenant Nettles.
All right. And then above that?
Captain Krause.
Okay. All right. What shift were you working the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that night?
Night shift.
Did you ultimately respond to a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
And you actually went there?
I did.
And did you come to the incident location at the kennels at that property at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
Is that in Colleton County?
It is.
Were you, when you arrived, what other first responders were on scene to your recollection?
Sergeant Greene was there. There was one other fire rescue personnel vehicle in there. I believe the rest were staged, best I can remember. When I say staged, I mean at the head of the driveway. There may have been a couple of other apparatuses on scene.
And which, do you recall which driveway you entered? Did you enter the driveway near the kennels? Where you came from?
Yes, sir. It was same driveway everyone else entered.
So you were parked behind
Sergeant Greene.
Greene's?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I approached the crime scene. I was trying to make my way to Sergeant Greene to see what he needed me to do. I made my way through the crime scene as carefully as I could. I approached Sergeant Greene, saw that he was interviewing the only person, so I went back to my vehicle.
Okay. And did you see who he was interviewing?
Mr. Murdaugh, yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's in the middle, navy blue suit.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It does. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 6 to your testimony.
Objection.
And this is a disc, but I want you to take a look at it and see if you recognize this disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what is on this disc?
It'd be body cam footage from my body cam that I wore.
All right, and how do you know that this is that body cam footage?
It has my initials on it.
All right, so you reviewed this and put your initials on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I can put, please. Let me ask you this. When you got this call for service, were you currently on another call for service or are you just out on patrol?
No, sir, I was just out on patrol.
Service, what did you do? Did you activate your lights and sirens?
Activated lights and sirens and responded to the incident location.
And once you do that, do you make all haste to get to that incident location as fast, but it also as reasonably safe as you can?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
The first 10 minutes, sorry. The first 10 minutes of this body cam are essentially you driving to the scene. Is that correct, roughly?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward to closer in time when you arrive. I heard proceed to the route. What was that?
I had a GPS activated on my phone.
Just like most people use. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, arrive at 4147 Moselle Road.
758 on sale, Moselle.
Are these the kennels that you saw when you arrived at the property?
Yes, sir.
And to the right is sort of the shed or the hangar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. You're obviously serving as a road patrol officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you, what is your job as a road patrol officer, as a first responder when you come upon a scene like this? What is your particular role as you arrive at something like this?
We go on scene, we secure the scene, meaning make sure there's no active threat for other arriving first responders. We'll preserve the scene to the best of our ability and then turn the scene over to arriving detectives.
When you arrive at a scene like this, are you constantly not only paying attention for any threat or anything like that, but also making sure that you don't disturb or any sort of evidence that may be at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your general training and standard operating procedure?
It is.
You also have to couple that, though, with the duties of a first responder, which is to get to that scene, to secure it, make sure there's no active threats, and get it under control. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the duties of a first responder have both of those sort of balancing together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or are you constantly always looking around for evidence, not only to identify it, but also to assure that you don't disturb anything? Is that your general?
Judge, Your Honor, weeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general training as a road officer as it relates to coming upon a scene and looking for evidence?
Our number one duty would be safety. Number two, we're looking for evidence so as not to disturb it.
Thank you. Right there to the right, what is that to the right of the screen?
It'd be Miss Murdaugh's body.
Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Who are those individuals right there?
Sgt Greene and Mr. Murdaugh.
How you doing?
What did the defendant say to you right there?
He said, "How are you doing?"
Did you know him?
No, sir.
How you doing? That's what he said?
Yes, sir.
What's her birthday?
I'm okay.
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
4. What are they covering them up?
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to.
Hey, he's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
All right, what were you asking fire and rescue to do at that point?
Just to try to preserve it the best they could. If they
You were
didn't
asking them- But what were you specifically asking them not to do?
cover the bodies if they didn't have to.
All right, and what was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out. I believe he said we're covering them for family responding. I couldn't make it out.
He's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
That's it.
Do you recall now?
Again, it sounds like he says we're going to cover them up because of the family being here.
Does the family being here?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Right through here, we'll round this way here.
Yes, I agree.
I told everybody else to cancel, so don't really have to come down here.
Thank you. Hey, Cody, I need a piece of that tape whenever you get done.
What did you just ask Cody for?
A piece of tape, piece of crime scene tape.
All right, and who was Cody?
Deputy Pruitt. He's the one that you see there with the yellow crime scene tape.
And why did you ask Deputy Pruitt for some crime scene tape?
I had observed a shell casing on the ground. I wanted to mark it so that it didn't become disturbed.
Your general duties as an officer, you observed something and you asked for some tape to mark it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were previously describing your role is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If y'all don't mind, just mark them. Do what?
Okay. I got a casing right here, so watch your step.
That's what I'm thinking of now.
That casing that you saw, did you recognize what kind of ammunition it was?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ammunition was it?
300 blackout casing.
And how could you tell it was a 300 blackout casing?
Just my own personal experience. I own a 300 blackout, and I recognized it.
You recognize the experience?
Yes, sir. It's 300 blackout.
Did you observe any dogs in the kennels?
I did.
Do you remember how many were they?
Do not remember.
More than one dog though?
I don't remember. They said they had several casings by her body, but this one will be a little bit harder to find later, so I want to mark it real fast.
When you marked that casing, were you careful not to disturb its location where you found it?
Yes, sir. I placed the tape beside it and then placed a rock on top so it wouldn't blow away. Why are there so many shell casings and only one? Okay.
Sorry to do that to everyone. Well, what was that loud noise?
It's just my windshield wipers.
And why was it making that noise?
They had removed all the moisture, I guess. I don't see anybody. Can I see a couple more? I found some more there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's 300 blackout. Trying to figure out why there's so many shells up in the back of each head. Not my job to figure that out. I'm just curious. I only saw one more casing, but just in case I see more. He'll put his car in there. So, no, this is, I'll tell you about this in a minute. There's one there. There's blood over here. You looking at shell casings? 300 blackout. Sheriff?
Those cases that you were marking right there, did you at all disturb the location where you saw them?
No, sir.
Is it your job to be doing a crime scene collection for this case, or are you just doing that to assist those who will do that will arrive at a later time?
No, sir, I don't collect anything. I'm just marking it so that they're not disturbed.
Probably.
Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel. It might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until you told me.
I'll fill you in later. I don't think there's gonna be anything for me and anybody to do here.
What did you just say right there?
I don't think there's gonna be anything for me and Evo to do here.
All right, what did you mean by that?
There was no article search that needed to be conducted right then and there. Putting Evo on the ground could have caused more of a disturbance than just leaving him up. Because that's
You said for Evo to do?
yeah, for me and Evo. Please watch your.
Hey, watch this go. Huh? The gentleman in the white shirt is that president of the Cpl Murdaugh.
Yeah.
It's going to be retaliation from family.
He did have a firearm. I told that it's a shotgun.
All right. I'm going to now show you a portion of what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 1. And for the record, I'm starting it at 4227. Who's that to the right of the screen right there?
That would be me.
All right. And what are you about to do?
Step inside and assist CID with lifting that sheet.
All right. And were you asked to do that?
Yes, sir.
And who asked you to do that?
Captain Chapman.
All right. And where's Captain Chapman in this image?
In the middle
And is he a senior officer to you?
at that time.
Okay. And I noticed before you moved, what did you do?
Turned my light on
And why did you turn on your light?
so that I could plainly see what was underneath me, where I was going.
Did you disturb any evidence or anything as you started to go into the feed room?
No, sir.
Were you careful to avoid doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you kick any shell casings or waddings or anything like that when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
Did you step on any bloody footprints when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
If you had seen something like that before you stepped in there, what would you have done?
I would have stopped and notified the detective.
Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. The people just want to do it.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be like
Do you recall what, if anything, was laying on Paul's rear end?
His cell phone, or a cell phone.
Is that it in this image right here?
Yes, sir.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he did. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Did you kind of jump out of the feed room just then?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your light before you did so?
I believe so.
Why do Did you jump out when you left the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And why'd you jump out like that?
Try not to disturb the body. It was easier to leap out than to try to step.
Did you enter the feed room at any point after that, to your recollection?
Not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1 and see if you recognize this particular image.
Yes, sir.
I'll switch inputs, please. Does that appear to, is that how you found Paul when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And were his hands underneath him in that fashion when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
You're all right. Have State's Exhibit 7, I believe, without objection. Without objection. Objection. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7 and see if you recognize that image.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a still image of video of my body-worn camera.
Is that a still image of when the defendant said, "How you doing?" when you walked up?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Please report, Your Honor. So when you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. That's okay. I'll speak a little bit louder. When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Greene.
Sergeant Greene. And I believe Sergeant Greene was instructing you all to put some yellow tape up. You did some of that?
No, sir.
You didn't do any of that?
Deputy Pruitt, yes, but I didn't.
What was Sergeant Greene, what was his instructions to you? What were you there to do? Number one, let me withdraw that question. Were you there to apprehend somebody?
Not at the time, no, sir. I was just there to assist where needed.
Assist doing what?
Whatever was needed of me.
Were you all attempting to determine what happened?
We there as initial responders were there to secure the scene.
Okay, secure the scene. And secure the scene for further processing by SLED?
By our investigators, I learned later on that SLED was responding as well.
So let me, by way of example, you went down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on the video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video we just saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were you all, was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back, looking around it?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
What kind of weapon?
I believe they were looking for a 300 blackout.
But I mean, we saw in the picture, you look at Paul's body, there's no 300 blackout laying next to him. Correct?
No, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct. No, there was no 300 blackout laying beside him.
Okay, so you say you're down there looking for another weapon. Where were you looking for another weapon?
I wasn't, sir. I was assisting lifting the sheet for detectives.
And you concede you stepped into the feed room.
Yes, sir.
And based on the way Paul was laying, and of course you did have a flashlight, you were looking, trying not to step on anything. Did you have anything to insulate your feet? And in some jurisdictions, they have little baggy things to put over their feet to make sure they don't contaminate the scene. Did you have those on?
No, sir.
And did you, when you stepped in, you got a flashlight, what you were looking at with the visible eye, you're determining you weren't disturbing the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You made an effort not to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether you did or you didn't,
To my knowledge, I did not.
but you can't say that you didn't. To your knowledge.
Can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not disturb anything.
Okay. But you would concede there's microscopic evidence sometimes at crime scenes, correct?
Yes, sir. That's possible.
And you didn't have a microscope.
No, sir.
But like the SWED crime team would look very closely. As far as I could tell, you were looking basically for 3 or 4 feet away from the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you can see with the naked eye at night with a flashlight from 3 or 4 feet is what you base your opinion you didn't disturb anything.
That's correct.
Now, and you don't know why they were looking for another weapon, but you don't know what other weapon, you don't know where that weapon might have been. And again, multiple deputies had seen Paul's body before he was on the sheet, right?
Myself, Sergeant Greene did.
Okay. Were y'all, in your presence, any of the other officers with you there that night, did any of them discuss this as a possible murder suicide?
It's possible. It's not to my recollection.
Okay. Now, when you were going out and we saw you mark a shell casing, was that in the grass or on the dirt road?
I believe the first one was in gravel.
In the gravel, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you found others, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you had to walk around in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And again, you've got a flashlight, you're looking, and you don't know what was in the grass that you may have disturbed around those shell casings.
No, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir.
You may have disturbed something.
It's possible.
And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why then were you trying to look for shell casings? Why couldn't you wait till the next morning? Why was this urgency? I mean, was somebody getting away, or, I mean, I don't quite understand why.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I didn't know if somebody was getting away or not.
Did somebody instruct you to go find shell casings?
No, sir.
You just did it on your own initiative?
Yes, sir.
And you can see that you may have disturbed or destroyed evidence in that process.
Microscopic or something I didn't see.
Well, microscopic, something down in the grass. I mean, you're walking on grass, right?
Yes,
not
sir.
a smooth surface like in the shed, in the feed room, but it's grass at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying to wonder is what y'all were doing. Were you trying to solve a crime? Were you trying to just index everything was there? And when did you find out SLED was coming?
So we're trying to mark everything there. As you can tell, there were multiple units going back and forth, fire rescue as well as sheriff's office. We try to mark it so that it brings awareness to them and it doesn't become disturbed.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
There were multiple units on scene, sheriff's office as well as fire rescue.
Right.
The reason that I saw urgency to mark those shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question, should you have been walking around? What if you got two dead people, whoever the perpetrator was, at that point, y'all hadn't identified, had you?
No, sir.
Okay, so the perpetrator may be in the woods across the street as far as you know at that point, right?
Could have been anywhere.
Right. So you're not trying to solve a crime, you're processing a scene.
I'm not processing anything.
You don't know what you're doing.
I just told you what I was doing, sir.
You're marking pieces of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And the urgency to do that was so that no one else would walk over them
Yes, sir.
while you're walking around them.
Around. Yes, sir.
Well, you don't know whether you actually stepped on one or not, do you?
I was very careful not to.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this, the pattern of the first shell casing was how far away from the feed room?
I can't
That
say.
you found?
First shell casing I found?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
10 feet, 20 feet, more than me, further than,
Probably about the same distance from me to you.
okay. From the feed room door?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand, and you got a blackout, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire that, does it eject to the right or the left?
To the right. Mine does.
Okay, so if the feed room is where I am, that shell casing ejected to the right and forward, right and back? What do you know?
Are you asking where the shell casing was in relation to the door? It would have been forward and right of the door.
Forward and right of the door. And there was the pattern of casings leading, do they all lead to her body?
I can't remember.
Did you sketch where you found them?
No, sir. I did not do a crime scene sketch.
Have you ever done a crime scene sketch?
No, sir.
Tell me your training in crime scene processing.
It's very limited what you would get at the Criminal Justice Academy.
Very basic.
Yes, sir.
So you're not a crime scene processor. Again, and I'm not asking this question repetitively, I'm just trying to puzzle it out. What, you don't know what your role was there.
I was a first responder.
Well, they were dead, Paul and Maggie, right? You couldn't render them any aid.
Your Honor, I would object. No question in that statement.
Is there a question?
Could you have rendered them aid? Were they in a physical condition where your assistance would have helped?
No, sir.
They were dead. Correct?
Are you asking? Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let me show you a couple of these clips and ask about them here. And I've got times. We don't have to go through the. Okay, would you go to 1040? How does that read? Yes. I don't know. Yes. Okay, this is you walking, and these are the dog pens over here to the left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And right in front of that, one of the dog pens is a hose that is neatly coiled around a hose, something holding the hose, right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead. How about go to 11, 12?
How you doing? Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Waters asked you about this just a moment ago when he said, "How you doing?" when somebody walked up. You would concede to me that but for that one quip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son.
He appeared visibly upset.
Yes. Okay. Other than this, "How you doing?" sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Also, we see him in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Correct?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your report. I looked at everybody that encountered him that night. No report indicates any blood of the boy. You would agree with that?
I didn't observe any.
What?
I did not observe any.
It's a white shirt.
Yes, sir.
If you noted blood on him, you would have put that in your notes or reported that to somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about, let me see, 1845.
Hold on, it's a shotgun pistol slotted in my office. It's 300 blackout. 300 black.
Stop for a second. That's you apparently determining the shell casing you found is a 300 blackout, correct?
One.
The one that was in the gravel.
Yes, sir.
That's all the video I have. Just a couple final questions. Since I have no further questions.
May you redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Are you a first responder?
Yes, sir.
Your first job is safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection leading.
Thank you. Tell me what your jobs as a first responder are again.
Yes, sir. We secure the scene, make sure there's no current threat for additional first responders. We then secure the scene, make sure that nobody comes in that's not supposed to, so that we preserve any evidence that's there.
It's part of your training to avoid disturbing the scene as best you can.
Yes, sir.
Still paying attention to your primary.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training and your experience and what you try to do is if you do see
Objection,
evidence.
Your Honor, leading.
I'll rephrase you. If you are on scene and you do see evidence while you were there, what is your standard operating procedure in that event?
I would mark it
And why do you do that?
just to bring awareness to it so that it's not disturbed.
It's your job to be a crime scene investigator.
No, sir.
You're just marking that. I'll rephrase. You were asked earlier about apprehending any suspects. Was Mr. Murdaugh ever in custody?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, they're going to recess till 2:15, and I lost my StreamYards just as that happened, but we didn't miss any testimony. As you can see, they are breaking.
You may proceed.
Okay. Oh, you guys want to talk about some more of this? I assume there's a lot going on. A lot going on. I, for one, am quite impressed with point counterpoint going on. It seems like both of these, the prosecutor and the defense, know each other well, well enough to actually oh, wait a minute. They didn't break. I'm sorry. They're back. Hold on a second. My apologies.
Shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question: should you have been walking around? What if you got two dead people?
Hold on. No, they are on break. This is very confusing to me. Sorry. They're on break. Well, I'm getting a feed from my own stream. Somebody sent me the feed to my own stream thinking that we were live. So I put it up, and that should not have. But there you go. Yes. That's right. They just went on break. Thank you, Tomorrow Kiddo, for helping me check that out. But someone else just sent me like my own stream saying, no, you're still live, but they were behind in the streams. So like I'm playing like my own stream on my channel. That was quite abusing. Yeah, hopefully you all get the humor. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we could see that they're going to be on break now until they're going to be on break, as you can see, until 2:15. It is 5 to 1 here. So that's an hour in 20 minutes. So if you guys want to hang, fine. If you don't, fine. I mean, I'll be here to answer questions if you want, or we can just like hang. But I'm not going to stop the stream or start another one. We'll just keep it running. I would like to keep one continuous day stream for each one as it happens, But then, thank you, Godless Granny, for being here. I like having you in the chat. If you have anything to add, it's appreciated. It is quite interesting. Yeah. Hope to see you back in a while. hmm yeah, I'm trying hard not to be cute though. Tomorrow, kiddo. Like it's you just got to go with these things when they happen, right? You just have to go with it. It is at a good part for recess. I agree, Mrs. Cassandra, because like after they ended with that testimony, a 15-minute break. I have that it's almost 1 o'clock, Anna, and I do think he said 2:15, right? That would make it longer. Did anybody else hear differently? I heard 2:15. It is lunchtime for them. Yes, tomorrow, kid. We are all cute. We are all like, yes, I think it's the lunch break, Anna, actually. I really do. Okay. Yep. They're just showing the symbol now, so it's definitely out on a bunch. Well, thank you, Hawk Skull. Oh, like a shiny button? Dig, you're too flattering, Hawk Skull. Like, you're too good for my ego, always with all the colorful hearts and building me up. But yeah, don't careful. Like, I gotta be up here with this big head of mine. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment, though. It's kind of you. But I will admit that I do have technical difficulties sometimes, but I think, just trying to get through it and keep the stream going is important. And thankfully, my audio is still going and we did get it rectified. And although that person did send me the stream trying to help and it was the wrong one, I actually appreciate that they were trying to help me out. Like, thank you. Like, don't feel bad, person. Like, please don't. And don't let it stop you from trying to help again. I appreciate it, you know? Thank you, Tomorrow's Kiddo, for being here, especially since it was so off hour for you. I hope you catch the rest of it. This will stay up as long as they don't do anything with the live stream about it. It will be in a playlist each day for everybody to go back later and follow. And hopefully you'll be able to hear all of the testimony, because I will, as I said, try not to talk through what you should be hearing from both sides as it goes, and we could talk about it after, and we could talk in the chat. I will keep as long as the video doesn't get edited, the live chat will be available also, so that you could see all the questions. Mhm. I know, right? Right, T King. I love that they sent me my own stream, like by accident. But that just means that they just clicked the wrong link. Like that means that they were actually watching the stream and everything. So thank you for the view. Thank you, Tomorrow Kiddo. Oh, you are cool. Following me on Insta. That's where I put up all my shorts on what I'm doing. Hope you enjoy it. Yes, on Instagram. Hmm. Awesome. Awesome. Hmm. I'm glad you found us again after the Johnny Depp trial tomorrow, Kiddo. That always is nice to know that you've seen some of the other stuff and that you wanted to come and hang. It, we appreciate it. And for those of you that are actually peeking while working, wink, wink, you know who I'm talking to. Like, that's awesome that you guys are here. That I really appreciate the support. It's hard to be up here and talk to yourself for so long, you know. But as long as you guys are willing to hang, then I am too. It's worth the long day. I actually do have quite a passion for legal. I am not a lawyer. I tell everyone that. I know I shouldn't say it as often as I do, because then you're like, well, why do I want to watch her? Like, why do I want to listen? I'll tell you why. Because I have great respect for that whole system. And I bother to try to keep that line defined and to try not to cross any boundaries in regards to it, while still giving some commentary and opinion on it, but also being very respectful for what they got to do. You know, yeah, right, Grace. I know myself. Like, I'm here streaming. This is it. Like, work. What? Nope. Not for me. Not for me right now. Nope. Um, but just so that you know, like, I do talk to other lawyers and to paralegals, and I do research a lot of the case study. Usually, I'm following something because of the hook on it. You know, and exactly for this particular case, you know, hey, you know what? You know what? That's a good idea, actually. What the Beck? We're on lunch. So here, I'm going to be brave and I'm going to put my link here for anybody that wants to come. All I ask is that my channel is avatars only because I don't do camera. So I kind of keep everything that way. But anybody who wants to put a picture up or something like that, or use an avatar that wants to take that link and chat during the lunch break about the case, then I'm all for it. And Beck, I would love to have you, especially since I just found out that you're as passionate about these stuff as I am, which I didn't know before. And we've been in the same circles for a while. And I did not know you were a true crime buff. Mm. But that goes to all of my friends there. If you're on break, Mandy, any of my mods on those, even if I have not streamed with you before, I do have quite the reputation for breaking cherries on YouTube, bringing people on panel who have never done it before, and actually giving them the bug to do this on a regular. I think everybody has a voice and an opinion on these things. And as long as you're respectful and you don't upset my chat by calling them names or rip me a new one, we can actually have a good discussion, regardless of what side you're on. That's my MO about all things, just in case you're new uh, to how I do things. But I'm really cool about it. I love having all kinds of discussions. I think discussion is where change starts to happen. Having the difficult conversations out here on YouTube is how we can make a difference and how we can get issues confronted and put out. It's not just like throwing it out into the universe for no purpose. I believe in having that discussion with information, putting valued information in there, correcting misinformation, giving people resources to look at, having well-balanced, counterbalanced discussions. That's my passion for YouTube. And a lot of it revolves around the true crime, yeah, because I love reading. Yes, I do read legal briefs every day. I do love it. I do love it. Yes, T King, one of my members, and also has been here for a while. I did break her cherry on YouTube. We did an Am I the Asshole Reddit read, which was quite fun. It was very entertaining. I love to do those too. And that's a very comfortable way to come out on YouTube discussing something somebody else did. you know? Welcome back.
Hey, how you doing,
Hey,
lady?
I'm doing okay. I did not know you were a true crime buff. Like that you really
Yeah,
love this. Huh? I didn't know. I didn't know.
back in the day, when I was, when all that stuff started coming out, you could like watch all the trial. They
Mhm.
did like major coverage of all the trials. Matter of fact, I remember watching a lot of the OJ trial in between my two jobs I was working
Mhm.
back then.
I
Yeah, I haven't watched much in the last couple of years, but oh man, I used to love it. Now you have me totally wrapped back into it.
Did I? Okay, good. This is only my second live trial on YouTube. I do coverage of a lot of different cases for my true crime series that I've been doing for about a year or so. I was doing
Right.
it with Jay from True Serial, who was also a good crime buff, and he actually loved going into the older cases with the FBI, like the unsolves and a
Ooh,
lot of the
yes.
serial killers. And we did a lot
Yes.
of history on like the older ones from all over the place. So like I got quite the playlist with him
Oh,
back there if you love
awesome.
it. There's quite a bit going on there, but for me this is only my second trial though. How you finding it so far? Like what's sticking out to you?
You know, okay, so first of all, the defense is being so extremely picky that I swear to God, he's trying to throw in little details just to make it look, but it could be microscopic. Did you have a microscope? What's the
Right.
hold on?
Yes.
What's the guy
Yeah.
supposed to do? Walk around the crime scene with a microscope on the ground?
Yes.
Oh my God. That part
I
killed
know
me. It
that.
absolutely killed me.
I hope that the jury picked up on that because that was absolutely ridiculous. Like, well, there could
Yeah.
be microscopic evidence. Duh. He's not the CSI. He is not the crime scene investigator. These are first responders securing the scene. And he's
Right.
already trying to put doubt with the jury that the scene was contaminated. But by
So
saying that you weren't walking around with a microscope, that actually doesn't do it. It kind of put out there for the jury to see that he was actually coming at it from a little bit of a too ridiculous angle.
yeah.
And I hope they caught
What
it. I hope they caught it.
where do
Yes.
they live?
This South Carolina, this is Coletta County in South Carolina,
Okay, so it's out in the
Waterboro.
middle of
Mhm.
nowhere. It's not in a city, right?
No, it's not. This was
Okay.
definitely like, this was a big ranch type, farm, a big,
Yeah,
kennels and
part
everything like that. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, probably part of a small
Mhm.
community with a small police force, correct?
Yes, it is, and it's not uncommon. Well, not really
So
small.
that guy is
It's big. It's big for the area. I mean,
well,
this
for
is a
the yeah, but
well-known
it's not
family. Yeah.
Chicago.
No, it's not
Yeah,
Chicago, but as
like
far as like when you think Chicago and like big families like entrenched in law or illegal,
uh,
it kind of has the same vibe. The Murdaugh family alone is a lot of judges, lawyers, well-respected politicians, very entrenched in the area,
oh.
huge family. And apparently Alex Murdaugh is famous now for being the black sheep of that. When I tell you he's got 99 other charges on him, with 18 different indictments for financial crimes, I would say,
Well, the
for defrauding banks, insurance companies,
oh my
clients, his
God.
own partners. He's not a lawyer
Mm.
anymore. He was disbarred. Yes. Yeah, it's a little disgraceful.
Okay,
He's
so this is the dad you're talking about, correct?
This is the dad. This is the
The one on
accused.
trial.
Yes,
Okay.
his name is
Wow, so he's got a little
Richard.
shady background going. Well, okay, so the reason
Shady,
I
wait,
asked
you don't know the half of it. He actually paid somebody to shoot him in the head to try to get people to feel sorry for him so when his financial crimes came out. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid
Oh,
you
I
not.
love it.
I have like that link I
I
put in
love
the
it.
chat. Like the best thing you could do is just like go read some of this stuff. You'll be laughing so hard for the rest of the day.
Hilarious. Well, the
Yes.
reason I was asking about the size of the police force is because unless you have a large city where you have an ample amount of police officers,
Mhm.
if you have a murder, the little guys are going to stay and help with whatever they can because
Mhm.
that is a huge crime scene. It's a lot to take in, and you have a small police force who, how often do they get murders there? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
of course, they're going to bring everybody in to help, is my point. Of course, that first responder should stand there and, look for evidence and make sure the scene's secure and blah, blah. That's what he should do. He's helping his team.
That's what I was quite impressed with the first officer that testified because he was a first responder and he was doing observations as he should. And he was sticking to the observations of what he saw and what he was securing and how he was trying to secure the scene. It's his
Okay.
job first on the things to make sure everybody's safe, to make sure Alex isn't a harm to himself, to make sure there's not an open firearm or anything else
Yep.
going to happen.
Keep going.
This
Yep.
is
There's lots.
exactly what he
Yeah.
was supposed to be doing. And then to hear the defense come out and start challenging that like that way and to
Yeah.
see how calm he was about it. Like it's almost like I do know that the defense attorney, Dick Harpootlian, he does have a reputation as being quite a bulldog. And he's very well known. He's got political aspirations. He's very entrenched in the system. He's a big deal. He's a big deal there. Okay.
Wow.
But they're used to him. Did you hear the judge interfering? Like the judge, when a judge has to interfere, he's pretty well familiar with your style. And he's telling you, don't go that far. Don't go that far.
Oh, yeah, because
Yeah.
he knows
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
lawyer. Yeah, you're talking
Yeah.
about the defense lawyer, right?
Yeah, the defense lawyer,
Yeah.
the second one.
Yeah.
But then did you see that Creighton Waters, who is the prosecutor, the
Mhm.
way he came back after every one, he was paying careful attention to everything Harpootlian said, and he came bat, point,
Yep.
and just
Yep.
answered every
Objection.
question.
Objection. Yep. It was
Every
great.
question that they put before the jury for bias or doubt, he made sure the witness got a chance to actually answer it. And that's great style. I love to see good lawyering like that. That's how
Yes.
it should
Oh,
be done.
absolutely.
I mean,
Somebody's
I
paying
have great
attention.
respect for
Yeah.
it. Mhm.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm
Let
curious
me
to
put
see how
this
this all unfolds with the
Mhm.
timeline and everything.
Mhm. Exactly. The timeline is the thing, because they did present an alibi that said that he couldn't have done the murder because when they said he was there, he was actually with his father. But then again, now it is rumored or stated actually in several articles and even in the opening statement of the prosecutor that there is actual some type of video from the son's phone that he sent out that they've acquired that shows that prior to the murder, an hour before the murder, they were all together on the ranch. Alex, Maggie, and Paul, and all their voices.
Oh.
And it kind of like makes you wonder about that alibi statement that defense kind of submitted to the court that, he
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
there. Well, you were
Well,
there.
how far
Yeah.
away is where the father is at the hospital compared to their ranch?
That's a very good question. I don't remember, but I don't think it was that far. And I think that's where all of these tracks are going to come into play. Was he
Right.
there? Did he leave? Did he come back? He's saying he was only there and he backed out and he came back once, right? And the first responder is already saying there were too many tracks. That made me curious when he said date and I saw how many tracks there were. Okay, so
See, and then there's a matter of what cars they all own, who was where, how
Mhm.
many cars are coming in and out that morning. Like there's a
Exactly.
lot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there's so much more. This is only the beginning. We are only 2 witnesses in. That's it.
Yeah, this is
And there
gonna
are
be
255 on the list. Now, I don't think they're going to present all 255, but
no.
I'm just saying I'm just impressed at the coverage that the prosecution did, the what ifs that they are ready for. Like they are ready. This looks very well prepared. And quite impressed, like right out of the gate with the prosecution. And normally I'm more impressed with the defense because I know that's the harder job and defense has to do everything they can. everything they
Yeah.
can to sow doubt.
Yeah.
And I know I can't say that Harpootlian is doing a bad job because he's obviously really tried to spread that bias, prosecutorial bias. He tried to get the first
Right.
witness to say, "You won't talk to me because you're on their side." That's basically what he laid down for the jury by
Right.
saying, "You
Right.
didn't answer any of my calls. You didn't do
Yeah.
this, you didn't do that." And it was like, whoa, he's trying to set up bias here that he's only on the
Well,
side of the
course
prosecution. Yeah.
of course, the people that work there and are ingrained into politics, i.e., anybody from a police officer up, is gonna act like they're on his side because his family has money and they're dominant in the area. That
It is.
everybody knows that's gonna
Mhm.
happen.
They do, and that's why it was like when I made the comment prior earlier in the stream about during jury selection when the judge actually said, "Have you heard about anything about this case?" And everybody in the courtroom stood up, and it was like, okay, well, not just knowing anything about it isn't going to get you excluded. The name is everywhere. But they
Right.
had the list multiple times, did you know? And they had this long list of people. You had to disclose if you had anything to do with them, if you knew them as friends, relative, worked with them, where you worked, where your spouse
Boy,
worked. And
that must
your
have really
spouse
eliminated a lot of people if they
it did. There was 700 summonses were sent out to get 12 jurors and 8 alternates.
Holy
And
shit,
they were
Batman.
excusing people by the hundreds right away. Like it was lit. Like that was
Yeah.
probably one of the most entertaining for me jury selections. Like I was quite intrigued by it. I don't want to say entertaining like a ha ha, but like,
Yeah, it is
curiosity
intriguing.
wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really was.
Verillion said, "What got me was the K9 guy saying on tape, there's a lot of casings here. In other words, that shotgun was shot many, many times."
It was, and there was also a
Yeah.
lot of just because of where they were and how they work, there are all kinds of casings, and we're going to hear evidence, as was brought up in the prosecution's opening statement, that they don't have the murder weapons, but they have shells all over the property that match the murder weapon, that they know came out of the murder weapon because of the bullets that are in the bodies. That proves that
Right.
somebody on that property had or owned those weapons, that it was not an
Right.
outside person coming in from somewhere. That weapon had been used on the property. And so it does kind of lead a little line to it being Murdaugh weapon. And then
Right.
from there, it's just a matter of where is it. But if they can prove that it's been, I mean, that's what all those casings were. There were casings everywhere, but that's not that unusual in where they live.
No, in
There's
a country area, we used
I mean,
oh my goodness.
right
I've
before that, the
moved to
dog was running around with a chicken in its mouth. Like, and like so like it wouldn't be uncommon that they would be trying to calm the dogs down or whatever, or shooting some
Well,
fox
yeah,
trying to
I
get
mean,
into the hen house, or
yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
absolutely target practice. Like I lived
Anything.
in the
Yeah.
country and every time we moved onto a new farm, we would
Mhm.
find shell casings everywhere and
Mhm.
have to, try to go and pick them up so they wouldn't continue to litter. But yeah, no, in a country environment, you expect stuff like that.
Mhm. No, I do. And always creative says about the microscope comment. Most law enforcement officers don't even have a magnifying glass. It's true.
Right, like,
Yep.
why yeah, no, they're not gonna
Yep. Nope,
they
they
are
don't.
not crime scene detectives, they are not gonna do that.
Mhm.
Mandy, I can't get
Mhm.
past all the old ass white men prosecutors and defense
Exactly.
attorneys.
Yeah.
Say you're in the deep south without saying you're in the deep south.
Yes, like I get that. Like, how do you do that, right? And
Yeah.
and she also said he actually wanted the guy to K him so that he would be murdered also,
Schmurdered.
and the living son would get money. Oh my, that's just not cool.
Nice.
Yes. Yes. No, I get it. I get it.
Mandy said, "No joke, I probably have a shell and or casing somewhere in my car currently."
Exactly. And we're
I mean,
not
if
against
you're a gun owner and you
possible.
go to the range or go hunting,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly.
But that
It
brings up
happens.
something else that like that I was kind of fascinated with. The amount of what do you call it? Gunshot tracings. What do you
Mhm.
call that? Powder residue,
Oh, yeah,
whatever
the
it's
the
called in
BSR,
gunshot residue, the
or
BSR,
GSR,
right?
yeah. Yeah,
GSR,
gunshot
gunshot
residue.
residue, that they're talking about could have been inside the vehicle from the opening statement by the prosecutor. apparently clothes with it on it and apparently inside the vehicle. Well, hmm.
Okay, have these guys ever gone and shot out of their vehicles and shot a deer? A lot of
Maybe.
country people do that.
Maybe,
See, there's
but
so
you
many
know,
factors when you going from a city person that's like a desk person to somebody that owns a ranch. Like there's a lot of
mhm.
stuff to think about.
There really is like, I do.
Yeah, no, I missed most of the first one. I was on a phone call, so I missed most of the
Oh, the
first.
first witness. You know what?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thankfully there's replay. Like I think that went on for, oh gosh, at least an hour 20, maybe. That was
Okay, I'll
good.
have to go back and watch.
But what'll
You
be
streamed that?
interesting, I did. I streamed it from
Okay,
the
I'll
start.
make
I
sure.
actually also streamed. I was going to play the prosecution's opening statement, but I'll save that for tomorrow morning. Not
There you
No,
go.
not the prosecution, the defense. This morning, I played the opening statement again from yesterday of the prosecution. I started it at 8:45. Tomorrow, I'll start 30 minutes earlier, and we will, in fairness, play the defense.
Right,
Just so you
okay.
can see the difference in the styles. But I do recommend you see that the first witness, because you're going to notice the difference in the styles of the prosecution in the defense right away. It was
Oh.
very evident in how that first witness was approached by the prosecution and how he laid everything out. And then the defense, Harpootlian, came in there and just sowing doubt everywhere. And then the prosecution comes back and like point, addressed every issue that got brought up. That is
Wow.
like
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to definitely watch that.
and the turtle moves wants to know, how can you be a detective without a magnifying glass? This is,
No
that's like the
cops,
image
not
with the
the
Sherlock.
detectives.
It's the Sherlock Holmes image with the magnifying glass and the really great hat, But yeah, I don't know. But apparently they're supposed to walk around with microscopes, which I found like so humorous.
No, but not the investigators, not the detectives,
No,
the
no, the
regular
first
police
responders. Yes, show up.
officers. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they should have
And
microscopes
and
on
you're
them.
supposed to stand at the beginning of the crime scene and don't enter it and just look from afar because you're supposed to be like you should be using. How are you supposed to use your microscope, Beck, if you can't get up close and personal?
I don't know. You got to crawl around on the ground with a microscope.
He was not
Just
making
take
much.
the
Yeah.
just take the plate off of it. It'll be fine. You can see the ground.
Exactly. Although I have great respect for the process, I have to find great humor when that kind of stuff happens. Like,
Oh,
I'm not going to ignore
absolutely.
it. I'm also not going to ignore the fact that all of this year, while I was covering Murdaugh, I couldn't say his name. I called him Murder. I said murder every time I went to say his name. And now I see Bearded Harrington comes into the chat and he goes, how come nobody's saying that this man's poor surname is just like really poor choice of surname, like really bad. Like, I'm like, yes,
Murder,
I get it.
Murdaugh,
Murdaugh,
Murdoch,
right, I get it.
Murdo,
But
whatever they
notice
call
I
him.
haven't mispronounced it yet because he did that. Like, and the people that follow me in the chat, they'll tell you I mispronounce it all the time. I keep calling him the other one. I'm gonna keep saying murder. I'm saying that's not fair. Like I'm really setting him up. Like that's not right. I gotta stop that. But it just kept happening. And now it's Murdaugh. No matter what, it's Murdaugh.
Always Grateful says my son carries enough equipment on him. Now he's supposed to carry a microscope too, right?
Yes, exactly. How is that? And what
Exactly.
pocket is he supposed to put it in? And
I
then,
guess they could give him those monocles and they could zoom in on the ground,
exactly,
walking around with one eye closed because
you know
that would
what?
be smart.
And even if they did have them, this guy would probably say, "But what model is it? Like, did you have it upgraded this week? Like, were you using the top? Like, what model microscope was that? Are you sure?
How long
Are
have you
we
used a
supposed-
microscope?
Yes,
Have you worked in a lab with a microscope?
And
Where did you purchase your microscope? How do we know your microscope is reliable?
I know, and I know he's only doing his job. I mean, that is his job to sow doubt, and he's trying his best. But
Well,
you
and that's
gotta
the whole
try
point
not
is-
to cross to the ridiculous because, like, come on, that was
Right, but he's
ridiculous.
setting that, but he's kind of smart to do it because he's setting that doubt in place ahead of
Mhm.
time
Yeah.
and sowing it into the jury's brains because they don't have to prove him innocent. They have to prove that there's doubt, and that's all they need.
Mm-hmm.
So
This is true, and we have seen that in quite a few other cases.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have like there's quite a few that I'm following right now. Although I did want to say that anybody that was following with me the Larry Millett pre-trial, or the judge did say yesterday that yeah, there's enough. He's going up on murder charges. There will be a murder trial for Larry Millett
Ah, I knew it. I knew it.
for
I did
Maya
watch
Millett.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was watching your Millette stream. Yeah.
Oh, you were? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I
oh, that's
watched
right. I've been seeing you around. I just don't remember exact, like, because I do so many different types of streams, and we have quite a few circles that we go the same, like different streams. So I see you a lot, actually.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm unemployed right now, so
Ye-
I am around.
Me too. That's why I'm here on YouTube doing a live
Yeah.
stream on murder.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm lurking in everybody's live streams all the time.
It is.
So,
It,
yeah.
but
Gotta have
that's
something to do.
yeah, it is. For true crime, it's cool. It is.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. I love this kind of stuff. And when
Mhm.
I saw that you were into it, I was like, oh, I didn't know she did that.
I
And so I started stalking you more.
No, it's okay. I like stalkers. Like I'm pretty friendly to all my stalkers. I have a few, and I'm fine with it. I am
No, it's
fine with
good.
it.
No, it's fine. I'm a horrible stalker. I'm really lazy. I won't Google research. I
You can
won't
take
follow you
lessons.
around from your store to your house. I'm a horrible stalker.
I was like,
I've
you're gonna take
just
lessons
too
from some of my
distracted to
more
do it.
serious stalkers. Like like it's like what I love to do though. I love to turn like the angry stalkers into friends. Like, and I'm pretty well known for it because like I'm not doing anything terrible. Like I'm like, hey, like what's the deal? Like what? Come on, let's hang. You know?
I think I'm too ADD to be a stalker. It's like a full-time job if you think about it. You know,
I
you
don't
gotta
think
work
anyone's
and
that
stalk.
like I don't want to sound all like, big headed or anything like that. I don't think anybody's that fascinating that I want to be a stalker. Like who's got that kind
Well,
of
that
time to focus
too.
on one person? There's a world
Right.
full of interesting people. Like I want to pay attention to all of you, you know?
Like, I'm so fucked up, I'm just trying to figure out my own shit. I don't have time to follow somebody else around. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. Oh, except for mocking media. He accuses me of looking in like his windows all the time. And he used to like because I think he's very talented and I'm always praising like their video skill and stuff. So he's always saying like he's got a TRO on me as a joke. Like, but then I have to remind him, you're coming to my streams. Like, I'm not like following you around. Like, you're here bugging me. Like, how is that like TRO worthy? Like, come on.
Right, right. It was funny because when COVID was really heavy and there was some vacation going on, it might have been like
Mhm.
Christmas vacation or something like that, and everybody was just streaming, and we were all just
Mhm.
jumping around from stream to stream, and we had a constant joke going of you're stalking me because whoever got to the next stream first was being
Mhm.
stalked. Yeah, so it went on like for I don't even know for like 16 hours and all these different streams we were jumping to, and it was all the same people. But it was hilarious. You're stalking me.
No, and it's
3
like
Ox is stalking me.
but here you go. Like you're on YouTube. Don't you like, I mean, come on. If we're on YouTube and we all have channels, Beck, you have a channel too. Several of the
Yep.
people in the chat that come and follow me, we all have channels. Of course we would stalk. Like, why else are we out here? Of course we want you all like coming for us and like coming and seeing us and stalking us. Like, I have no problem with it at all. I still being here 2 years, I still have open DMs regardless of all the crap that I get. I still believe that they should be able to get in touch with me if they want.
There you
know?
go.
Yeah.
Autistic Shill says, Claire, I'm not a stalker either. Too much ADHD as well. But hey, I've got legit stalkers that have been at me for 2 years. I think that's a
true.
compliment, isn't it?
Yeah, it
I've
is.
never had a stalker. I'm kind of jealous right now.
Well, actually, autistic shill stalker are like not the nice kind. It's from the anti-vax. It comes from another group
Oh my
of
God.
vaxxers versus anti-vaxxers. And I do know some people, like some of the friends that I have are from back then when we were all like within that area when it first came out. Just to be
Yeah.
clear, like my grandchildren are both on the spectrum. I get kind of when people talk about the vaccines and all having anything to do with it. So I was part of all those groups back in 2015, 2016,
Yeah.
2017 when I first came out here. And I know a lot of people from there. And the ones that Shill is dealing with are rather vicious in their
Oh.
attacks on your family and your children and the things that they say. If you need to be like that, if you need to be vile to prove a point, you don't have a point. You're just
Yeah,
the
no,
point
no,
you're
because
showing is who you are, and it ain't so great. And maybe you need
points are facts.
Mm-hmm.
If good points are facts, and if you don't have facts, then it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I know the turtle moves. Aren't I looking rather shifty at Beck like that? I'm gonna have to use my other avatar with the granny glasses for these. Like, you're not gonna take me serious in my amber shades, are you? I've got my snarky look on. I didn't realize that. Like, I didn't change my avatar from my, snarky show. I was getting ready because I'm doing political later tonight at 7 o'clock with the quiz, and I guess I'm getting ready for the snark. You know, we have to talk about how one of these things is not like the others when we talk about all of the documents that are being found by like everybody
Right.
that need to be in the National Archives here in America, like in how everybody has them, but it's all in the matter of how you handle it when it's discovered that makes one of these things not the same as the other, and what the difference between like a mistake and a criminal offense is. It should be an interesting stream. It should be funny because you can't take I do like to talk politics, but I can't take it that serious. Like I have to.
Oh
I ha
yeah, I'll
I have
throw
to
jokes
point out
in.
the ridiculousness of it, right? I mean, who couldn't?
I figured if you were gonna stare at me, Claire, I would give you a good pose.
Oh, what a nice look! You are looking rather buff lately, Beck. I saw you on a stream.
Oh, you're full of crap. You guys just can't see my. You can't see my belly because the camera doesn't go that low.
Well, what you show of me, what you show of yourself, I'd say you were looking quite buff. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I got nice arms and shoulders.
Yeah, there you
Face is
go.
okay, you know.
You do actually. For those of you that haven't checked out his channel, go ahead. He's definitely quite handsome.
Stop. You embarrass me.
They can't see you blushing, right? But they can hear it.
It's a
They can.
good thing.
Did you know that's a good thing? You can hear a blush. Did you all hear it? Like I heard it. I heard that blush.
Yeah, oh yeah, you totally fucking embarrassed me just now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of known
No,
for
no,
that
no, you're
too.
fine.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Like, sorry. Hey, welcome, Ashley. It's nice to see you. Sorry.
Ashley, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashley, it was some good stuff. Did you miss the first part? Oh my God, there's so much
Yeah.
already.
Oh, and I'm glad you're looking forward to political too, Ashley. I haven't done anything in a while. Like Quiz and I used to do it on Sunday afternoons, so we kind of took a break. It was getting crazy. I think once Trump hit like 5 or 6 lawsuits, I was like, I can't handle anymore. Like I can't. Like I got like 20 true crime legal streams, and like Trump was filing a lawsuit on people every day, like
Yep.
every day. Like what?
Yep.
Like I just couldn't keep up. I cover some of them, but he
Oh, I
did just
can't.
recently get sanctioned. His lawyers got sanctioned for, get this, frivolous lawsuits. I'm like, you
I
good-
know,
good one.
right?
And
Oh,
in
it's
Florida,
getting
of all
good. It's getting
places,
good.
in Florida of all places, I didn't see that coming. I didn't.
Oh yeah. No, not that. Not in Florida. Yeah, it's going to get good with them. And everybody's like, oh, the Democrats aren't going to do anything. I'm like, dude, when you're fighting someone who was a president, you have to make sure all your ducks are in a row and all the
Exactly.
eggs are perfectly in the basket, or you're not getting shit. You're going to pull up that line and your fishing hook's going to be empty. So they
Exactly.
have to build the best possible case in
Mhm.
order to take that motherfucker. That
Yeah,
guy down.
No, that's okay. Like I'm over. Yeah, language isn't an issue in most cases here. Although I heard YouTube's getting kind of vicious about it. I did have.
Well, that's why I'm trying to watch my mouth. I don't
Yeah.
want to, it's one
It's
thing
hard,
for me to
isn't
kill
it?
my own shit, but I don't want to.
I don't know. I don't want to say that everybody from my state is like foul mouth, but most of them that I meet are like myself. I do tend to I like to speak on things, but I can be a little
I
bit
don't know what state you live in.
rough. New Jersey.
That's what I thought.
Oh, you're not
Hey,
one
you
of
never know. It could have been New York. It could have been
It could have been
Maryland.
South. From what I hear, it could be South Africa, the Netherlands. Like they think I'm from everywhere because apparently my voice changes like every other day or something. I don't know. But
Are you one of those people that picks up other people's accents when you're talking to them?
I do, and I'm cursed with a life that where I was raised with tutor. I was tutored at home. I wasn't in the public school system. I'm born and raised right here in New Jersey. I've got European relatives that lived with us, and I had tutors from Australia and England my whole life. I pick up language. I say things like crikey because I've been saying it since I was 6 years old. Okay. And I say
Right,
shite,
right.
and I know the difference between a biscuit and a cookie, but I can't help it. It's the way I can't help it. Like, and I get in trouble for using Z's and S's and U's where I'm not supposed to, and I always did. And it's only because I'm now more comfortable to be myself. When I first came out on YouTube, I will admit I did have a stick up my ass, and I spoke only in a very controlled instructor's voice that I was used to from teaching
Da
community
da da da
college.
da 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 da. Da
Exactly.
da da
And I
da da da
heard
da da.
myself and I hated it. And then everybody came at me saying, "You just think you're so much better than everybody talking like that." I said, "That's it. Like, forget it. Oh, you just don't know who I am." They told me I was stuck up and a prude and all of this. And then I
And
said,
now
"That's
you
it.
look back and go, damn, I was.
Damn, I was." And I was. And that was a couple of videos. And now they use those videos to decide that how I'm talking to you right now, this is fake. Although I
Yeah.
don't know how you could fake this 24/7, like your
I
whole
mean,
life.
I
Like,
don't
I don't
know.
know
It's
how you could fake this,
because
but
I hear you and talk to you everywhere, and you sound exactly the same. So
exactly. So I'm just
I would know
yeah.
if you were faking it.
I think I challenge them to get some voice analysis on me because you'll go back to my old equipment and you'll hear the difference. And also, you could go to my reads now, and like when you're reading out loud for someone and you're recording it and you're not talking to them live, you do use a different tone. You use a much more controlled tone. It's almost like, if you're doing this. So if you go to my library here, right here on my channel, go to Bear's Library and listen to any of my reads, you will hear that controlled voice come back. It's definitely both of them are me.
Yeah.
It's just the situation. It's just like,
Well, were you discussing stuff or were you reading stuff?
well, now on my library, I'm reading. I am doing, like, I just read Kafka, Franz Kafka. I did the Metamorphosis in 3 parts.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did that. And I've done fairy tales. I did a naughty library, a couple of dirty books too. And you know,
Ha ha hawk
um
skull.
I've done a lot of
I see what he said.
yeah, this is true, Hawk. This is true, Hawk. I'm very good. Like, yeah, nobody would dare
No,
me.
I
Yeah.
can. No, you talk about me. No, I can tell when women are faking it. Trust me.
Yes. If you're paying
It's
attention,
the
you
finger.
can.
It's the
If you
finger test.
if you're paying attention, you can. Yeah. But anyway,
Things
about the
jump.
trial, I'm wondering though about the faking, because like I'm just gonna whoop you right back to topic here, Beck.
Yeah.
About the faking, what do you think about the body language of our accused, Alex
I was
Murdaugh?
watching him. He was very stoic until that one part of that video came up. They started showing the body cam video, and it was where
Yep.
the bodies were, and they covered up the screen, and I saw him start to sob. And then he controlled it and stopped, but he
Yeah.
started to cry. Yeah.
hmm
But otherwise
Yes,
than
he
that,
did,
he's
and
been
I
very
didn't.
stoic and
Yeah.
making notes and listening to everything. But
Yeah.
also it happened a year ago, right?
This is true. No, too, like 21, I do believe it was
Oh.
June 7th of
Okay, so a
2021.
year and a half. It's been a year and
hmm
like this guy has thought this over and over for a year and a half. He's gonna be more stoic than somebody that was nabbed within the first couple
True.
weeks.
And then he hasn't seen the bodies. And then to actually have to look at that footage again, that had to be very
Yeah.
upsetting. Whether he's
Yeah.
involved or not, that had to be quite a
Right.
moment,
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's still his
Mhm.
wife of so many years and his son.
But I do have to say how quickly he switches though, because he was quite studious and then shaking and all of this, and then right back to like quite studious. Now, some people, I'm not going to say that that's like that unusual. There are people that can do that, easily. I'm quite mercurial myself. I might be accused of that very easily. Crying 1 minute and then everything's fine and I'm laughing a little bit later. Well,
Yeah.
for,
Well,
for I don't usually see it the way I'm seeing it though now. Well, like it
but
could be.
We also have to consider the fact that men are taught to hide their emotions. And the age of that guy, he was not allowed to cry as a child. I guarantee.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised because if you follow this case, if you look at some of the stuff, like Alex Murdaugh does not hide his emotion. He's been whining on tape for 2 years now. Always create will help me here. Am I right or what? Like, I mean, he's not hiding his emotion. He's been like, no, he's been.
Yeah, Verilion said also when he first got approached from that officer, his first words were, "How are you?" But yeah, but I heard his voice, and his voice was shaky on that.
It was
on that audio. Yeah. And he's also talking to a cop, and the cop will start asking questions and get him more focused on what's going on rather than acting so sporadic. And I'd like to see body cam footage of the first person that walked up to him. Now that would be great.
This is interesting. I'm interested in this. Verilion says, I think he didn't do it. However, I think he could have paid someone to do it. There's not enough yet to figure that out. I hope he didn't pay anybody to do it. He should have learned that you can't really pay people to do it. Like the guy he paid to shoot him in the head, that didn't go very well. that guy actually messed the whole thing up and then testified against him. So I'm hoping he didn't pay anybody. And if he did, why would they use guns from his own property so that he gets framed for it?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking about is if it's his guns. Now, there is a possibility someone could break into his house and break into his gun room and steal one of his guns or one that he's got laying around. Because let me tell you, when you're on the farm, there's always one by the damn door anyways. So someone could have broken in and, had something against his wife and son, which I don't know why. Also, doesn't his wife have dementia or something? Didn't she?
No, I don't. I've not heard much about the dementia. I did hear she was getting a little tired of all this financial stuff and everything going on, and she was spending more time away from him. That there was the marriage wasn't as solid as it was. But if you look at the history of everything that was going on, they'd been having some trouble. He's been playing, rob Peter to pay Paul in a vicious cycle of trying to cover up his financial misdemeanors and crimes against his own clients and partners for quite a while. He also admits to having a drug problem and he was in rehab and et cetera, et cetera. There are some problems. The mom has dementia. Ashley, do you mean Maggie or do you mean Alex Murdaugh's mother, who he has actually been taking care of?
Oh,
Alex's
I don't
mom.
know. When I
Yeah.
heard it, they
No.
said the mother. So
Yeah, but it's Alex's mom, not his
Alex's
wife.
mom has Alzheimer's, so he
right.
was trying to be around his mother because his dad was in the hospital. Okay.
Exactly. So he was like doing that. Okay. And so it does, it shows some compassion and all there. But here's the thing. What we have heard, and I'm going to speculate a little bit now because we don't have the trial right here. And I don't have facts on this. This is just a theory that's been laid out there. And I'm just going to share it with you all. I don't necessarily find enough evidence for it to be absolutely credible. And I'm hoping that during the trial we do. Because when it comes to motive, they're saying that the prosecution is laying out the thing from what they said in the pre-trial hearings that I have got information on, was that the reason Alex has killed them was to prevent more information from coming out in regards to his financial problems that he was
like
having.
the wife
in order
was going to
do-
spill
right.
on him and the
Yeah.
son was on her side about it.
In other words, not like to keep more from coming out. There's also indication that Paul, the younger son, was going to be indicted in the death of Mallory Beach in regards to the boating incident.
Whoa,
And
wait.
yeah.
What boating incident?
Whoa, boy, you do okay. You got some research to do. I'm going to send you some stuff. All right.
Damn, I
Now,
had no idea this family
when
was
it
so
comes to the
effed
Murdaugh
up.
family, just briefly, we've got a dead housekeeper that he represented the family in the insurance, died on his property, fell down his flight of stairs. Then he petitioned the family to represent them with the insurance company, went and won the suit, okay, and then kept the money from them. Okay, that case has been settled. He was guilty. He's been disbarred over all of that. Okay, the family
Right.
finally got the money, and the sons will be on the witness list. They are on the witness list for this case. That's one episode. Okay, his
Oh.
housewife. There's also a dead 19-year-old boy by the name of Stephen Smith that was found on the side of the road near his car or something. A few, not far from their residence. Friends with both sons, and has been an unsolved murder all this time for years and years and years.
Are
And-
you
No,
fucking
no,
excuse my
no.
French. Are you
Hello.
kidding me?
Oh, and I'm not done. And I'm not done.
Oh, I
And-
would accuse the whole family then. Who
Okay,
knows?
no, this is all Alex interfering. Alex seems to interfere with how they talk to the police, all the police officers, what gets
Older
done.
white
Everybody
dude
goes to
thinks
Alex.
he has
Okay,
to be in charge of the entire fucking
exactly,
family.
exactly. So now there's the boating incident. Okay, now the boating incident is Paul, the younger son, who is now deceased, took his
Okay.
older brother's ID and went and bought alcohol for a group of friends, got on a Murdaugh owned boat.
Uh-huh.
Okay, had a boating accident. Mallory Beach was thrown from the boat and was found dead in the water later.
I have heard
Discovered.
that name. I
Okay.
have heard that name.
All
Yeah.
right. So there was a big lawsuit. The lawsuit involved everybody involved, including the place that sold the liquor to Paul and Alex Murdaugh and the Maggie Murdaugh and Buster Murdaugh, because he was on the boat. Everybody was named. Most of the people were named, all because of the injuries and everything. There was quite a bit of speculation about Alex Murdaugh interfering on who actually was saying who was driving, interfering with the officers. All of these children were on that boat drunk as skunks, and not one single breathalyzer was taken when they showed up. Okay.
They
So
own the
yeah,
cops.
okay.
Oh,
So
they
like,
own the
I'm not
cops.
saying that they own the cops. I'm just saying it got
They
crazy.
own the
But
cops.
recently, what has happened in that case is the family of Mallory Beach has settled with Buster Murdaugh, the older, still alive son, and
Okay.
released him from the suit because they sold the property that he and his mother had interest in, and released the mother and him from the lawsuit because they turned over the money to the family in a settlement. And now
Oh.
but they left Alex on the suit. They're still going after him, and they're still going after the company that owns the convenience store and the people that own the convenience store
Well,
for
they
the
should.
selling of for the selling of the alcohol. Even
Yeah, I
though
mean,
Paul.
those kids look
Mhm.
alike, but not that much. One looks like mom and one looks like dad.
Mhm.
They don't look very much
Oh,
alike.
oh, and wait, it gets even better. Harpootlian was representing Paul, knowing that he was going to be indicted.
Oh my god.
The defense attorney.
Uh-huh. I know who
Uh-huh.
he is. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
here we go.
Oh yeah, it's a small world after all.
When it comes to Colleton County, South Carolina, it doesn't get any smaller than that in the Murdaugh trial. Like, everybody knows everybody, and everybody
Yeah.
knows everything. And that is a big connected family. And like I said, he's pretty much, after what I told you, would you agree, he's like the black sheep of the family?
Yeah.
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 What the judge had to do while they were doing pretrial motions and knowing that the cameras were going to be in the room? They had to
Mhm.
remove the pictures of his ancestors from the wall. His great grandfather was a judge. They had to remove all the Murdaugh family from the walls so they don't prejudice the jury. Now, that should just tell you everything, right, Beck? Like,
They should have had me. They should have flown me over for the trial. I didn't know any of this shit. I would have been the
you
perfect
could have
person
been
to
a
be on
juror.
the jury.
Yeah,
I would have been
yeah.
totally unbiased because I didn't know any of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, I did hear names,
Well,
and
actually, the
and-
case
and
is
now that
so
you
big.
now that you say that stuff about the boat, I do remember something about that, and I do remember seeing
Mhm.
that son before. And
Yeah,
yeah.
but there's even
Yeah,
more.
coming back.
There's actually Hakeem Pinckney that Always Grateful brought back to my attention that was another unsolved death that they're trying to link somehow through the family. But there's just so much. There's just so much. But I do recommend that the link that Autistic Shield is putting in there now for Fitz News, that is a local news organization that's doing some pretty good coverage. They're in the courtroom now,
Okay.
doing feeds, and they've been on the case for a while, and they know all the players. And the reason I like them is they're quite respectful when dealing with evidence and rumor. And I don't see a lot of that in the media anymore, Beck. I don't know about you, but when it comes to true
Oh
crime,
yeah,
look
no.
at
We all know the
lawyers
media's
get up in
paid.
there. They're getting
Yeah,
up there and saying, "But he winked, but he did this." I'm like, "You're a lawyer. What are you doing? Like, come on, come on." Like, I
Yeah,
wouldn't like do that. I don't like to. I want to see the process play out, and I don't like to see a lot of the media interfering with how the case is going to be presented, and interfering with the evidence, and interfering with perception. It gets to be too much. Like, I want justice for the family,
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
victims,
Well, and I think the
and
Murdaugh
even
family
for the
in
accused.
general, I
Yeah.
think the Murdaugh family in general just needs to go down. That's enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With all this shit that's going. And then Tony Regime said, "Isn't there a hit and run death that might be connected to one of the sons?" He's asking.
I don't know if that is Stephen Smith or the gentleman named Hakeem, but yes, there are some related to the sons. Yes,
Oh,
there's quite a
Jesus.
bit, Tony. Like, I'll be honest with you. I try to keep it straight as best as I can, but I do refer with Always Createful a lot, and Mandy, because like between the three of us, we'll keep it like perfectly straight. But I don't know if
Right.
one person could possibly, with everything I just told you, Beck, could you imagine trying to keep all of that straight? Like,
Yeah,
all of it.
no. And let me
Mhm.
tell you what, I would, oh my God, if I lived anywhere near that, I'd put that motherfucker in jail, whether he did it or not, just for everything else he's done. That would be me on the jury.
Yep.
If
That,
I knew all that walking in.
that would, hey, Sean, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, right.
That was
Kennedy
Stephen Smith.
cover-ups.
Yeah, Kennedy cover-ups for sure. And yes, Always, I thought it was Stephen Smith because they did say the body was near the car, and they're not so sure what it was. It was determined not to be a hit and run after the autopsy. Right. But in
See?
the beginning, yeah. Yep.
See?
Hey, Al. Nice to see you.
Ox, what's up, buddy?
Mm.
Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, crazy. My God, these and that's the problem. I tell people all the time, sometimes I hate waking up white because these old white men are just, God, they make everybody look bad.
They are making, that I had the same thing, and Mandy's gonna start screaming in the chat any seconds. 3, 2, 1. When I say Mandy and I had the same thing with Michelle Dauber, actually out there as a Stanford professor, giving women a bad name as far as trying to stick up for equality for ourselves, while
Right.
she's out there
See?
bashing everything that's not a woman as hard as she can. And I'm like, you're not
Right.
helping, babe. You're not helping.
Well, that's just
You're not
like
helping
I have
at
a
all."
friend, she's mixed. Her mom's like a white blonde and her
Mhm.
dad is a very dark-skinned man. And she lived in a more BIPOC area than there was white people
Mhm.
growing up. And she hates black people
Well, that's
because of what
crazy.
she's like, "You guys are making me look like a piece of shit." Yeah, she just because of what she grew up around. They
I
were
think
they were bad
yeah.
people in that area. There was gang shit going on, and there
Yeah.
was like because of it was always a black guy or a Hispanic guy doing something because
Yeah.
that's the area she was raised in. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
just
no, it's
want
just
people in
crazy.
general just like do better. Just don't make humans look bad. Like, come on.
Right, thank
Come on.
you. That's
There's
my
like,
point. I think
can we just
everybody
like
goes
stop
through
it?
this.
Yeah. Because like, I mean, Michelle Dauber is going a little extreme. People that are like, blaming things on like whole groups of people just because, like, it's just ridiculous. I can really feel with that. But Ashley is reminding us that on HBO Max, and also I would say Netflix, there are some really good murder documentaries going on. There's
Okay.
quite a few of them. You can find the one on HBO is particular in regards to the boating incident we were talking about, Beck.
Okay.
And then the one on Netflix is kind of more about the murders in what's gone down in the 2 years before we
Okay.
get a chance to go to the trial. But when I say that this is like hot and heavy in Colleton County, South Carolina, I get that, and it's entrenched because everybody knows everybody there. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I say this is national and mostly international, because my chat is full of people from all over the world and they know this case, they know who it is. So like I'd say this is a pretty big case because of how spider webbed it is, like all the different
Yeah.
parts and all the different. I mean, who else? This is the most indictments on a man and charges on a man coming up before criminal court, and they're all criminal. They're not, and some of them civil, but most of them criminal. Cases against him. I'm not kidding. 99 other charges, Beck, besides the murder. For other cases out there that he's got to answer for.
Jesus
18 other indictments all
Ugh.
over South Carolina.
If this guy walks out of there and doesn't like proceed directly to jail and no get out of jail free card, then I'm going to be really disappointed.
Well, you know what?
in the
I
justice
am
system.
impressed that they did keep him in jail. They did.
Oh, he's in jail now?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Good.
He shows up
That's
in
where he
handcuffs.
should be.
He comes out of the black sedan in handcuffs with a coat over his wrists, and they do take them off for inside. Mhm.
Yeah, of course, yeah, because
Mhm.
he's guarded in there.
But he has shown up for his pre-trials in prison garb, in his blue or his whatever colored,
Okay.
attire.
Yeah,
And several times it's been going on. Mhm.
yeah. No, that's good though. Because man, it pisses me off when they let people. Oh yeah, you can go home. It's fine. We know you. No,
Mhm.
motherfucker. I
Ye
don't think anybody should just be going home and anything more
No.
than a
Yeah.
minor thieving.
Exactly.
I don't like
Especially
it.
something like this, especially with all the financial crimes. If he had money hidden, he could leave, and that was one of the main reasons they kept him in jail. Always says if he is convicted of just a quarter of the other charges, he is still looking at life due to his age. Yes, and I want to
Right.
also say that the prosecution took the death penalty off of the table for this. They don't want to go for the extenuating circumstances. They just want him
Yeah.
convicted for life in prison. They're not going for the death penalty.
Right.
And I think that that is probably a smart move, because if the jury had to decide that if he was guilty, he had to be put to death, based on
Yeah.
where this is in Colleton County, South Carolina, with them knowing all the family, with them knowing everybody, I
Yeah.
don't know if they could do it.
No, I
Right?
agree with that.
Mhm.
And the bottom line is, I'm fine with him sitting in jail till,
Mhm.
big Bubba over there gets sick of drilling his butt every night.
He is so tall. I don't know if he's a
I
very
don't.
tall man. Did you
The
see
only
him?
reason I don't think he did it. This is the only reason. Are you ready?
Mhm.
Just watching his body language and how he holds himself, and I don't think he'd have the balls to do it. I don't think he'd have the balls to actually kill somebody.
I
That's the
don't
problem I
know,
have
but
with it.
I have a problem with that, because I mean, he did actually hire somebody to shoot him in the head, and he
Yeah,
did
but
deal
that's hiring
drugs,
somebody to shoot at
knowing
him, not
that
going and
everybody knows
killing
him.
your wife and your son.
Yeah.
That's big, and
But if
especially
you're
for a
talking
man to
about
kill his son, like,
but
you really have to be
you're
fucking up.
talking about all these charges come at you for the financial. You're losing the prestige in the town. You're losing your light. If anything comes to light, you're going to not be a lawyer anymore. You're not going to have any status or anything. Your family name is going to be besmirched.
Right.
We're talking about a desperate man
Yeah, that's true.
here.
That's
And
true.
look at all the money and he can't keep up with all the money that he's been moving from here and here and here. And he just keeps making more mistake after more mistake after more mistake. This was a very desperate situation for him. So I could see why the prosecution is presenting it that way, because it was. Like, they're forgetting the past and everything he was dealing with at the time, because he's not anymore, because it's all out in the open. But at the time
Oh,
of the
good point,
murders,
Ashley.
it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, she said he was on a lot of drugs at the time too. That
Yeah,
does make more
he
sense.
was an addict, yes, and he went to rehab. Right. We need to remember he was not clear thinking. This was before everything came out. He had a lot to lose at the time.
Yeah, if he was an addict at the time, okay, I could see him doing it now. I didn't know he had that was that serious in his background. I knew he had done drugs before, but God, who
Mhm.
hasn't?
Well,
He's
to
starting to
the
get very
point that
sloppy.
he was
Yeah.
actually dealing it, and he was involved. The one that he did the drug dealing and everything with, and he got his, wherever he got it from and stuff, and was doing these kind of transactions, is the one he hired to shoot him in the head. Like,
Oh my God.
that just shows you he wasn't like thinking clearly. You don't get your partner in drug dealing and doing drugs to shoot you in the head.
That's what I was wondering, if
It's
he
just,
had somebody,
what?
some partner in crime somewhere that would come in and do this for him. But then
Yeah.
again, because the problem I was having with it was him shooting his son. most men would shoot their wives before they
Mhm.
would shoot a son. They'd shoot a
Yeah.
daughter before they'd shoot their son. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
then it
this
makes
is
me
true.
think that maybe he was actively going after the wife, and the son tried to stop him. Is what I think. If it's going to be that scenario,
Well,
if he
here's
did
the
it,
thing. When you hear about how the bodies were found, you're going to hear that like the shots disabled them first, and then they blew their heads off. The son's head was blown,
yeah,
was quite messy, and the actual defense is the one telling you about how horrible the body
we're
shapes are, because he wants you to believe that the father could not do that to his child or his wife. Well, here's the
right.
other thing. The wife was shot 5 times in the front, fell face first in the ground, and then somebody walked up to her and shot her in the back of the head.
Yeah, that's hate.
Well, I think
That's
that's
hate.
man-woman hate. I could only
Yeah,
think of one thing
that's an
that
emotional
would make
crime.
somebody that passionate they gotta blow the back of your wife's head off. I don't think a regular criminal is really interested in doing that.
No, a normal criminal would just once you fall down, they're going to go on about their business and go steal or do whatever they were going
Exactly.
to do.
5
Yeah.
shots to the front of her, through
No,
the heart,
no,
lung, and
that's
everything
an
else. She was
emotional.
gone. All
Yeah,
right, they knew
that's an
she was
emotional
gone.
murder.
That was the "Oh, yeah, there you go, babe," like, shot,
Yeah,
and, yeah, that one's hard for me to ignore, that last shot that they're talking
yeah.
about.
Most
Yeah.
crimes of passion, they'll shoot him in the face. But since she was laying face down, the back of the head is absolutely viable for
Mhm.
that, and still
Yeah.
being the same meaning.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mandy, this Dateline episode, is that available through YouTube, or do you have to actually subscribe to get the like, for that
Yeah.
one?
Do you
Because I
have
know
do
the
you,
one
you
she's
have a
talking
link?
about for the Dateline episode, because in 2 hours, they kinda summed up all of this ridiculousness. I know the one she's talking about. It was really good, because it goes just far enough so that you get, like, without getting the minute details, you get the nuts and bolts of it really nicely.
Yeah.
Because there
Yeah.
is so much. I mean, so much, so
Yeah.
much, you know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Mandy said you mean like releasing Daryl Brooks being out on a $1,000 bond. Absolute BS. That judge who let him out should not sleep well ever again. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Like
Yeah.
that,
Like that.
exactly.
Yeah.
There was some of that was that I didn't cover that trial because that was just too much for me. That was the that was like turning court proceedings into a circus. That what that man did, and I couldn't sit for it. It was really turning my stomach what he was doing, and I really give the judge in that case a lot of credit for doing the best they could to give him his say and everything without like getting a mistrial, and actually like trying to get some control in that courtroom. I mean, it had to be one of the hardest things she's ever had to do in her life. Really.
Right.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Anna said there was stippling on their bodies on
yeah,
both bodies. Okay.
which was close
Yeah.
range.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely close range for both then.
Mhm.
Now, how was the sun shot, back or front?
I think both. I think also both. But I think we play back the testimony and we'll hear a little more on that. There are no defensive wounds on either of them, which means they weren't expecting
No, I
it.
meant
Okay,
where
and
was he
here's the
shot?
thing.
Was he shot
Yeah.
in the front or back or?
I think he was shot in the front too, and then in the back of the head. I'm
Okay.
not sure, but I know the wife was. I clearly heard that. But I'll play
Wow.
back. I'll be able to answer that later. And we'll probably hear. I'm sure we're going to hear it over and over again, because don't forget, we still have to get the CSI people in, the ballistics experts, and all of those
Oh,
with the actual
absolutely. Oh,
evidence.
yeah.
These are
That's
just the
when I
first
start getting
responders.
off when they
Like
dig
these are
in the
yeah.
evidence, I get all excited.
You know what, Mandy? I don't know. Buster? Really?
I don't know. He looks
Mandy's
like a
got a good
pussy to
question.
me.
He was, did you see his expression? I was really unnerved by his expressions today. He
Turtle
was
moves.
smirking. He was smirking and kind of like a little bit of a smile sometimes.
The son that was shot was the one that looks more like the father, I believe.
Right. The younger one, the older one, he's tall like the
Yeah,
father.
he looks
Yeah.
identical to his mother. He's the one that's in the
Mhm.
courtroom right now.
Mhm. But Mandy, yeah, you think Buster? What was his alibi? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look.
I don't
Oh,
know. That
maybe
boy looks like he's
that.
never even had dirt under his fingernails. You think he's gonna kill some? I mean, I
They
don't
are
know.
very well off and very well like entrenched
That's
in their whole
well.
community.
That's what I'm saying though. go around try to get people to hire people to do stupid shit, shoot people for you.
Okay. Thank you always. That's about Maggie, but do you remember what they said about Paul? Because that's what Becky asked
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
I believe it was the first 2 shots to Maggie were the legs, and the remaining shots were the back. Oh,
Mhm.
oh, planned it out, shot the legs first so she couldn't run.
Mhm.
Wow.
That's kind of like,
That's
wow.
a passion hate crime.
Okay,
slash
and
hate.
she said
Yeah,
the son
that's
was shot in the shoulder and then the chest and then the head for the son.
in the
That was how
shoulder and
Paul.
chest, then the head.
And then the head. So the head shots were last. Finishing it.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is I don't know. But here's the thing. If you did hire somebody or it was somebody that was out to get the family, would they be using guns from the property?
Well, see, that's the thing that kills me about it. That's the biggest, like, what kind of an idiot are you? He has enough power. He could have went somewhere and got a gun that hasn't been used in 10 years and has the number
True.
scraped. Like, he totally could have done that. Why would you
True.
use your own
But
gun?
remember,
That's
not
one of the things
thinking,
that, well, I know.
very
I'm like, is
clearly. All this
that
pressure, like,
stupidity and drugs or?
just finding out that his son is actually going to be indicted and have to give evidence that he interfered and he actually did misconduct by interfering in an official police investigation where someone died. And in that
Yeah.
case, aren't there laws on the book that if you interfere that way, you can be implicated in the murder or in the manslaughter
Absolutely.
charges? Okay, so
Yeah,
like there's
they'll
a
give you some
pressure
lesser
coming
charge,
his
but you'll
way.
still be involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some because he is the adult, right? Is he got more responsibility to bear here than the children? He's the one of legal age. He's the
Yeah.
lawyer. He's the parent. He's the one with all the influence. Okay, like
Right.
look, like there was a lot coming down his way, his pike. So I don't think he was thinking clearly at all.
Oh, I could
Absolutely.
agree with that.
Okay.
Nobody who kills half their family is thinking clearly.
It's true, and I can't wait. I think Bearded Heretic and I just changed what we're going to be talking about soon. We were going to be talking about mental health issues in conversations with people with when you have disagreements
Yeah, I
in
saw
like
it in the
belief.
chat. You're going to
And
talk
now
about
all
the
of a
mental
sudden we're
health
going to
of
talk
these
about
fuckers.
how do you get to a place where you kill your family? Like,
Right.
yes.
Right.
Mhm.
I think that's a great topic,
I
actually.
do like talking psychopathy with him. Like I do, we like to
Like,
talk about like the
here-
worst cases possible. Like yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty crazy, Claire, but despite my entire childhood and my brother beating me up and torturing me and shit like he used to, I don't want to kill him. I would love to see him suffer, though.
I'm happy to say that
I would
my
love to
belief,
tie him to a tree and torture him for 2 days. That's really what I want to do.
yeah,
But I
that's a
wouldn't
little,
kill him.
it's a little spiteful. But what I'm happy to say
Well, he
that I
fucked up my
believe that
life,
most
so.
humans would not want to kill somebody like that.
No,
like at all.
that's my point.
Mhm.
That's my point is that he screwed up my entire life until I was like 40 something. And, I still don't want to kill him. I have
Right.
no desire to kill him.
Yeah, well, then again, the pressures, I think too.
That's
like
a,
that. Yeah,
that's a lot
yeah.
to make you snap is my point. Like,
I don't
how
think
bad
he's
you,
right. Like, look at all he's done. What person with all that money and prestige, coming from a well-to-do family with a law degree in a successful practice, the ability to represent people in court and win money, does what he did? He defrauded every
right.
friend he had in the banking and lawyer industries. All of the ties that he had, he betrayed everyone. So,
Jesus.
like, that's not right thinking to begin with. And I think it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Now, I don't know if the drugs set him on that path or if he was on that path and then turned to the drugs. Like that, we have to hear about. I don't know if that's going to come up in the defense's arguments as to why it couldn't be him, that he's not
Right.
capable of it,
Right. Or, hey, maybe he was going to off himself and he chickened out.
I do not see a man who could do that, but we'll see. Anyway, Mandy says that the episode of Dateline that they're looking for 2 hours is called Dark Waters. So if you search it, if it is available, you just search Google and see if we can like get access to it through one of your streaming services or maybe they've even put it out on YouTube on a channel or something. I'm not sure, but it was quite concise and packaged, within 2 hours, which is reasonable for somebody to try to get a handle on the whole thing. Um,
Right.
and it sure beats the 2 years that Mandy and I have spent. Mandy, does this sound familiar? We spent 2 years on something, then it comes to trial, and here we are. That was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard for Mandy and I, just talking back and forth about it, watching
Yeah.
it from the start when she first pressed charges.
Yeah,
For
that's
the
where I
trial.
first saw you talking about crime stuff, is you were doing the Johnny Depp trial, and I caught it, like, I didn't even know you were doing it until, like, the middle, and
Mhm.
at some point, I had subscribed to you when I wasn't before. I don't know why I wasn't.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, not that many people knew
yeah,
I had
and
a
then
channel because I don't push that kind of stuff too much.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I
Yeah, yeah,
loved doing that with Ranty. That was a lot of fun. It was, and thanks for coming up here with me. I won't, because it is hard to talk for yourself for an hour.
No, I love talking about this stuff. I mean, I
Yeah.
really do. I'll come up here anytime, on breaks, or if there's some part you want to pick
No,
apart,
if
let me
you're
know.
around, like I said to Mandy and Always Createful and those in the chat, like we've done it before. We did toss the link down for the breaks and all. It's
Yeah.
great, because the lunch break is. It seems that this court didn't take a morning break. Did y'all notice that? Like when we did Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, they took a morning break and then they took a lunch break and then they took an afternoon break.
I bet you this judge is like, we are not
Nope.
playing around.
He's like, nope, you're gonna go. You didn't start till 9:30. We're going right through till lunch, and then after lunch, we're gonna go right through to the end. Like, I'm
Yep.
gonna see how he does it. I like this judge. I like Newman,
Yeah.
actually. I
Okay.
do.
I haven't seen him talk much, or haven't heard much from him yet, so we'll see.
He's pretty precise. And
Okay.
he's got a quiet way about him, but when he does speak, he's on point. So
Okay, nice.
yeah.
Nice. Says what he means what he says. So you want me to jump back off here because we're going to be starting again in a minute?
We have 6 minutes or so. You can hang, like,
Okay,
and then
cool.
once we go live again, then I probably will, because it's just
Yeah.
quiet. You would be bored anyway, because I don't really talk. As you noticed, I'll be in the chat, but I really
Yeah.
think it's important that everybody gets the nuances and everybody hears exactly what's going on.
And that's why I was going to
Yeah.
jump out, because I'm a big mouth.
That's me
And I'll
too.
be
I have
like,
to
no,
mute.
God damn it. What the fuck is that
Yeah.
microscope
Yeah.
shit?
I do. I have to mute because they don't want to hear what I'm actually saying to Harpootlian or to the prosecution or to the witness. I'm like talking back the whole time. Like, yeah, you don't want to listen to that. That would not be good YouTubing for sure.
Oh, Mandy said season 31, episode 8. Can get it on the NBC app and sign in with your provider for anyone interested. Thank you, Mandy.
And thank you, Turtle. Thank you very much. Oh, that is wonderful. I'm going to put this up for prosperity in case anything happens to the chat, so everybody can find that.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Ashley thinks he was going to kill the whole entire family.
Oh no! Wow. You think he was going to go for his other son? Wow. That is something I want to see what happens in prosecution when they set it up for everything. That's interesting. Because, Buster is sitting on the defense side, which I thought was, interesting. But it is his family. He's sitting there with his uncle, by the way. He's sitting next to his uncle.
Oh, is he?
Alex, his brother. Yes, I saw that.
Oh, goodness.
That's
I'm
why I
sure he
wasn't sure
appeared
if
to
it
make
was
some
him
kind
or
of
not.
influence.
I
bet he-
wasn't sure it was Buster at first. That's why I went searching for another picture of him on the internet, to
Oh,
double
yeah.
check, because like I hadn't seen him, out and about. He stayed away from all the pre-trials and stuff. He really
Yeah.
did.
Oh,
So.
okay.
The Turtle Move says, thank you, Turtle. Thank you for acknowledging that I'm doing better at the YouTube stuff without quizzes bullying me, because my friend Quiz,
What?
who does
Okay.
panel with me, not really bullying, but he will insist. He'll like drop clues about how I'm supposed to talk about how people should like, share, and comment on my videos and how to join my channel and all of that.
I just
stuff.
tell people that shit for you if you don't say it after a while.
Well, see, that's what Quiz does too. That's what he's talking about, bullying, because I have an aversion to it, and it frustrates people because they're like, why not? Like, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's just like,
No, see, but
yeah.
I don't expect you to brag about you. I just brag about people that I
Well,
appreciate.
you know what? I have a whole Discord that does that. that the whole thing that I started my Discord for was like a creator library, so that everybody who was on my channels, I could like shout them out, like in the people that I work with, the mocking media who and counter talk, and
Yeah.
most of the people that are on my panels, they have small channels or whatever. I shout them out like crazy everywhere I go, like
Nice.
constantly. I believe in
Yeah.
supporting every type of creator out here. I think there's a space for everybody, regardless of the kind of content that they do, as long as they're being fair and reasonable. You know
Right.
what I mean? And not
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
I don't believe in misinformation, and I don't believe in hurting others, like for no need whatsoever. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So long as
Oh,
they're not
I
doing
agree.
that, I'm all for it. I'll be shouting everybody out. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I support everybody. I mean, there's some channels that I find very boring, but I know
okay.
their content is good for the people that are interested in it, so I shout them
Yeah.
out. Yeah,
So you
absolutely.
shout out, because it has a purpose, right? Like, who am I?
Right.
Just because I don't indulge in it doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose for somebody. I'm not going to stop anybody from, and if they're good at what they do, like I'm definitely going to. And I have a big love of snark. So like almost all the time, every day I start my if there's a mocking media snark out there, I'll follow that. Or I'm on Omegon. Okay, I like him too, and my favorite one for misinformation snark is culture cats. I have to admit it, like the previously known
Yeah.
as conspiracy cats. I have to admit
Yeah.
it. I'm a big fan of that snarky style of delivery. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the Jersey in me. I don't know. I just
Right.
kind of like it.
Right.
But I'm also
Well,
kind
yeah.
of really getting fond of those dinner time, those Sunday dinner streams that Mate's doing. Like that's a vibe I could definitely get down with. Like I'm kind of enjoying that
I
too.
haven't seen that. Who's
Christopher.
doing it? Oh, Mouty.
Yeah, Mouty. Oh, I see. I say
Oh, you
Mate, you
said it.
say
Yeah,
Mouty.
you said his name weird, and I didn't
Okay.
dawn on me at first.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I
sorry,
love being on
Christopher.
his.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love
Like,
being on his Sunday
yeah.
streams.
But for
I'd
him just
actually
sitting
thought
there
of.
cooking the whole time, like, cooking and everybody's talking and just talking about
Yeah.
stuff like topics and yeah,
And then we randomly
it's real
talk about
casual.
whatever ooh, what kind of mustard are you using? Ooh, good
Exactly.
brown mustard. Yeah,
That
yeah, it's fun.
my
Yeah.
the people I hang with in the Discord and the friends here in the chat will tell you, like I'm a big foodie that way. I think the language of food is really quite something to look into, how we actually affect each other with the language of food on a
Right.
daily basis and in our lives and some of your fondest memories, right? Even during the bad times,
Yep.
sometimes a food memory can just make that okay. Seriously. Like, yeah,
I
I'm
don't
all
remember
for it.
any food from the bad times, damn it. That sucks.
Oh, dude, oh, that's see, and there's comfort food. Like I remember some of my fondest memories of relatives are food related. And I am just one of those people that I like to feed people. I won't cook for myself, but I love to feed people and make people happy with food.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love to cook, but I won't cook for myself either. I do like
Mhm.
little things,
Mhm.
like throw together some shit that's like some canned stuff with some frozen shit, for me. But if it's for somebody else, I'll make it from
Mhm.
scratch.
Yeah, it's so hard. Right now, I'm thinking in the back of my head, Beck, they're going, Claire, you're off topic because I know I've got like 5 DMs right now that say, Claire, this is about the trial. Would you get off the food streak? Like, okay. I hear you. I hear
Well-
you, DMs. Don't bother. If you haven't sent it yet, I got the message. Don't send it. Don't send it. But yeah, Mandy, you're right. Crazy bunch of damn gingers. I said damn, yep. And am I right, Claire? Yes, I know. Like, we all get a bad rap, but I would admit that this family does seem to be a bit of on the crazy side with the gingers. Let's just say they're not helping the reputation of gingers everywhere. I'll admit it. I am
Right.
slightly offended. Good thing I'm not Southern too, because then I'd really have to
Oh my
be offended.
goodness.
But I'm
Yeah.
not. So I've got that. Like I could always say, well, they're not Northern redheads. So what do you expect? Right, Mandy?
Oh my
Now
goodness.
YouTube is gonna come for me gangbusters. So I got rid of 5 DMs and just got another 100. Here you go.
All
But
right, I'm gonna go hit
right.
the loo before they
Thank you.
start. So
Yes, yes, you
no,
do
thanks
that,
for having
and
me
thank
come
you.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
anytime, Beck. I'm glad we have something you can call me to talk about. This is gonna be fun. Let's say that. I hope to
Yeah.
see you again
Hell
soon.
yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Have a
Thanks,
good
honey.
one.
Bye.
Yeah, hit that loo before you come back. Gonna be hot. Well, yeah. Mandy, Yes, Geo Sam, thank you, fellow ginger. I know there's a few others of you out there, fellow gingers. Like, support me here. Like, we're not all crazy. You know, we do have some fun, entertaining aspects to our personality, but we're not crazy. Yeah. Well, so chat. What are you looking forward to after lunch? I mean, do you think the prosecution is going to come out like gangbusters or what? Hmm. Anna, your mom was a ginger too. Hmm. I didn't know that. Oh, by the way, Beck, I thought you were a little ginger. Your beard, at least. Yes. See? Okay. So, no, okay. This is going to be hard, Mandy, to slam gingers around here. There seems to be a bunch of us, like a whole group. I didn't know that, Shill. Okay. Well, it looks like I got a tribe. Hmm. There you go, Mandy. See? Hmm. I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to when they come back is I'm really enjoying the back and forth without talking to each other of the prosecution in the defense and the sidebars. Okay. And did you hear the little snarkiness of the defense there? Like he got a little agitated when his questioning didn't go the way he wanted with the witness, when the witness pushed back with like no. And he got like a little testy. I think we're going to see some fireworks. I don't know. Am I trying to find drama in a sedate situation? Maybe a little. It is very exciting without it, though. I don't want unnecessary drama, but I do see that their styles are quite different, and it is obvious they are very, very familiar with each other. Creighton Waters and Dick Harpootlian have danced a few times in the courtroom. You can tell. Creighton Waters seems quite prepared for whatever Harpootlian is going to be questioning the witnesses on. And he's ready, like when he comes back out. Mm-hmm.
Please be seated.
Into at some point.
Okay,
subject to
I'm
Your
going to
Honor's
bring the
ruling,
stream back
would
up.
be the events of what we call the side of the road, and that was the Salkehatchie Road events in September of 2021. We, of course, have talked with the defense and don't plan to go into that, as we've discussed with Your Honor, until they've had a chance to make whatever motions Your Honor has had a chance to rule. There may be sleds forward that not only participated in the murder investigation, but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road, in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant and admissible. And I just wanted to put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
That's our agreement. I mean, Your Honor, only one for the caveat. If he would make it clear when he calls the witness, so that we don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to, just if you just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll keep me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
Certainly, and any such witness will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You may bring the jury.
Okay, so while we're getting the jury in, that was interesting. They are being cooperative in how evidence will be presented. I'm kind of admiring this because that solves a lot of the back and forth when things are coming up, and it reduces the number of objections and the number of objections that will be allowed by the judge because they have already agreed, right? So he's going to be able to say, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. You already agreed about this. Let's stop. And it looked very like a compromise, and I love legal compromise, Hmm. Hmm. I agree always. I really do love the preparation they both had. Although there was quite a few motions that you may not all know about pre-trial, Harpootlian tried to delay this a lot because of his political aspirations and other people he was representing. He tried to say he would not be prepared. And this judge says, no, you've known all about this for quite some time. it's not my problem if you didn't allow yourself to be prepared. He didn't delay it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I do
Well, thank
agree
you.
always.
Your next witness.
Here we go.
Taneesh Bryson-Smith.
You come up here, please.
So help you God. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
First name Taneesh, last name Bryson Smith, Bryson-Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson-Smith.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911,
And how long have you worked for Hampton County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in the director position, just instated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls, as well as radio recordings from our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls written?
They,
And how are these calls stored?
they're stored on our NextLog data recording systems,
How long are they stored for?
as long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that on the look to Hampton as opposed to?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be going to Colleton County?
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
All right. Back on June 7th of 2021, did you receive a call from Alex Murdaugh?
We did.
And that call came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
Once it was determined that the call was located, the emergency was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given. Once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
For the record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes what's marked as State's Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call that came in on the night in question.
And how do you know that call is on that disc?
I was able to listen to it and I dated it and initialed on the 23rd of January.
Your Honor, this time the state would move Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Already been admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is Alex Murdaugh. At 4147 Moselle Road, I need information status immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Colleton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and call the Colleton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel. I can tell that he shot in the head and he shot really bad. He shot really bad.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
By the defense. Cross-examination.
Thank you for your indulgence. Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. So explain to me how this works. A call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Correct.
And how, when you dial 911, how does it determine what county to send it to?
When you dial 911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call being placed. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle would
Was
be?
Walterboro Highway Tower.
And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Do you know the Murdaughs, or do you know Alex Murdaugh and his family?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you. Now call your next witness.
Angela Stallings.
You affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Take a seat. State your name again for the record.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the services captain. I oversee the 911 center. I'm over our civil process division, court security, our school resource officers, our sex offender registry division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server that is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee.
Is it normal for y'all to have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties. Depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call?
Sam, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay. And who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I move State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds. Communication.
He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
In the head, and he shot really bad. He shot her.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but he's got blood everywhere. His brain. Face down, I started to turn her a little bit. She's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Okay, do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, they're here.
They closed your house on the outside.
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What? Closed your house on the outside.
It's like you can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just got back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Okay, so what is her name?
Maggie is home.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Okay, did she say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person? Listen, I ask you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. They're going over.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
And did anything look out of place?
Not particularly, really, no ma'am. Okay. Look, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay? I will not do that. He's been being, my son has been being for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and do you know who was threatening your son? And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all? My son knows. My son knows. Your son knows who was threatening him? I have another son now. Okay. All right, I'm going back down there.
And Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
The way our recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the call taker or the caller not talking, the recorder, as soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on and starts recording.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yes, they've been out with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh? Okay, I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay, well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make report to this at all? Yes, ma'am. He did? And what's your son's name? Paul. Paul? Dude, I'm gonna call, I need to call some of my family. Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me? Okay, all right. Just whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay? Okay. How old is your son? 22. Okay. All right, we're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Barry McRoy.
Hello. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where
Work Colleton County.
and what is your position,
I'm the fire chief.
the fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousands.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
since 1981.
What are would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work, and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Islington. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatch had told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Greene that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. The had a long dirt driveway. When we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Chief McRoy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am, this does appear to be the accident scene.
And these are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, with States Exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
No objection.
You're admitted without objection.
So Chief McRoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Greene went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it. And he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I have met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case Exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh. And the down towards the end of the lean-to is, you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am, we got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
State's Exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. There's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. Circulation blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, it's not any way you could sustain his life.
And State's Exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdaugh's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
In State's Exhibit 49. That's just where.
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Just one moment. So you're the chief of the Colleton County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have had dealings with Alex Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That is correct.
So you recognized him and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think. Here we go. This is that good. So you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of, I guess, where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive, you drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was, my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high intensity lights.
high intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but
Okay.
would the area you were be
To the right,
this side or the other?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed right here?
More to the bottom,
Or to the bottom?
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. Like my television at home. Okay, so. So as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, I'll go back the other, okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
If you back up just a little bit,
back it up.
right, if you stop it
Stop.
there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you'd stand over that way so these jurors can see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a row here, a
Uh-huh.
row here, and a row here. This row is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
Right here is, there's this Maggie's body is, and that's Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
It's kind of sandy.
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like
And-
one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or you're not,
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
No, sir.
Track, okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
So whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to the attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Greene, Deputy Greene?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told him, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There was civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
Take the court's indulgence.
That's very taking their time on foundation.
One final. Joe, just need to go to another. Watch this video and then I need to ask you a couple questions. Is this the area you were talking about where the retired truck?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, they're over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Well, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls Jason Chapman.
Thank you.
Lights on or they turn them off? Lights back on or halfway or?
How you doing, sir? Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Spell your last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
Mr. Chapman, where'd you grow up and what education did you obtain?
Sure, I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you first got, when you first got into law enforcement and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
27, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. Had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam, went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of '98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the sheriff's office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations that includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
And that would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity, were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
What,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
all right, what did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this? At that
I was
point?
not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED simply because of the conflict of interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that. And that call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the low country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that, we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sgt Daniel Greene, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
You spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case.
Certainly. So the very first thing, obviously, is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is, what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
And you touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky. I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene. And obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain did set in at however, how long was it until the rain set
It
in?
wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
And you mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be out there approaching weather, we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury if you will. Well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques if needed? If someone needed CPR or something like that, are you trained in it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you consider that life-saving techniques would be possible or would have any result?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
When upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The 2 victims, Mr. Murdaugh and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed. And then from that point, simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know, have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Greene and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that, I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
Apologize. We could see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as state's exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need the video. It's exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And can you
I am,
describe
sir.
what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter tape. And victim Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
What are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before, we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence to support possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3, there's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
And was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water present consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood tissue. And his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Hey, you want to close that in? Sure. You want to do it? Yeah.
So the guy, let the other guy know whoever Eric is, I used to call him. There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk to him. But I told him what
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay. There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted me to tell him.
Step out trying to get the information. Is it Grace Trailblazer? Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle. She has a Grace Trailblazer. It's her yard that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail light from the vehicle. She is also pregnant and useless, not possible.
I mean, did you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside of the door frame. I had looked and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
It is
in
important.
your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is. Again,
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Thank you.
Well, the desk over there. Actually, hold on. The people just want to.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be about
Is this, you look at the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or whatever that is off the sidewalk, and a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
fair to say?
underneath his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone, get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was, describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. I don't recall, he didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me. It was bagged as evidence and placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall from the naked eye seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No,
From
sir.
From your observations, was it wet from either water or blood?
No, sir.
And when it was lifted off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Unless it's the shortest. I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he made. He did a shotgun with him. I have secured that in our vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the coroner's office arrived and the crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was at the time the second ever in my career that had a 300 Blackout as far as being involved in a homicide.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct people do, person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
You describe what that might mean. What's general investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
He was upset. Got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. His facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
What did you observe about his clothing?
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls, more so than the average person, I think, would believe. And it's, over the years, we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknowns, those points of investigation you talked about much sooner. So in our investigative process, that's now one of the things that we try to do relatively quickly. In this case, with the scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that. And it took a minute for them to get caught up, as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call? And are you listening to that 911 call both for content, but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see, so forth.
So with that awareness of everything that was said on the 911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdaugh replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And which would be expected, absolutely.
Upon examination, Mr. Murdaugh, did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hand?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response.
Physically saw the body, and he cannot testify to the locations that would be touched and whether it would transfer.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll lay a foundation. I'll ask a few more questions. Yes, sir. Mr. Chapman, Captain Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating their check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objections overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
The neck and the wrist that you see that, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck. I don't know that you'd be able to get under. I mean, he's face down, and I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
I'm going to ask you another investigative point that you observed. Did Mr. Murdaugh in the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Yes, sir. And that actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. I mean, that he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure, that's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking.
So that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was there present with them and got spooked. And because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is he states, "I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe." And dispatch tries to tell him, "We would rather you not." And you know, he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm like, everybody put it unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue on to in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm there, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, "Where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun." And then when he got back to the scene, "Are y'all here yet? How far out are they?" And then it was, "I need to call my family," and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, when referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene? The scene?
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
Now and I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review the body worn camera from both Deputy Greene and McDowell, right?
Yes, sir.
Did after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know when I was there when ordered Detective Barnado to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit worked and why we were taking it. And he was very cooperative with giving the kit. And we really didn't have an issue there. Later was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there, it's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
Sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits are then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I said GSR is a gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab. It has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that kit's, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
All right, you mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would,
Sure.
please. Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, the moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of that we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. You're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them, and I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route. The tracks around this vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be 2 sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
So the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time trying to, or attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing, probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night. So I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, on flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate or to drug of the property?
I did.
I'm going to show you. I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. First 2 videos. Easy for you. Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I have marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
These would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection? Yeah, then without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please do not discuss.
Well, we've got a recess at 4 o'clock. I wonder for how long they'll be coming back, huh? Probably just to do some evidence and motions or whatever. But we'll watch it and see how long they go. I do believe court goes till 5 o'clock in South Carolina. If anybody can check, that'd be great. But now would be a nice time for you to all take a break. So many of you have been here from the start, and I must say actually that I do appreciate it. You make it much more entertaining for me to watch it with you, to answer questions and to ask questions back and forth and just discuss what we're hearing as we go. Makes it much more entertaining. Yes, absolutely. What the Beck. I take mine while we're muted sometimes. And I take my wireless headphones so that I hear every word. I don't want to miss a thing. Yeah. Let's see what you guys are. So Jujubee, and welcome. I was wondering if you were going to come by. This is quite the case. I can't wait to hear what you think about it. Jujubee says, I get the impression from the 911 call, he was already back at the house, trying to imply that he wasn't. Well, he does say that he was at his dad. He was visiting with his father, and that he did go there. He says he just went there and then he moved the car, but he didn't leave and come back. And there is some contention. Apparently, there's a video seen from the son to one of his friends that has a conversation an hour prior to what they are saying was the incident that caused the demise, being shot. in that they were all together and they can hear all three voices on the video. So the alibi that was presented to the court in regards to Alex Murdaugh not being there and finding them after the incident happened is what's coming up in question. Some of you have mentioned all of the water. They keep speculating on all of the water. There is a kennel hose there. It could have been, that's not that unusual. Of course, you got to clean up after dogs. Just because it's raining doesn't mean the rain is going to do everything it needs to do. But they are because of the appearance of Alex Murdaugh without a spot of blood on him when they arrived on the scene. As upset as he was in finding the body, having the presence of mind to go get a shotgun to protect himself, things that he was saying and doing, it does appear from the testimony, right from the first responder, that there were things that he was saying that were making them look for things to collaborate it and not finding enough collaboration in regarding and starting to tilt their heads a little bit. It became apparent in the first responder's testimony when I heard him mention the tire tracks several times, back and forth, and things, the impressions that he got in regards to that. And they keep mentioning the hose, and apparently they're talking about it everywhere. And I want to know what they're saying. Like, what's the big deal? Did he wash his hands? And then I do understand we are confused a little bit about whether or not he said that he actually touched the body or checked for a pulse. And we're not sure, are we? I want to look for the exact words there. I will be checking that later to double check, but I do believe they said something about, when he asked if they were alive, there is the call. We have to listen to the call again to see when she asked him what exactly he said. And then in other testimony from the actual first responders. Okay, one moment, please. I got to check my mic. Sorry about that. I got a big flashing red on my mic and I had to check my signal and everything for the internet. I didn't want like a robot sound to come over on you. Hopefully it sounds okay. If someone in the chat could just tell me if it's making any kind of odd noises. I just want to see if I have to check anything else out. Did he say he needed to call his family, but he was scared enough to get a gun? Yes. Yes, this was during the calls. Yes, that he did say that, Jujubee. Can plain blood remove Can plain water rather remove blood completely from the skin such that luminol can't detect it? I don't believe he was checked for luminol. He wasn't a suspect at the time. That was part of, he was not being treated as a suspect. They were actually looking at everything, but they didn't spray him down. No. At the time, they didn't do that. No odder than usual. Thank you very much. And thanks you for the otter pun. Always greatly appreciated. You know me, I love my otters. Thank you, Anna. And thank you, Michael Berman. Thank you. It's nice to see you, Michael. How long does blood take to coagulate? Now you're getting into the science, Jujubee. Let's make that a homework assignment. Okay. I'm going to look for the statement he made about checking, either checking a pulse or touching the bodies. I'm going to look for everything he said in regards to that. And perhaps, Jujubee, you could come at me with some science. I would like to know, does water completely remove blood from your hands? And how long does it take blood to coagulate? These are great questions. Looking for the, come on, you got smart people in the chat. I know you know. Yeah. Yep. No, seriously, I will be doing homework. Like, what, 7 hours of this is not enough for me, right? Yes, it was. That's right. It was where the dispatcher did say, don't touch the bodies if you thought they were gone. Don't move the bodies. I recall that part. That was what the dispatcher said. But now I need to know exactly what he said because that's the evidence that can be challenged. Yeah. I'm going to look all around that, and I'm going to look at all of the statements today, because I'll be looking at it anyway, because I want to write down every witness's name, and I want to kind of timestamp it. I'm going to be a little more thoughtful in how I put this out this time. I wish I had time-stamped all of the other videos in Johnny Depp as to each witness when they came on, so that when we were looking for stuff, for instance, when Mandy and I were doing recaps and stuff like that, we could go like right to things. I think it would be very helpful, especially if this is going to be a 2-week long trial or more. We're going to have questions, right? And it's better to go right to the direct statement instead of trying to recall. So tonight tonight or even tomorrow morning early, I'll try to get it all time stamped up with the names of the witnesses for you, and you could go like that way. And while I'm doing that, I'll be listening for what actually Alex has said in regards to touching the bodies, checking for anything. Oh, here is an answer. Okay. All right, wait a minute. All right, okay. So someone said, okay, first Dr. Nimmer says, does coagulation not start immediately? Cut yourself and see how long it takes. I get that. Always says it's like 70 to 120 seconds. That's like the oxygen, right? Yes. All right. Small drops can be as little as 15 seconds. Sleet says, for coagulation, I'm told it depends whether it came from a laceration or from a graze or puncture or drawn wholesale, say via syringe or artery puncture. Just your 2 cents. But thank you. Okay. Okay. Liver mortis starts to develop 2 to 4 hours after death, becomes non-fixed or blanchable up to 8 to 12 hours after death, and fixed or non-blanchable after 8 to 12 hours from the time of death. Thank you, Shill, very much. And Jin, he is actually collaborating what Always said, that it coagulates in 70 to 120 seconds. My Google fiends, thank you so much. Sleet also reminds us, and I remember this, that it would also depend on the amount of vitamin K, a deficiency, blood thinners, disease. There are many contributing factors that can change it. Yes, that makes sense. What blood were they saying was coagulated? Well, they were really covered with blood. There was a lot of splatter. They were in puddles of blood from the amount of gunshots. There was more than one gunshot wound to both victims, quite a few. At least 3 in the son and at least 6 in the wife. I believe 5 in the front and then 1 in the back of the head or something like that. And then I think 1 in the shoulder and 1 in the head and 1 elsewhere on the son. And it was just here in the chat. I know Always Createful had just reminded me of it, but I'm not exact on exactly where the gunshots are. We're going to hear all that from expert testimony. A shotgun blast, it would have time to coagulate until after dead due to the massive blood flow. Well, I would imagine there was a lot, corroborating, not collaborating. Thank you, Ancher. Thank you, Ancher. I really, I can write much better than I speak, actually, when I go to pronounce things. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I never get offended from the correction. So please go ahead and correct. I'd rather say it properly. So why would the prosecution be hammering down on no blood on him when they're going to turn around and talk about the blood in his shirt later in the trial? Well, here's the thing. Okay, about the blood in the shirt or for the trial, there's much contention about that back and forth. We don't know if that's going to get entered into evidence because we didn't hear the motion to have it taken out, because here's what the judge said about it in pre-trial. He said, if the prosecution brings the shirt in, we can argue back and point about that at that time. In other words, the judges heard from prosecution that they're not sure they're going to bring it in. The blood splatter reports and the shirt that supposedly has the blood splatter on it are being contested by the defense for 2 reasons. Okay. 1, the condition of the shirt now is altered to such a point that the defense cannot run their own tests with their own experts. And they are now contesting that the experts actually handled it all wrong, in that they've done things to destroy it through CSI by how they processed it. It can't be tested again, that they can't be held as expert witness. So there's a lot about the blood splatter, but the judge did not say it was eliminated. He didn't eliminate it straight out. He's waiting and he wants to bring it to the floor because he says at the time that they tested it, he's not going to discount experts who are giving testimony. But he does realize that the defense has a valid point in saying we're not allowed to test it and putting that in front of the jury. But it seems that just from what I heard and how the judge was speaking on it, how it was relayed, that the judge really feels it's a decision the jury gets to make. And he doesn't want to do it. Does that make sense? Yeah. How did he not have blood on his shoes walking around there? I don't know if he did or not. We haven't heard that testimony yet. The shoes have not come up. Remember, a lot of this we're hearing for the first time. They've been very close-lipped about exactly what evidence they actually had. The prosecution and the defense were going back and forth. The defense was asking them for all kinds of stuff and complaining that they didn't have everything. They did get everything put out, but they've been very close-lipped to the media about what they actually had, even though there's so much out there. The actual evidence that you're hearing, that wasn't out there. Yep. Did he check for Paul's pulse? Well, with Paul, okay, here's the thing. With Paul, the body has been described by all parties as being to the point where his skull was exploded in that there was actual visible brain matter. So I would think in that case, it does make sense if you don't check the pulse. However, if you said you did, why would you lie about it? Like, why are you saying you did if you didn't? Like I'm saying, like, we have to see if he actually said that he checked it. But I do believe Beck is correct. We did hear on the call that they told him not to touch the body. I don't think you would be able to check it and we heard testimony that reasonably the condition of the bodies and how the bodies were positioned, it would not be easy to check their pulses. Always Creative says, there are so many variables, blood coagulation, that it would be hard. A volume of blood, meds, vitamin deficiencies, medical conditions. So pinning down how long is difficult. And I do agree. There are so many variables. I'm going to leave that up to the experts. And I'm sure, or at least hoping, that we will hear from some experts on that in what they call the crime scenes investigators who actually drilled down and not only collected all of that evidence, but analyzed it later at the labs. Yeah. Did they take pictures of Murdaugh at the scene or that night, or do we only have body cam of him? We do have body cam. We did hear the audio of it at the beginning of this stream. It was one of the first pieces of evidence that was entered. It was the first responder's body cam, first arriving on the scene, his conversations, and his view of everything. We were not allowed to look at the actual video, only hear the audio. And that goes for the rest of the courtroom too, besides the interested parties of prosecution in defense and the jury and the judge. They're the only ones that saw the actual video part. It was blocked. Everybody was blocking it. Like they didn't want anybody sitting behind them or anything to look at it either. Okay, they don't want that out there. And it is for respect to the families. It's the conditions of the bodies. It is to keep the evidence pristine. All of that stuff. Okay, but no, we're not allowed to see it. They were wearing that body cam. The first person on the scene, the officer that testified this morning, he did have full body cam on the whole time. And we heard everything. We didn't get to see what he saw, but he was pretty good at giving us the visuals, was he not? Because the prosecution was asking a lot of questions about what he saw and what he did and why he did it. That's a good question. And I kind of, T. King and What the Beck are both bringing up the point that Alex Murdaugh had not one drop of blood on him when they arrived on the scene. and they're saying someone who is in shock of such a crime that this has just happened, it would be pretty difficult to be that pristine unless you're thinking about it. Hey, but it could be like, like one of my relatives who really cannot stand the sight of blood and wouldn't, no matter who that was, wouldn't went anywhere near it, anywhere near a body, regardless of who it was, if there was blood. I mean, definitely. Maybe something like that. Like, we don't know. Like, I want to hear what Alex has to say about that, or actually what the defense has to say about that, the reasoning behind all of that. And there's apparently puddles, but there's apparently a hose, and it's raining. Remember, it's raining. And while we were listening to the body cam audio and the testimony of the first officer on the scene, we also hear that it increases in rain. And several times the prosecutor says, "And what is that noise?" And they say, "Well, that was when it really started to rain much harder." Okay, so there were some things interfering with things. And I know, T. King, that's what everybody's saying. Puddles of blood. The bodies are being described as being in puddles of blood. Okay. But we're in a very large kennel, and he could have stayed away from the actual blood should he try. Well, we don't have the rest of that testimony yet. Yep. No, you guys are good. Listen to you. Y'all like murder minions. Y'all my tribe. Was there data earlier indicating what specific firearms were the murder weapons, where probable murder weapons recovered, were all the gunshot wounds and all the victims indicated of the same weapon? There were 2 guns used, one on Paul, one on Maggie. Okay. One was a rifle, one was a shotgun. They did give actually quite clear ballistics on it. They also have indicated that they have found casings all over the property that belong to the gun. Oh, we're back. Hold on.
Please be seated.
Let me bring these back up.
You may bring the jury.
Now I could hear the audio, but I don't see a video yet. What's going on here? Here we go. Wrong view. There you go. There was a rifle and a shotgun, and they have the names in the beginning of the testimony today, Sleet, and I'll tell you more after.
All of the jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chapman, resuming our testimony, I'm going to show you a handful of pictures. I'm going to mark. I've marked and I'm identify. I ask you to please identify them.
No objection.
You offer them all into evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
And I think, Your Honor, I think we already established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission to play that first, and then I'll go to the pictures. Sorry. Chapman, as we were discussing earlier, you did describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you surveilled the area.
Took pictures with our drone just to give an overall. Some of the agents have different, some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department issued drone and took a couple of aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. If you would please step down.
Sure.
And if you could identify for the jurors as the video is played, what we're actually looking at. Appreciate it.
In the image currently, what we see is the main house, the Murdaugh residence.
And
left of that structure with the planted trees would be the main driveway that comes out.
all right. If you could identify that on the video, the driveway that you're referring to.
Here that I'll walk up. Yes, sir. So this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from it with the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure, a residential structure, and the main driveway that comes away from it with the trees.
All right, and now looking down the road a bit, Captain Chapman, this road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdaugh as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little farther, that road ends at the incident location with the dog kennels.
And if you would, please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures and the entry point for the road, the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or when, at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle. You keep hearing reference of the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the large structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background that run perpendicular, and the driveway goes out to the road. Do I need to show you, ladies and gentlemen, here? Was everyone able to see?
Please do it. Just go through what these structures are.
So again, the roadway coming from the main residence. Here you have what's been referred to as the hangar. Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked in this general area here with the headlight shining down this direction. Dog kennels. This is the large grass area that we were referring to when we're talking about the tire impressions and the structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this just still shot?
Following straight down between the hangar and the dog kennels, going all the way through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
All right, I'm going to just play it one time without stopping. All right, thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video. If you would, please, please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of the airplane hangar. The driveway, the vehicle sit on the screen, goes and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you were referencing?
This is the airplane hangar as we've been referring to it.
What is this structure on the top side of this image in the far back?
I believe that was a cleaning shed, for a processing shed for animals. If you're going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which was the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147 mailbox off of Moselle Road, and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left. That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was driving when, at least he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were flat. I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background out there is just simply another tractor shed.
And Captain Chapman would you identify where the body of Paul Murdaugh was located when you arrived on
Yes, sir.
this picture?
So the dog kennel's on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you were to look towards the end of that structure, right where the gravel and the roof line are, and then step back approximately 5-6 feet, that would have been the location of Paul's body.
And where would Maggie's body be located?
And Maggie's body would have been just beyond the roof line of the red airplane hangar on the side closest to the.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights have been directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And this structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believe that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had been turned
It
on?
was not.
Pausing here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified, is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background
Yes,
on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to have that on this, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. This would have been the area of the feed room here. This would have been the area of the feed room here.
And while you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. Here.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of, what brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip-flop or a sandal of some type. And that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door, in the image, do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct. In between that mower and the wall.
If you would, describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appeared to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
Let me show you what's been entered to evidence as State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you noticed the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the
And those are the shoe impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Moselle.
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that were on Miss Maggie at the time. I believe they're crime scene or autopsy photos from afterwards.
Chapman, we see a rear view of the car operated by Mr. Murdaugh that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
I can switch to. All right, Captain Chapman, I'm just asking you to identify just very quickly. These are stills from the video feed. What does that show?
That's the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennels.
Okay, that would be State's Exhibit 192. This is State's Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer, floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
closest to the feed room.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the,
And is that another close-up of the water?
that's
of the
close
scene?
up of the water just outside the feed room.
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
And you say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they had walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which point, which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way on to the other side of the hangar, or turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know that the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made the decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically the items in the middle with the flat tread? Would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
what's been marked as and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet. I've advised counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of her body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hanger?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's been marked and placed into evidence as States Exhibit 197. And this is a similar photograph with just an angle. Is that and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence as States Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it, but tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. You can turn the lights on. Out of your way. Did you at one point have a be on the lookout or a bolo placed on any in particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture that showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there, and he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there until that point. Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning. And I would have to look back at notes to tell you exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45 the next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdaugh's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely. sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Beg the court's indulgence. No further questions from the state. Thank you, Captain Chapman.
Sir.
Captain, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I don't think we've met before.
No, sir.
I represent Alex Murdaugh. And let me ask you a couple questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order. But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh take a pulse of tried to take a pulse of his dead son on his neck, or his wrists were under him, did he indicate to you he tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir. He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all. Secondly, if he did get blood on his fingers or hands, were you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood on
correct.
himself, right?
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son?
I am not. No, sir.
Okay. So, and I think you indicated that his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk. Just a moment ago, you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor. Yes, sir.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killer of his wife and child.
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Sure, it absolutely could be. It was just a noted change in demeanor.
His interest
Exactly.
perked up. Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks, and perhaps you had discovered a different car or a different tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As I mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED's crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather. The images, I believe we discussed earlier, were the only ones captured by body cam.
Right.
And
it's the body cam is not.
Our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED's team was on scene.
Okay, and now there was two other sets of tracks, one of them coming out of the shed. And I believe your notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the caretaker that took care of the dogs or somebody else?
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar,
Right.
lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believe that later I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay. Now, we heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know, could we put the, wait a minute. You do that?
I was glad to help you, Mr. Harper.
He may.
Overview of the house and kennel.
What now?
Overview of the house and kennel.
I think I like this. Well, no, go ahead and give me the first one. It may be in there. Okay, so were you informed that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out from to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Greene
Yes, sir.
indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Till I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen, and he testified he saw distinct tire tracks on that road, he thought it had some evidentiary value. He's not a police officer. Had you been made aware of them, would you have taken photographs, or I guess they don't use plaster casts anymore. That's,
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approaching weather. I would have.
okay, so go ahead and let that run for a minute. I may want to stop it and deal with another issue. Okay, stop it right there. Okay, yeah, right there's good. Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
These are that's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around in here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure,
Right.
yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of Alex's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware, and he discovered the bodies, called 911, drove back up to the house, and then came back down?
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes,
he went and got a shotgun, came back.
yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement, right?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir, that Sergeant Greene took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt dinging going on as he drives away, can you not?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Right. So this is where he came back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding, that is the way the vehicle was when he returned and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned. We first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house,
Right,
but
right.
Close, but not exact. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking at the image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
I would say at least.
At least. Now, if you were at the house, looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house.
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the dog pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least, what'd you call it?
The kennels,
No, the vine.
grapevines.
Grapevine,
Yes, sir.
10 feet tall. So you could not see from the house the dog kennel because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night,
at night.
right? And this is not a well-lit area down here, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit. No, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay. So go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was on the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Rutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident, when
Right.
we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this. But could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by the Assistant Attorney General, they did not come to
They
the
did
back
not
of
come
that
from that.
vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that, yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that vehicle.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But Paul earlier could have driven that down there.
He
But
could, it's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up. Okay, let it run. Now, stop. So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right
Could you
side
come
of the,
down here and point it out for me?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. This section here, you can actually see the agent's feet there where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks? Any other tire tracks? Go ahead and take it.
Thank you, sir.
that y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Stop. So, and this road here goes out to Moselle Highway, right?
If you were to take the right T there
Yep.
by the silver trucks,
Yep.
if you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay. And if the fire chief had indicated there were tire impressions back here in the dirt, you would have taken pictures or gotten plastic cast or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best. I was not made aware of that. Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, I'm done with this one. Can you put the other one up, please? That's the main house, the white building there.
Yes, sir. The Murdaugh residence.
Keep going. While that's running, you would come down that driveway, take a left at that road, stop. And that, if you kept going straight, you hit the Moselle Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you come in that entrance.
That is
If you're
correct.
going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area, you take the entrance with the
I would assume so.
the post office box on it. Okay. Go ahead. And that's actually all I need out of that. Thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions. If I could see. The photos of the footwear, I think the flip flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you describe that as it looked to you like someone been pacing.
I did describe it as pacing, I believe,
Is that accurate?
simply because it goes down, turns around, and comes back. It doesn't appear to veer off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular, and anywhere in particular. It goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all the way back.
Okay, and the pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have those? The pictures that were put into evidence a moment ago. Can I use the Elmo, please? Right. Okay. I can't see this. Huh. Where's the? two. No, let me see. Yeah, that's only equal. This is 195. See, are there other pictures? Yeah, no, this will. So as we see in this picture, there you go. Yeah, that's good. We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops.
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes. So they're like right here and here and here, and in some instances, these look like, actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of them. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
Well, were you wearing, that's fine, but I mean, is this y'all? Would you have walked over there or here?
Presumably so, because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember exactly what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself, but.
So let me put this one up. Like this, okay. Again, you can see the pattern of flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, it was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all across underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those are not, I'm sorry.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs of all at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the impressions, not us.
Issues. First,
Sure.
were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth ones.
So those, and I'm not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those pattern prints came after you saw them the night before?
Correct. The
Okay.
only impressions were the flat, smooth
Okay.
ones.
And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning. At some point in time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, right?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutland's,
But
but
not
they're
the
not
ones-
going to cross over
Right,
any of
they're
them.
not, the
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crossed over one of theirs, it's not mine.
Okay. Who took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was taken, you think, the next day?
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So it was either taken upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself, my detective that did that.
I'm just saying, you've been
If they were doing so while processing or while collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure that you would have to probably ask the person that stepped on them and took the photographs.
If one of your detectives had done this, you would not be happy.
I wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
Well, these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think, SWED, or Solicitor Duffy Stone took some pictures the next day.
Sure.
One of some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
No, again, like I said, they weren't like that when
Okay.
we were there, sir.
Let me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. This water.
Yes, sir.
These pictures taken of the water. Do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taken that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here, water seems to be coming from the pen, right? From the dog pen?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water and this is 189 that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
On Sgt Greene's body worn camera, came out of the first two kennels,
Right.
traveled down a short distance and then over to where at the time Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennels, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. And I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Now, let me, this is an item under seal. 196. Keep going. Okay, stop. No, word. Take it back down. Okay, a little bit more. Take it back down a little more. Okay, stop. This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg right here, did you that night look at that dirt?
I did.
Did you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the
As if
back
they
of her
put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. What analysis determined if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoes, you know?
Do not know, sir.
Thank you. You can turn the lights on and I'll turn, how do I turn this off? Okay, okay. So let me ask you, I got just a couple more questions, maybe.
Sure.
So okay, so when you left that night for that early the next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspect?
Had I come, no, sir.
Okay, are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, sure I don't misquote, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If it takes a while, we would notify.
Office issued that.
Colleton County Sheriff's Department, yes.
I'm unaware. No, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you. From the Post and Courier.
Your Honor, objection, I haven't seen this. I'm not familiar with anything council's referencing.
Let's stand for a moment.
Okay, it looks like, let's see what's left for the day. Yeah, it does look like we're done. I don't know, like, once the jury leaves, if he's going to do any motions or sometimes, as yesterday, the prosecution, the state, and the defense did talk about evidence to be presented the next day, and they came to some agreements, which is why we don't hear as many objections as you might normally. I think they're doing a lot of talking together.
Media article. Question posed was whether he was familiar with the statement made. He said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record and not.
I haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence the Post and Courier story of June 8th, the next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
In case he's not familiar with it.
All right. So, was there a danger to the public the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun, AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from us.
Okay, if that statement had run, as it did in the Post and Courier on the 8th, would the sheriff's department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? There'd be a subsequent story I haven't seen.
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I could tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that proved one thing or the other.
So when you left that morning, was Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the killing of his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I wasn't the primary investigator.
Who was?
That would have been SLED.
So you gave the whole case went to SLED,
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body at that
and
time.
you were never consulted after that by SLED.
I was not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted. I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants, but it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders, did your department obtain a search warrant
We did, sir.
for all the property, the house, all of it,
It was obtained for the entire 1,700 acre property,
including the house?
including the house.
And was that executed?
It was executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary scene.
But did you go to the house?
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime scene, which is standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to
Crime
show
scene,
it.
SLED?
Sledge crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them. And we stayed, myself and several of my detectives. Several were sent home so they could come in the next morning. And we stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night? When was the search warrant executed that night?
After that, after that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I later that and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon. I have never been to the main house.
Never been in.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Did someone from your department go in the main house?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. Let's put that. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave the search warrant to SLED, to crime scene people.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct? That search
It
warrant?
gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700
Right,
acres.
but I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure on
Any
that,
structure.
any
They could have
structure.
gone in the residence. They could have taken all his clothes to check if they wanted, right?
They could have. I don't know that they didn't.
Well, we're going to talk about that later
Okay.
on. They could have, you're familiar with trace evidence, many cases where they check showers or sinks to see if there's trace evidence of blood, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you know whether they did that or not?
I do not. Again,
Do you know that you can, with the appropriate technology, look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still, in a washed piece of clothing, detect blood or detect tissue, even after it's been washed. You aware of that?
am I aware of that? Yes, I am.
Do you know whether SLED did that?
I do not. Again,
But they could have that night done all of those things under that search warrant.
presumably so, and I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr.
Well,
Harper.
but they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out. So,
Sure.
But under the search warrant your department obtained, they had the authority to go in the house, any of the buildings, anywhere on that property, and look for guns, evidence of any sort of crime, evidence of, again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They had the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stayed within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have that search warrant, and Detective Rutland is the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the scope.
We'll hear from Detective Rutland tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask her
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Oh, I do wonder what it's like to have a lawyer as a client. Man, it got so dark again. The sun keeps going back and forth.
Captain Chapman, the footsteps that you notice, I know we've been through quite a bit of it, but counsel raised this issue. The path you followed, were they consistent with someone who, with a person who started back beyond this area? And then where did they go from there? I'm asking where they went. Where did they originate? Where did they go to? And where did they end?
Objection sustained as to the form of the question.
Thank you. If you could, please explain to us where in your estimation, having traced the tracks, where they originated from, where they ultimately went to, and where they ended up.
The shoe impressions crossed completely from one side all the way to the other, with the building to the right, going down, coming back the opposite direction. The only reason I can say that we're fairly certain that it started from the grass side and went through, turned around and came back is because we never saw any impressions similar to that running beyond the airport hangar on the back side.
In the location where, in reference to where these footprints ended, ultimately, and where Maggie's body is located, how did that line up? Describe how they lined up.
If you take a step back from there, to the right of that image would have been on the opposite side of the hangar door would have been Maggie's body.
Referencing State's Exhibit 190. Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Did you observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
Calling for speculation. He is calling for speculation as to what discoloration in the water, if there is any, is caused by.
I'll lay more of a foundation, Your Honor. Captain Chapman, were you familiar with the scene as this picture depicts?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
I did.
Are you familiar with the discoloration, and did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on two different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
Objection. He's not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning, I'd ask the jury be excused. No evidence whatsoever.
Objection is overruled. Let's pose the question.
in your experience and observation, having observed the scene and all the matter that was there, were those lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Expressing my gratitude is improper. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll ask just one last question and I understand the court's ruling. Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Motion to strike his questions about blood from the record and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any question when I sustain the objection. They were previously instructed on that.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes. Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any further
No, Your Honor.
cross-examination? Thank you, sir. You may step down. If you'll turn the lights up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this day. Thank you all very much. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please remember you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it in your presence, nor are you to engage in any or be exposed to any other information other than what you have received in the courtroom and will receive in the courtroom. Have a good evening.
Wow. And there we have it. The end of day 4 for the trial. I did say that I would show you the pictures that Mandy gave us, that they were showing some pictures. I don't know if these are the pictures, but these are definitely pictures of let me see if I can get it up here. Okay. These are the pictures that Mandy had put up. And let me see if I can make them a little bit bigger for you so that you can see. I do have these on Twitter if you want to look at them closer. For those of you that don't have Twitter, I'm going to document it here on the video. Make it bigger. There we go. Actually, forget me. Let's make it as big as we can here for you. Let me see if I can. I did put my Twitter link to the first one right here in the chat. For those of you that have Twitter, even if you don't have Twitter, I think you can use it in a browser to look at the pictures. I do believe I'm not locked. I'm open. And if not, if you send me a DM, I'll try to get the pictures to you if you want to look. But basically, this is what they were talking about as far as the location. I'm just going to go slowly to get this documented for you to all be able to go back and see if you'd like. Well, these are the aerial shots that they're talking about, and they've been marked. I'm not going to say that these are the ones from evidence. These are just aerial shots of the property that have been marked by someone. I have to research where they came from. Mandy probably knows exactly, and I'll clarify that with her, and I'll mark it on the description of the video so that you all know. Well, that is picture number 2. And then she provided this one here where they were talking about, the vehicles and all that they were seeing. And you heard them talking about pictures in the shot. So it does sound like it's a very similar photo. I'm not sure if they came out. No, that first picture doesn't have the gray structure. Now, isn't this the kennel? This is the third one here. This is the actual kennels, I believe. I'm not sure. I'll go back to the first one for you, Ancher. No, it doesn't, because it's obscured here by trees and all and the pictures. Okay. They're sending this general area. They're saying this general area, this general area. These aren't exact pinpoints. Okay. But if you look at the roof here, then we know that that building is like right in this area here. Yes, it does. Okay, I'm going to pull this down. I did want to mention that also, Colin. I'm going to pull your comment up. Hold on a second. Let me just get back here. I'm going to pull this down now that we've documented that for the stream, that you can all go back and look at it. But yeah, so he got sketchy. That I do believe he means the defense. That would be Mr. Harpootlian. Yeah, he got a little touchy about possible blood in water that may or may not be blood. Looks like they are trying to get one over the prosecution at the end of the day. It does look like they don't want to say that there was any blood, watered down blood anywhere, that hose could have been used for cleaning. They are very touchy about that. And in the beginning of the trial, we heard a lot about the hose, and I was wondering why that was. And apparently, this is the reason. Okay, they don't want it inferred that he washed up or he cleaned up. That would look very bad. Yeah, that would look very, very bad in my opinion. So, on that, we all did hear that they're going to be we're going to be rejoining tomorrow at 9:30. I won't be starting at 8:45 like today. We did not get to see the rest of the opening statements, and what I am going to do is I am going to put an unlisted link in this description to the video of both of the opening statements. I'm just going to trim it a little bit and I'm going to throw it down there for you all to watch in your leisure if you like. And I'll make it available in the chat tomorrow also. Because we didn't get to play the defense's side, and I want to be fair. I mean, I want you to see the difference in the opening statements. It's kind of important to see the difference in their styles and where they're coming from. Because remember, in those opening statements, that's not evidence, but it does tell you where they're thinking, where they're coming from, where the case is going. And so far, everything I've seen that the prosecution has laid out is exactly how he was kind of focused on in his opening statement. And also the defense, when he was kind of doing that thing about, a father couldn't do that. And he talked in very dramatic terms about the bodies and what was done, more so than the prosecution, gruesomely so. He used language that was quite gruesome. I was kind of taken aback, but I can see it now as to why he wants to paint the picture that a father could not do this. A father could not do this. A husband could not do this. And he wants to stick with that. He's going to, the jury doesn't know about anything else. It's not in the trial, only this. Okay, and we'll see where it goes. But it was the pushback, the give and take, and the pushback was very exciting for me to watch. It's why I love trials, especially ones that have really good representation. That you can watch the pushback. It's obvious that these two the state and the defense actually have worked together. Like they know each other. They know their styles a little bit. Like you can tell in their interactions, like they're ready for each other. So it's going to be quite interesting. I do agree, Sandy, that, oh, come on. Like, yeah, they're a family of hunters. Of course, they could kill horribly. True. But that is what the defense is trying to put out there, that he couldn't do it. Yeah, that he couldn't do it. And it's nice to see you. Mm-hmm. I know it's over, Brilliant. You made it through the whole day with only an hour's worth of sleep. I hope to see you all tomorrow. I'm going to, at this time, put the outro on so I could take a little bit of break. If you are interested in anything going on in American politics right now with the documents in the National Archives, you can join Quiz and I in about an hour. We'll be right back here for a little while. And then again, if not, I will be back tomorrow morning with another live stream. As long as they let me, I will keep coming back. Thank you all for participating. Don't forget to like, share, and comment. Let's, put those comments on the back of the video, especially if you have questions. I will go look for things, okay? Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you for hanging out with me. You made it so much more enjoyable to cover this, and I do appreciate all of you. Thank you, Beck, for coming up with me, and we'll see you all tomorrow.